ठीक कह दे, आ गए हम द बेस्टिएस्ट मैच देखने, द बेस्टिएस्ट मैच of all time.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Come on, make some noise for your Sentinels!
आ जाओ.
And the Sentinels make their way back onto the stage again here. Face off against Loud. These two teams
Fire
squared
jersey,
off
fire.
against one of these organizations, rather, squared off against one another many times in the past here in the Americas region. But for this combination of rosters, first time, it's going to be very exciting.
I'm pumped for the matchup, and it looks like Narrate is too. I mean, this guy is just coming out there, charismatic, pumping up the crowd, getting it going. This guy has been a seamless integration into the Sentinels roster.
And when you're looking at this roster too, when other years with Zelsis was like the Vibe
This
merchant
is
and whatnot,
the
Narrate is definitely
matchup.
flying under Zelsis' wings, and you have a lot more vocal
This is
players
the
overall,
matchup.
and you've already seen him telling people to step up every single time. This team is going to be looking really good.
Yeah, Narrate's an up-and-coming
Language deep dive.
Yeah. The market's looking good for him. All right.
He bought in at an all-time low.
कितने जब लगे ये पूरे दिन का चौथा है.
True. Bought in at the dip, and he's holding diamond hands, baby. Diamond hands on the vibes. All right. Well, we'll see where the battleground will be in a moment as the teams huddle up and get ready to go.
Very tense
A lot of
नहीं है
pressure
अभी.
here. Big
Retire.
opportunity for Loud. You know, I think back to that video that they did
This
going
is
into the
knockoff,
year where they were
right?
talking and rating all the different
hope
teams in America,
not.
and they rated themselves in last
Let me
because they were
check.
like, oh, we're just Pancata's friends.
Humble
We're-
Kings.
Nah, this is
Yeah,
upper
Humble
bracket.
Kings, and here they are, opportunity to go to Bangkok
This
on the
is
line
upper
here. But
bracket.
you got your series layout: Lotus, Pearl, and if necessary, Split. How you feel about this?
I mean, look, Loud.
Bhai,
still
अच्छे maps,
disappointing
अच्छे
me
maps,
continuing
अच्छे
up on
maps.
Those fracture bands. But really, what I'm curious about is if we make it to a third map, how much work Sentinels have put in on their classic best map of Split. They got owned on versus Under Thieves.
Yeah, and Lotus, we haven't seen it come out from Loud yet for this year, and this is one of those maps where you could potentially pull out that chamber, for example, if you don't want to play
क्या
too much
लगता है?
space, because that was also one big
morning,
question
good morning,
going into
guys.
This year with Digizine in the roster, we critiqued
सारे
him in the
foreigners
past
जग
years
गए.
when he played over at Furia that his raise wasn't the best in the league, or even at all to be able to go against the best races of the league. But now that he's able to play Jet Wolves with the Op, looks really awesome. He looks pretty decent on that raise. in the
बहुत
last
सारे
map
पुराने
against,
maps अभी
GG.
rotation में नहीं है
And
रे
now,
मोहम्मद.
again, if he's able to pull out a chamber or something like that, it could also still give him good space and good
Edit request
opportunities to get
edit
those
ना करो
first
भाई,
bloods against
Sentinels
that
भाई.
like to default around this map a lot.
Yeah, of
Sentinels
course,
भाई.
it's been a. So it's going to be fascinating how
ये गोट क्या वजह से? ये मेरा नया गोट है.
Loud try to outwit John in some of these moments.
और भी
here,
बहुत
right?
strong है
Because,
लेकिन
you know he's
बहुत
gonna be
strong है
running
इस
the
बार.
table. you know he's going to be.
It's a good
bringing some
challenge
table
for
there.
Vinny, too.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, where do you try to shut that down? Where do you try to find those gaps?
Love
in
you,
the plan? Is
Father,
there anything
bye.
that you saw in particular with Sentinels where you're like, okay, maybe they could take advantage of this?
Well, for a map like Lotus, it's hard to say because we don't know if Sentinels are going to be playing like double initiator,
Fair
sort of
point,
brawl
fair
heavy
point.
comps, or if it's going to be
Let's
more
find out.
old style. I would
This
say
is
if
a
it
pan
is
card,
John
goes
Cena
in
continuing
to
to play
his-
that Tejo, it is
Sub
very
मारते,
important
base,
to
sub
refight
मारते,
into
sub.
space. That agent is super good at just blasting you away
Sub
at the start of a
मारते.
round, and it's
Yeah.
all about choosing those
हाँ,
times to re-clear
सारे
back into the
सारे
zone.
लोग मारते.
but
And this is just standard Lotus right here.
Pretty
Nothing-
standard, yeah.
Nothing that crazy. Let's see what we get on the other side with Sentinels, though, because one can reckon that they are going
Office
to
is
bust
identical.
out some of the newer agents there, and that's exactly what they did.
No, I mean, again, I think Sentinels have such a great
Hello,
lead on the map.
Srijani
Right? They're playing
ji.
triple flashes.
You remember
quadra if you
fifth
count
standard
the
में,
paranoia
साथ
coming in
में
for
थे वो,
Roman.
fifth
So you just have
standard.
so much fighting tools. The important thing for Vinny is
10
not
gun
to
power.
get fooled by the opening volley of util John QT is going to show at the start of rounds. He is going to condition him to force him into specific
भाई,
points on the
Zekin
map.
कितना
But there
grow
are
गया
always
यार.
more flashes for Sentinels to be refighting with, and Vinny has to be on guard.
They have a lot of utility to play around with.
Very-
That is scary.
And also very similar to
कम
what
देख
G2
मैं
was
देखा
doing
नहीं.
on that map too, by leveraging the
Zekin का
a
aura
lot of
strong
util
था.
that were mentioned before. Excuse me, with the breach and the tail to allow Zekin as this Euro to be a little bit more self-sufficient moving into these sites. The only difference this time around is that they're not really playing the Viper there, so we'll have to see.
We will have to see. All right, folks,
This
let's
is
go
ja,
ahead and dive into this
बढ़िया.
matchup. Riot Games Arena, make some noise as we send it over to your casters. You got Doug SC and the Shmee.
सारे Sen fans क्या?
Another banger by Golden Boy and Dre. We've got a tale as old as time.
Breach.
Sentinels and
Oh,
Loud. There's so much
man.
history between these two. There's so much
Cypher
pedigree,
is
championship-winning pedigree
normal
on these two
comp
rosters.
Loud का.
Historically Loud besting Sentinels, right? Even on this map, this first map of Lotus, the last time these two teams have faced, Loud beat them. Keep in mind, different meta, different rosters.
Oh,
Ends
yeah.
But
नहीं
it
अभी.
doesn't matter because this Loud team has stormed through the competition of EG. They've decimated crew, and now they're here knocking on the door of Sentinels.
Yeah, you know, I think this is going to be a massive litmus test for Loud.
Yeah.
Because, they come into this match and they're 4-0. It is time for the Samsung match start.
Loud का कॉम अच्छा है.
Up fast, excuse me. That can come out of my paycheck. With
Sen का
Samsung
कॉम थोड़ा
SSDs into
खतरनाक
map
हो
1
गए है.
is going to be Lotus Loud on the attacking
हाँ?
side.
Sen
There's a
का
lot
कॉम
of
थोड़ा
talk and a lot of
खतरनाक हो गए
conversation
है.
about just how good Loud are. They come in 4-0. They waltz through EG, they waltz through crew, and now you're wondering, okay, well, are
I think
these guys
comp
legit?
wise,
I
I
think we're going to
prefer
learn that
Sen
today.
का comp.
Yeah, and 4 years ago, you had Vinny, Pancata, DGZine on the same team. It's crazy to see them back together now. Something that was missed. B4 Esports was the name.
See that stun right at the very beginning.
Yeah, already some protocols in action off of some contact play in mid. But all that A space was gathered from Loud, and I mean, it's only solo Vice on this site. He needs to get out.
A lot of threat here, close by. Just in the vicinity. Again, DG having to take a quick step back. Sentinel starting to flood out onto the site. But they're going to find out that it's vacant. There's no one there. The Spike and the rest of Loud are going B.
I'm already so impressed with how Loud have approached this.
blue
Getting out
Loud.
so much utility from Sentinels. Finessing their way into this B site and now getting aggressive positioning in the post plan.
Big fight here.
Shot.
Kaunzine.
बैंक का मारना पड़ेगा.
How much more can be found?
Mara.
Traded right back. Pancata's in a really
बाप
nice
रे,
spot, but decapitated by
3-3.
Zelsis.
What a shot, man.
Spike still in play, a 3v3.
Actual में बढ़िया shot मारा ना.
They flipped the map. They're on opposite sides of each other now. Now you see Sentinel starting to come in towards B. With Loud holding back in spawn. DG claiming one. Make that two. Zekin left in a 1v3.
सारे firepower.
He's gotten one, but now the stun.
सारे firepower.
Having to push forward. A tap first in the face of
ये
the
क्या
flash.
dodge
Has to
था
turn
भाई
it. A
चू?
second one just a threat. He's got it down to
बाप रे.
1v1. Is Zekin
बाप
gonna
रे.
Is he going to have enough time for the defuse, though?
दिल
That's a
लगाने
close
गए
to
time.
points.
कान
No.
मारने गए time.
Heroics just a bit short for Sentinels.
क्या है ये shots?
Second with the laser focused crosshair placement.
क्या है ये
But it's
shots?
just not enough. Loud.
G
the way
class
they
से
maneuver
कहा,
around that
वो लोग का
utility from
कुछ
Sentinels
चल रहा है.
and just got into these
Delsis और
aggressive
ऋषि
post
भाई
plan
का.
positions.
G fighting.
A lot of players off guard. It's just almost impossible. I mean, Zekin almost does it here. That's the crazy thing. If anything, these are confidence skills for him alone, but already the default, the approach from Loud, it's been great. They have a
खतरनाक
good
ना?
understanding of how to play against all this utility.
You mentioned the great start for Zekin, sitting at 3-0 right now with just a pistol to play around this time. On the opposite side of the stage, you've got rifles aplenty.
Bring them down.
A good C default so far from Cloud, very uncontested. Trying to bait out that Vice utility, and they do just that. That orb was also gathered onto DGZ. He's getting close to that showstopper, only 4 away. If he can farm up some kills in this anti-eco, make it clean, he might have that online. for the
Oh, ये
bonus.
लोग घुसने वाले.
Catch them.
But it's a stack here, Doug. All 5 members.
They just don't have
Oh
the guns.
भाई.
And you imagine it's not going to work out. It shouldn't work out, according to conventional wisdom, and that seems to be the case.
Return जाएंगे अभी. हो गया.
Oh my goodness!
Checking the smoke. I mean, sure, yeah, John will get his. It's a bit of damage done here, too. DG and Pancata both weak. Again, the tapping of the door. It's like nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah.
ऐसे कर ले
Already
Loud.
Loud looking to fight fire with fire. They're not
Cricket
afraid.
11-10. मैं
Yeah,
11
it's stacked, but
10-6 पे देख रहा
we
था.
have the
10-6.
arsenal behind us. Bang. Tries to
10-6
do what he
तक देखा
can there.
मैंने.
Takes out Vinny, but DGZine will get that spike planted at the end of the round on top of that kill, making him even closer to that showstopper.
Yeah, just 2 off here. As you take a look at it, again, this belabored attempt at controlling C.
और kills मिलना चाहिए था ना. Combo अच्छा था. Guns रहते तो शायद निकाल
Back
लेते
B.
थे.
It was a good read from Sentinels. Just the firepower is just not quite there. Loud, they need to be careful in future rounds. If they get caught out like that, if Sen can get the reads on them and have 5 members there,
Yep.
when they have the weaponry behind them and maybe even more utility, it's going to be disastrous for Loud.
मच्छर
Yeah, that
यार.
spells danger.
मच्छर में बीटी भी.
Binks getting up really far. Feeling some of the threat, wisely takes a step back, and Loud fill in the space.
Yeah, this is looking just like the previous round, so already Loud conditioning a lot of this C aggression. Maybe a stronger commitment this time around.
All that Vice utility will make things difficult. And now you've got the Omen TP, or Flash, excuse me, you have to get through as well.
Yes, but Doug, this is where Sentinels shine. Retaking with this composition. We saw it on Pro. Are we going to see it here again on Lotus?
A pop of the ult?
Oh, yeah.
DG wanting to go. Flashed up. The wick is already halfway burned. How much more can he find? A satchel out. Again, finding no target. No joy.
But time was bought.
क्या लगता है retake होएगा लग रहा है.
Right back in the face of it. The stun is going to be good. Celsius will find the first. DG
Oh, almost हाँ दो मार देते.
Numbers still the way of the defense. This spike has been taking for a little bit longer now. Yes, they have the numbers advantage, but time is of the essence. Speed up. It is brief. Pancada and Tui's brothers finding two-piece.
Oh, भाई time नहीं है लेकिन वापस.
Close one, but the defuse will come through this time. Sentinels are on the board.
So impressive from Sentinels. 1 second left on that defuse. I mean, that showstopper was popped to try to disrupt any type of retake. But the awareness that you have to have in order to fall all the way back and not get picked off by that, and then you go like this.
Yeah.
It looks so clean.
John Guti ने बचा लिया.
The butter of Sentinels. This is why they're so strong this year. Tejo makes their retakes and their sight hits even more strong.
Guti ने बचा लिया.
Good answer back from Sentinels.
All right, I think also
ये round advantage heavy है Loud के पास.
Body language.
सारे लोग light armor में.
What we saw against 100 Thieves.
Shot.
That's a start.
You want to talk about body language? Bang is out of the server right now.
DG is going to continue to push the pace. Greeted by Celsius.
Oh, and he gets out alive. Barely.
Wow, goes up.
A little bit of a freeze to the round. A 1-for-1, though, all things considered with that start. I mean, that's pretty good for Sentinels.
अंधे में मारा.
Bang got deleted.
Yeah, I'd take that any day of the week.
And again, more proactivity. They understand how good Sen is on this retake. But I feel like Sentinels are also waiting for something like this. And what is that?
Yeah.
Clean out from Narrate. He gets a second. Seconds pop the ult. He's gone exploring.
Full info.
A bit of a roundabout and where the last two members are. It's not even about utility at this point. They just want to find out where they are and take the fights. Pancada falls. Vinny in a 1v4 will fall.
Just absolutely smothered. Sentinels destroying Loud on yet another retake. That's 2 back-to-back. But what did Narrate just do right there? Was that just an intuition spray through the wall? Did he see an elbow?
I think he must have seen an elbow, yeah.
Right?
Because he was playing really close up on the angle.
It's insane. That was that crazy entry, by the way. And I don't know how Celsius gets that trade. No, it was just intuition. Wow. That is insane from Narrate. What a heads-up play. So smart, so aware. And that just busted that entire retake.
आज पहली बार इतना जल्दी उठा Sen Loud देखने को बे
The economy finally
गलत team है बे.
looking in favor of Sentinels. They're building up a little bit of their own, and Zekken, he's sitting on that Outlaw. There's a lot of light armor on the side of Loud, and no armor. Yeah, so this Outlaw is going to do some damage, man.
Oh, hey, we also
Rolex
haven't
man.
seen Loud really have
Rolex
to
man is
from
here.
this position where they're down. That's the only rifle they had. It's interesting that he's just going to find a pick, I guess. Try to tip the scales back in your favor.
Yeah. While all that was happening, though, when that pick happened, that A control was gathered. C orb was gathered from the side of Loud. So even though they're down, you know, disadvantageous in economy, they're still getting something out of it. A little bit of jiggles, but that Omen teleport should be staying on dodge. And a lot of footsteps heard from John, but this baby door is broken. He needs to be careful.
TG's up close, the Phantom on the other side. A satchel traded for a stun and a nade. The cherry on top. Meanwhile, all attention turning back towards A with the spike in hand. Vinny.
Into
the site. Just on the other side here. This is big from Bang.
Yeah.
Kawanzine, that would have had to have been a ridiculous shot.
An off angle from hell.
Bang कौन से team में था यार पहले? ये भी अच्छी.
Pancada was able to grab a weapon, but is that going to be enough to keep back this flood from Sentinels?
It's going to be so difficult. I mean, this
100
fault
kills,
line is
100 kills
gonna
bang.
be, and a lot of players are going to get lined up in this.
Vinny's one off ult. He's got the ult now. He's going to be able to pop it off the tap. There it goes. But it misses one. Oh, thrown into the sky. He's able to get another one. Is there going to be
Right.
enough time, bot?
Badkis narrate.
Pagata in a 1v3. The tap of the spike. It's on his angle, but the bullet's just barely going around him. Not able to settle the shots. A spam comes through. The defuse lands. Sentinels have the lead.
Almost a perfect investment from Loud. That breach
round
ultimate hits
dinner retake.
everybody but Narrate, who cleans up 2 and then sticks the defuse at the end of the round.
थोड़ा आधा इंच पीछे से जाके अल्टी मार
Not
देता.
backing up just 1 step.
हाँ
Missing
बे
Narrate,
आधा इंच.
that's the make it or break it.
What's tough too is, can you even call that a mistake?
I mean, it's
Right?
a heat of the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But
a
still,
tough
down to the
position.
wire though, right? It's so difficult. Another retake, 3 for 3 right now for Sentinels though.
3 rounds in a row now. Again, a little bit pacey towards C.
Yeah, this time too, he's sitting far back. He doesn't want to get first blooded walking out of that choke. Understands the
B
firepower
खाली
of
कर
what's
दिया,
behind
C ले लिया.
it. Tap of the door to try to bait some rotations.
But they have that cover too. I mean, John's already in Worm. You've got Zelsus who's, or excuse me,
Wall
Zen who's
trick
really
हो गया
far
क्या?
away. Loud don't have a lot of room to work here. They have to be able to alleviate some of this pressure.
And that's why 2E's is taking that head-to-head against Zekin, but John's already cheating back over here. And we've seen how deadly this setup can be. This Yoru flash, he can get so much value here.
Scalp spotted. utility
Combo,
ducked, and now the
combo,
sweep.
combo,
Zekin
combo.
not connecting. 40 seconds left in the round though.
He's still here, Doug. Yep,
Yeah, that'll play.
he's still hanging around now. Right before that teleport timer runs out, he gets out. And why not? You're up numbers. You've won almost every single
बहुत
retake
सही क्या वाली
other
team
than
है
the
बे?
pistol round.
30
Play the
seconds.
advantage.
हाँ?
Yeah, live to fight another day. If they try to go B here, you
Yeah,
got the vice wall.
But they're gonna get smothered. There's already a breach here. Narrate is set
ऐसे
up.
बंद मत करो यार.
If they're going to try to scale again,
Chal
that's
karta,
the key to
Pacific के
success.
time पे
That hit a
करता.
couple of them, but not all in the smoke.
तुम्हारा
It's
बैटरी
not
4%
safe.
है.
10 seconds left on the round. The
Pacific
paranoia
के
out.
time पे
The
पक.
spike successfully getting planted. Now the
Love
game is
miss.
split. Numbers the way of Loud. A 2v2 now.
आज भूल गया था वरना मैं कर देता रे.
A messy spot to be in. Narrate.
ये गेम के बाद भी कर सकते. मैं फोन चार्ज
He
करके कर दूँ.
can.
ठीक है?
Zekin's been
ये
left
map
alone.
के बाद.
Another moment to try to deliver heroics, and he can't. That's 3 for 2.
भाई
Uses
Loud
Loud
ने
match the
निकाला.
number.
Back-to-back rounds
4v5?
where the breach ult missing one person defines the outcome. It's actually ridiculous what we're witnessing right now. I mean, the previous round, Vinny misses Narrate. This time around, the breach ult from Narrate misses 2E's.
And that's a difference maker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is. And yeah, the Vice Ultimate's invested as well. That was a big commitment from Sentinels on this retake. And for Loud to just rip that one away, it kind of puts them back into... It brings momentum back into their favor a little bit. And you can hear it in the
मैं
comments. They're
16 से
screaming
मैं
now.
16 तक की देखा बे.
That
मैं
was a
फिर
big
छोड़ दे
round
गिव
for
अप कर
them.
दिया था.
We do have a minor tech pause that's happening on the stage right now. I'm being told it's audio related. So
Thank you for the
as
tech
is always
pause
the
यार.
case, any
मतलब क्या है
information
मेरा
that I get,
तीसरा
I
तो
will
है
relay to
Watchparty.
you good people.
कल सुबह चौथा कर देंगे
And we
इसमें
will
क्या है?
get back into action
आराम
as
से
soon as
पूरा
possible.
रात
Greg,
करो tech pause
I
पे.
had a lot of doubts about Loud.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Like I didn't believe coming into this match that they'd be able to stand toe to toe. You've seen 6 rounds so far. What has been your takeaway?
मैं करूँगा
Very
वाला आप
impressive
मत
how
करो
they're
अभी
dealing with
कॉलेज
all
में
the
हूँ.
utility on
वो
the side of
रैंडम
Sentinels,
मिलता है.
Baiting it out, even on that A fight when Zekin
मैं
still
भी ये
kills
मैप के
one.
बाद कर
The
दूंगा.
fact that they were able to bait out the missiles from the Tejo of John QT and not get picked by that utility and then go back into things, bring things back around. It's very, very impressive, the game plan of Loud going into this. Keep in mind, this is
कब
their
तक
map.
करोगे Watchparty
Maybe they
पूरा?
did a lot of prep work.
इसके बाद G2
we
live करेंगे,
haven't
उसके बाद
seen
सो जाएंगे
Sentinels play
सुबह
this map this year
10
yet,
बजे,
but
फिर उठेंगे
historically
12
they've
बजे.
been great on it. You could count on one hand how many times they lost last year. And how many times they won? You need at least 3 or 4 for that one.
Even to 50 gifted.
Quick
तुम
fix.
क्यों करोगे?
audio
मुझे करना है
issue
ना. मैं आ रहा
rectified.
था.
And now we can get back to the fun stuff. Tied at 3 apiece. If you've just joined us, it's been
दोनों
a
करते,
story
दोनों
of
करते, दोनों
retake
करते.
success on the side of Sentinels, but
दोनों करते. मैं आ रहा था यार
Wow,
चैलेंज.
persistent.
अच्छा नहीं लगता.
and they brought us to this tie score early
बस
on
भाई
in the
नहीं है
first
अभी.
half. John QT with ult here.
कोई अगर लेगा तो टीम में मेरे हिसाब से रिटायर नहीं हुआ शायद. या पता नहीं
Trap
रिटायर हो
setup
भी
here
कह
from
रहेगा.
the side of Sentinels. You have that Omen flash in the door by Bang. And there's that Armageddon. A freebie onto GG Zin.
Oh, I didn't know if they knew where Kalanzin was, but he's been found.
Yeah, but what else has been found is this front B space from Pancata.
There's a lot left to do, though. He's got the real estate, but he's got to be able to convert it into a success somehow. That's big out from Vinny. There's help.
Bit of an overheat.
Tap on an area. I thought he was going to kill him on the second spam. No. Still a possession here as now Zekken is starting to swing things back their way.
Goodish.
It's 4v2. The spike's still not committed. 50 seconds left in the round.
Teo broken hai na?
And an abundance
Retire ho
of
gaya?
options.
Acha retire.
Oh, that breach stun could have been perfectly timed, but it's Zekken that gets the good timing this time around.
Yeah, and that feels like a perfect example of why when we say breach feels clunky.
Yeah.
That was it.
30 seconds left.
You imagine this is going to be a save from Pancata. Wants to keep that
Never
arsenal
do,
into
Rocky.
the next round. I mean, if he can snag a couple kills on his way out, why not? But the economy
4-3.
is not looking good for Loud. Sentinels have full reset.
भाई ये मैप
once
जीतना
again.
पड़ेगा.
I mean, these rounds have been so close.
सेन का अगर फॉल मैप है मतलब भाई भागा के मारेंगे.
Only a Vandal save Vinny. He'll be able to buy something in the following round, maybe a Sheriff buy up for DG Zine. But that trap play from Sentinels was so clean, and you saw it set up already. The baby door broken, Tejo using the drone, doesn't get contact there, but as soon as more utility and footsteps are heard from Bang, the Armageddon comes out, the Paranoia comes out, and you're trapped. You can't go anywhere. Kawazin, yeah, he's stuck in a smoke, but there's only one other place that Sentinels have to check, and why not spray it down?
पैसे है
And it's
नहीं.
interesting too because you often see that
चार
Tejo
ulta आने वाला
used
है.
for retakes or
Yeah.
on site
Reach and
proper,
farm
but to
करेंगे
use it to
Loud.
fight for
ये
a
round.
main space at the beginning of the round is just, it's different. I don't think I've ever seen it used that way before.
Yeah, it looked
वाह
phenomenal.
दिवान
And
busy
he
schedule
tapped
हुआ.
in the back, being like, oh, that's another one that worked. Let's check that one off. Save
तेरे
that for
ब्रेक
later
पे
in the
पता
year.
नहीं टीम में नहीं है कोई.
Chance for the coaches to join the conversation. Loud call a timeout, the first of the map for them.
Yeah, just trying to ice some of this momentum.
क्या ना लेकिन 10
Spoke
फायर
about it
पावर
earlier
पे
about how
10.
fired up they looked.
10
in that
shooters
ranked
एक
matchup.
साथ.
Today, starting off a little bit more calm, but once this team gets going, their communication is so key to their success. And it gets loud, it gets intense.
Practice, Anurag.
But they're here, they're fired up. It's a type of energy that, honestly, I haven't really seen the Sentinels
और
team
बंक्स
have
भाई
in
नाइट
quite some
शिफ्ट
time.
में काम करने जैसा फीलिंग नहीं होता
Yeah,
जब
the
3:30
comp videos that they
नेशन
put
शुरू
out,
करता हूँ.
what,
मैंने
this
कभी नाइट
week,
शिफ्ट
just
किया
a
नहीं है
couple days
लाइफ
ago,
में,
was
तो
really
मुझे पता नहीं.
indicative of that. You're right.
They just sound hungry for a win.
खुद का वॉल्यूम थोड़ा कम करो, इसका ज्यादा कर दो. नहीं रे, नहीं कर सकता. मेरा कम ही है
Sentinels
लेकिन.
with a one-round lead. You had the ult in play for Zekken. Speak of the devil.
Yeah. 849 days. Man. And he's so good too. I feel like he's just getting started.
हाँ.
Hey, but he's been this good and he's been
अभी
getting
तो
better
आया
every
वो.
year. You wonder what the ceiling is for this kid.
2 साल हो गए, 3 साल होने आए.
So after the timeout, looks like Loud is going back to their C default.
मेरे को लगा अभी आया था.
Something we've seen in the first 3 rounds.
Wonder if they're trying to feed Vinny this
नंबर
orb
लेने
here.
के बाद भी चैट है इसके पीछे
I
भाई.
understand that Sentinels have been
पढ़ता
giving
रहता हूँ
that. I wouldn't be
पूरा
surprised if
टाइम नहीं
Sen
पढ़ सकता ना मैच देख.
mix things up, put a trap play there, maybe in the next couple of rounds. Deny that orb for future rounds.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye out on that. There's still a lot of utility here. The Thorns are all here. The nade did not clear what they were looking to clear, quietly crossing on the other side of the smoke. Zekken with a lot of threat on the other side here.
Oh, no way.
Do they know? It hasn't been activated. Nothing has been caught. There's no idea. Now the Paranoia out. Zekken has to take a step back. DG's already backside. He's got the Apollo. He's going to continue to try to scale, and he does. Zelsis now found.
बाप रे.
The side is theirs.
Jeez.
मैं one
Most of the
tap
time,
भारी
Loud
पड़ा
has
बे.
gone C. It's been using utility very early on. A flurry of trades here, but it's a 2v4.
And again, I think we
ये
saw there.
round कैसे जीत
Loud
गए?
getting what they wanted and then scaling up.
Yeah,
Kalanzin
exactly.
was in their spawn.
Exactly. This time around, Loud, instead of blowing their utility in the actual mound area, they walk all the way on site, neck to neck with Zekken right there. And then they explode. I like the idea from Sentinels, though. Zelsis switching up that that wall. They were aware that there could be some kind of C pressure, but they just weren't ready for what was behind it. That showstopper invested by DG Zine, the Paranoia as well.
हंट नहीं करेंगे ये लोग भी. ये लोग का भी इकोनॉमी नहीं है ना.
Thrifty.
And the Loud members a little too close for comfort for Zekken to deal
Loud
with.
को support
So,
कर रहे हो
Loud,
क्या?
off the
नहीं नहीं
timeout,
नहीं.
they do
Sen
convert
Sen
that
बड़ी
round.
Sen. मस्त
You
शॉट
made
मारा
a really good point on wondering
सबसे
if
क्रूशियल किल था वो
Sentinels would be more inclined towards fighting for some of the C space at the beginning of the round. You got to think if they hadn't gotten that space for free, they would have never been able to pull that round off. I wonder if you're
Members
right.
on the
Sentinels
Valorant
try to be a
push
little
next
bit more
cup
aggressive
I think
in these
Perso.
main positions at the beginning of
I'm
the
not
round.
wrong
And what a better weapon to do it than an operator. Yeah, there isn't a lot of utility behind this, but he's able to snag a pick and get out if he bides his time correctly.
love you V
It's just so much harder to do on a 3-map site, but you're right. I think the flash certainly helps. A belter of a shot from DG's in.
Face your fear.
Is that and then
भाई
it's gonna be a
एंट्री तो
good
मार
speed
रहा है
up here. Celsius.
I mean, as it should. They've been able to find a crack in the window, and now they're trying to kick the damn thing down.
Just getting bombed by utility, but that vice wall separates everybody.
Entry
Only
तो
Kalas
मार रहा है
in the site right now.
And this is going to force a slowdown for just a bit here. Now, Loud have an option. They can stay. They still have 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the round. They could flip it.
But Vinny's holding the breach ult for the flood. Oh, a little bit of an early investment here.
Oh, Kalantine able to get two
Planted.
as they try to strike on the other side of
यूसी
the
हो गया
smoke.
लेकिन
I mean, good
Round
shit
आ गए
from
लोग
John, but the layered utility
Love you,
from
Sanjay.
Loud is too strong. That follow-up paranoia. There were so many layers to that hold. Loud, they're not falling for that retake stuff that Sentinels has been doing. They're like, hey, we've had enough of that. The breach ult invested into water to make sure nobody walks in from there. All eyes focused on the CT smoke. I mean, Loud, they've came ready to play it here today, Doug.
Yeah, I think they have. It seems to me like they had a very clear plan on how to counter one of the things Steho's really good at, and that's retakes. We've talked about it a couple times this cast already.
भाई
If
एक
you
राउंड और
don't
चाहिए
let Sentinels get
एक राउंड
comfortable and start their retake attempts, start to layer utility,
अटैक में निकाल लेंगे अरे
start to flood in with it.
Attack में
If
निकाल
you
लेंगे मेरे से।
disrupt that from the beginning, it's never going to work.
Exactly.
Hey,
And we've
पे
seen
मारा
them get
नवाज
punished for
भाई।
disrupting a little bit too early on.
Yeah.
Now it's
Yep.
a different type of disruption. Disrupting when the actual players are running into the site. Oh, he gets legged right
भाई अभी भी
there.
4% है
So
मेरा
unfortunate for Zekin, but what a nice shot from DGZ to maximize on that little tiny mistake, that tiny little whiff. And so many of these rounds have came down to something that small.
Yeah.
When the two breach ults, a little bit a leg shot onto DGZ off of the satchel.
आज सेंस भी जाने वाले नहीं अगर हारा तो लोअर ब्रैकेट है कोई बाहर नहीं जा रहा
And a timeout now used for
इनसे
Sentinels.
हारेगा नहीं
Trying to calm the storm that has been
नारे
loud.
नहीं ट्राई किया
This
अभिषेक
resurgence after their timeout. Hopefully, Kaplan can light
जर्सी
fire
तो
to these
है
boys. That's his goal anyway. A super impressive attack side so far from Loud.
And, you know, all that said, I do think it's worth mentioning this is a really close map so far, right? Like,
Yeah.
we're talking as if, though, Loud have been able to really just kind of style their way through
Finals
Sentinels.
वाला vibe
Sentinels
दे रहे
have
ना?
been on the back foot, and they're kind of
50,
lost. They don't
70
really know
लोग
how they
हैं
want to approach
अभी
this,
तो
but the
नहीं
truth
यार
is, metal has been
मत कर
tested
सा।
on both sides.
Yeah, and this defensive side is so important for Sentinels because I
मैं
fear
भी
that
यार
on the
नहीं I
attacking
think
side,
लोअर
this comp is
ब्रैकेट
just
में
going to put
है
even more work in. You have so much utility to take space.
है
Anywhere
इजी
you want,
एमआईबीआर है
really.
कल और एनर्जी क्रू है कल
We'll see how things look on the other side of this timeout. As Loud try to hang on to a 1-round lead.
I don't know if anyone's seeing this stat right here. DGZ is
तनगड़ा
leading
इन
the tournament
फ्रेंड्स
with
बोलते
operator
हैं
kills.
किसने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं
26
किया
to
लाउड
his
इतना
name.
अच्छा खेलेगा नहीं खेलता है भाई
Who's in contention? Aspas and Mata with 11. And we haven't gotten that to the defensive side yet where
रॉन्ग
DGZ will
एजेंट
probably
सिलेक्ट
pop it
हुआ
out.
लोएस्ट पॉसिबिलिटी पे भी रिस्टार्ट करेंगे क्या फिर से शायद
Whoa. Are they going to
Whatever
stick this
idea.
TP? C is already crunched. Zelsis has nowhere to go. It's him against the world right now. Can he play off around his utility? He's been able to isolate the first. DG now dealt with.
Oh, he
And there's
dodges the
plenty
paranoia.
more to come on the other side. Again, Zelsis versus the world, and so far he stands. Trying to swing out on the
चलेगा
not connecting, but damage dealt
ये नहीं
time
चलेगा
bought. Vinny on the swing, and now John has arrived.
2v3
Couple members of Loud remaining.
भाई सेल्सियस
Limping
मारता
sure,
तो
but
एक
they
बे
are
वाइफ
here.
के साथ
Spike out of reach. And a tough spot to try to convert. Kalantine makes his best attempt to contribute and fails. Leaving the situation in the hands of Tuis.
कर तो सकता है टूइस
Was once a youngster,
I have retrieved the
but has grown so much.
अपने
But
कर
has he
सकता
grown to this?
Just dodges the up down.
Finds a brief moment of respite to
अब
get
कर
the spike
सकता है।
down. Now still left in a 1v3.
अरे
Some of the
अब
work
नहीं
has been
कर
done,
सकता
but it just got so much harder.
अरे बाप रे
Sentinels once again tie us up.
क्या आवाज है ना
Who
चप्पल
other
का
than Celsius to step up for his team in a moment where he was just getting swarmed by utility, swarmed by an Omen ultimate all the way behind him, and to isolate these 1v1s and give his team a chance into getting there, getting
उसका कुछ
rotated
शोज
and
सजेस्ट
making a
करो
retake.
ब्लैकलिस्ट जान जो भी टॉप 10 में देखने हैं
I mean, he really did it all. He really set the tone.
मैं तो बहुत कुछ देख
I
रहा
mean, for a
हूँ
Sentinels round win right there, Doug.
रिसेंटली
Getting
अभी
the
तो
two
शायद
that he
90
got
की तरह
was
चल रहा है
outrageous enough
Yeah,
to
it's
almost
insane.
get threes. Ridiculous. And so once again, we're tied light armor on a couple of members.
हेलो
on both sides.
भगवान
And so far, both timeouts. Very well done from each team. Sentinels
कौन
win
भाई
off
वो
their
वाली
timeout.
चुम्मी दो आपकी ओजी वाली तन्मे भाई गिरी चुम्मी टू मेरी जान
It's going to be an A-trap here for Sentinels. A lot of
That's
utility.
you,
less
yaar.
than
Vada pav
second.
bhi
He's
low pack,
very
179
aggressive. He dodges that Cypher cam as well.
But they've got to suspect somebody's here. Right? Surely
बाप
DG
रे
can't see a
कुछ
damn
दिखाई दे
thing.
रहा है
Narrate falls. Are they expecting John here? He's found the tiniest sliver of safety. Now has to give the position up. There's no running from that.
भाई वो बच्चा कैसे वे
Site is
डीजी
open, but everything was seen from the side of Loud. That Cypher ultimate. It's false information, though. The double back call from John QT in this moment. So good.
That's smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
How much?
Team.
How much should they bite on this? Because yeah, Kawanzi's making a
वो लोग को भी
load of
पता है
noise. See,
कुछ
They're
नहीं है
not falling for it, Doug. Look at the mini-map right now.
वो लोग को भी
3
पता है
members towards this A site. This is the best chance Sentinels have being down a man.
Seconds pushing forward, spotting one member. Not connecting yet, dancing left and right, trying to hide,
Baap
survives.
Happy feet.
Lives to fight another day. Meanwhile, Tui's not nearly as fortunate. DG pushing into the smoke and he's dropped.
बाप रे
They've swung things back in their favor.
बाप रे
This was a 5v4 that they have snatched back.
क्या खेला है
Loud
बे
crumbled in this round.
But the work's not done, is it? The spike's still planted. They're not out of the woodworks yet. Comes in a really good spot. Celsius weak. One down. Seconds Justice 4 off, though, off the swing. He's not able to draw the gun quickly enough. Now
Revive.
he left in a 1v3. Spots one. Still more work to be done. Remember, Second is so weak.
गुड गुड
But it's not enough. Another defuse comes through, and again,
जीत गया ये वाला
another
जीत
lead
गया भाई
change.
ये वाला जीत गया
Vinny's had clutch moments before against EG, but this time,
अरे
the
मैडम
IGL, IGL
सुबह
John
के
sits him
4
down.
बजे है
And what a
काहे
comeback to
थक
the
रहे हो?
round that looked like Loud were just in control of from the start.
One enemy.
The way that Zekin was dancing around that door, not getting taken out. I mean, he almost gave Kaplan a heart attack, but
टेंशन आ रहा
I
है
mean,
they
honestly,
turned it around. It was a phenomenal job.
well, and that's how the half has been,
Yeah.
right? It doesn't feel like either team
Crazy
has really
man's
been able
heavy.
to create any
Hello,
separation.
Super stressful.
What do you think as per deserve better team?
Just when you think
जिसको
you have
जो
something
डिजर्व
figured
जाना
out.
जाओ मेरे को बस अच्छा गेम दे
Another wrinkle is thrown into the ploy.
मैं क्या होता
And
हूँ
this
बोलने
time,
वाला डिजर्विंग
it's Constantine with an Ares.
Get some good damage as well.
Find you.
Zekin sitting at 60 HP, but with what we saw him do last round, I mean, he's a tough cookie to crack. It is going to be a B execute here from Loud. A lot of members here from the side of Sentinels. Those satchels were less than ideal, but it gets the job done. The space is gathered. Lucky no one was out in the open to pick them off.
A deep trip in an attempt at planting the spike. Vinny will be 2 away from his ult here.
3 members of Loud. And
ऐसे करेंगे
there's
retake
a
देखेंगे
Cypher chip set up here as well that could do some damage later in the round.
But he's playing ahead of the trip. He's got to give some of this
Press
space
हो गया
up.
Might be a bait.
You are flirting with fire, son.
Oh,
Fully flash, still gets a kill. Now dropped.
फ्लड हो गया
There's that trip that we were just talking about. Pankata and Tui is able to drop second and narrate. Now
अरे
Pankata
बाप रे
continuing to push
शॉट
forward.
बे
Snaps onto John,
भाई
snaps onto Bang, and again, a tie.
6
said we've only seen
6
30% of his power. I think we just saw something very good from him in this round. He stepped it up big.
Hey,
Sitting
dono
at 9
team.
and 7, the top of the scoreboard, closing out the half for his team, making
Hey.
it even 6-6.
a much more highly contested battle between these two. And you mentioned it, yeah, it's Loud's map pick, and you know we can have that conversation, but the truth of the matter is Loud have pushed, Sentinels have pushed back, neither team has folded. And that just made for a really damn good
Even none dono team.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
That was great.
The good thing is there's
Sen
more
Vs
valorant to be
Loud
had on the other side
हाँ
of the
ना
break. Don't
कभी
go
भी कुछ
anywhere.
भी हो
Stick with
सकता
us.
है
We'll be right back.
विलाउ सोल आपको एसन का वॉचपार्टी करना पड़ेगा आपका थिंग्स बहुत काम आएगा यार इससे भी मतलब कुछ भी बोलने का लिखने के लिए
Verizon will pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600 only on Verizon.
Sixes is good on defense. Nah. This is a taking map. Taking. गरबा से आया इतने रात को आप कब 100 आईफोन गिवअवे बना रहे हो 100 मिलियन सब्स पे हेल्थ का ध्यान दो तेल लगाने गया This is so good. True. आपको अब तक कौन सा प्रोडक्शन हाउस सबसे अच्छा लगा? पैसिफिक का अच्छा लगा मेरे को इस बार एक्चुअल में प्लस टेक पॉज ये सब भी नहीं था कुछ कैसे सेट भाई
The tables have turned and now Sentinels are going to be on the attacking side.
अब
We'll see how things play out.
जो होएगा लाउड के
through the break. Dre, I want to get your thoughts on this comp. We've seen it on the defense for Sentinels, but this Vice, Tejo, Breach, Yoru, what are you looking for? What are you expecting?
होएगा
So many options available for this attacking side. I mean, you could really bait out a lot of the utility that Loud
जो
has.
होएगा
Just execute on a site with the infinite utility that you have.
Right.
So I'm expecting a lot of that. That's the power in the Yoru. You can TP out of a lot of this crazy stuns or tether nades that can happen. Zekin already trying to dance with fire over here towards that A side default. And everybody else just holding.
It's interesting. John dropped his missiles right outside of B main at the very beginning of the round, and they're still looking at it. Almost convinced that there would be a swing there.
Rightfully so. I mean, 3 members were geared up towards there for the side of Loud. It's a full retake on this C site with only a cam there. Orb is gathered by John. Already putting an emphasis on that Teo ultimate. We've seen how good John can be. The Michael Bay of Teo. He's the director on this agent.
Worth noting here too, 5 ghosts on the side of Loud.
बी पे जाएंगे लग रहा है ए पे और लेने जा रहे हैं क्या
Yeah, not a lot of utility.
I mean, they are shooters. And so you go, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
This is a smart pistol round
Oh,
from
big
Sentinels.
push.
Denying info at A, taking all that space.
बी पुश heavy
Does prompt a bit of a speed up from Loud. This is the protocols from
seconds
either
left.
end right now. John, he might get cut off here.
They're playing him like puppets on strings, but you're right, John's gonna get caught on the swing.
अभी ये लोग को सिटी या वाटरफॉल लेना पड़ेगा
Mid.
क्या लेंगे
Yeah,
वो
the rotates
देखते हैं
very late. Sentinels are going to have to take space. Deep
City.
CT try to even the score.
They're planning really deep here.
Yeah, they're all corralled back here, though. And there's a breach at the other end of this, Doug.
I think they're gonna want to scale into spawn and then potentially flip through.
Oh, they got to be careful here, though.
No, instead they're digging their heels in. They're choosing to stay.
They're just going to fight.
Spamming through the smoke. Zach looking to find another one for free, and he does.
बाप
Bloody
रे
murder.
2 left.
45 से 3 वीडियो
What can DG and Vinny do? Side by side, trying to
लो
attempt
भी है
this
ब्लाइंड
retake
भी खाया
from spawn. Gets the
इधर
best of
ज्यादा गया
seconds. Still plenty of work to be done, though. 2
तो
classics on the other side, but light armor.
It's not planted for them.
Vinny, he's gotten it to half. He's gotten it to half. There's the swing. The flash comes through, and the round for Sentinels.
जी क्लासिक बोलते क्लासिक दिखा क्लासिक दिखा
He's clutching again and again, Doug.
जी क्लासिक बोलते
It comes down to this man right here on your screen. And he stepped up to the plate like crazy. Those are those missiles you
Global
saw at the
fighting
beginning.
बोला
Some
ना
going
कोई तो?
towards C as well, trying to thwart any type of aggression. I like the
कोई तो
proactivity
global
from
fighting
Loud
बोला
off of that A default when they kind of get denied info over there. But the way that Sentinels identified where they should be playing in that post plant, taking the fight too loud on that flank. They understood that that breach fault line in CT, it's very strong.
A Marshall for second here in the second round of the half.
Yeah, and a fast approach out A as well. Testing the waters here, getting a little bit more confidence. See what kind of utility is thrown.
It is there. He hasn't found it yet, but it is there.
Certainly, and he gets to just prod in here. Cam will be tapped maybe after some sound is made. Zekin's just messing around over here with the Marshall. Gets the orb for free. No tap of the Cam still.
Come on, man.
But yeah.
There it is. Caught in 4K.
Removal of the dart, though. And I think for Sentinels, they haven't invested a ton on this side.
And this is something that Zelsis is so good at doing. When contact has been made on one side of the site, he goes hunting, he goes fishing. And he just weasels his way in, Doug.
Are they going to take the bait?
But it doesn't matter, because even if he sees 3 here, he's going to call his team to go A.
Oh, but he whiffed it. Oh, he whiffed it. He made a mess of it.
All good. You still have the numbers advantage. 4v2 on the A site. It's all part of the master plan in absolute cinema.
Paranoia out. They're going to continue to scale. 2 East falls.
Good delay, though.
13 seconds left.
Oh, my God, the nade.
A second attempt.
Baapre.
Finally succeeding. But it's gone down to a 3v3. This has already gotten way too messy. Couple of members weak.
क्या लगता है लेफ्ट राइट जा सकता है बे 2 जन लो है
potential to steal the round away. What can Loud do?
दो टीम क्वालीफाई.
Can they turn this into magic? Does not seem to be the case unless Pankata can do it on his own. And the no-scope from Zekin will seal the deal. Sentinels get to 8.
यार रात का टाइम है
Very labored. But Sentinels, they bring it back.
मजा है बस.
They win the anti-eco round. Zelsis, he saw 3 members on that C site when he was going fishing.
Madam,
he's so good at just finessing around these corners, finding the right timings, just slipping right past the defenses. Gives enough info for his team to get here. And it got scary for Sentinels.
Yeah, देखना बे Sen fans.
That layered utility from Loud was really good. It almost got
the
the job done.
They're just so uncomfortable on the side.
But Loud is looking strong.
Absolutely. We'll be fire with fire here.
Yeah, a bit of a scrappy start towards A from both sides, and DG lights him up. That's 3 on the round for him.
And he wanted more.
Vinny having to take a step back as he's peppered. Worse for wear, 21 HP. And Sentinels find themselves in a bit of a mess. Bang is weak.
You have 2 of the most clutch players on the Sentinels roster.
क्या था ये?
1 minute on the clock to do what they want to do.
Hey,
I think there may have been a shoulder scene right there from Kawazin.
A tap going on. Yeah, the tap of the door too will confirm. Creeping forward, playing things as quietly as he can. They've got to find a way to try to get this back to equal footing. Yeah, they've gotten the spike down. But there's a flank that's going to be coming in from Pankata through the southern side of the map.
He second guesses himself.
नहीं वो wall trigger करके return आया.
Yeah, Loud are so cautious right now. But Bang and Zelsis, they're so clutch.
Big from Zelsis. He's not going to get challenged again. The spike has been ticking for a long time. They've got to accelerate here.
Blind
One is what it comes down to right here.
That's 1 found. Banks got to get this kill. He's able to get 1. Those are a couple more on the other side. Kawazin will swing and clean him up.
Blind भी था बे. Just imagine.
And now the defuse.
Yeah, it seems
just
very
imagine
scary,
अगर वो 1v1 fight जीत जाता.
Very calm and composed during that entire time.
और वो blind आ जाता.
That Pankata won against Zelsis.
That was it.
Yeah, that was really what made the difference there. Because, yeah, with that time ticking, it could have gone into the Sentinels. And listen, Doug, there's a lot of questions from everybody, Doug. A lot of questions from everybody. Is DG Zine just an op 1 trick? Yeah, forget an agent 1 trick. Forget about a Jet. Is he an op 1 trick? Stepping up huge here, showcasing his rifle skills. That 3K, it was snappy, man.
There was never any question of that guy's mechanical skill when he was on the stage and when he took the year off, but he's back now. A very aggressive play towards B, and again, this is going to be a mess. They're all huddled in here. The rocket deals a little bit of damage, but it does not find more lethality. Meanwhile, Sentinels on the other side. The
Yeah.
counter punch connects. You've got to be careful
ये
here,
जा
though.
रहे
Pancata
भाई
again on the prowl.
clean read baby
Wise to it, though.
clean read
Zelsus was covering the flank. Now all
ये लोग
eyes
इतने
towards
वाइस क्यों है
And
पता है
2
ना
trips, also a Cypher cam
इनकी
here as
टीम में
well.
वाइस है
Sentinels, they're going to
इसे
have
इसके
to
लिए
just
जैसे कहता है क्या
disrespect this. They have to just speed up into sight here. The more time they waste, the more time Pancata is allowed to flank.
There's just so much utility, as you mentioned, that they're going to have to navigate through and circumvent.
Oh, they've done just that as well.
Planted.
उड़ने वाला भी
Absolutely
ले
useless
आओ
from
फिर
Pancata.
ओवरऑल लूंगा ले इसके आ सकता है यार बहुत मेंबर्स बढ़ जाएंगे पूरा चैट ग्रीन हो जाएगा फिर मैं नॉर्मल चैट पढ़ ही नहीं पाऊंगा
Post plant, 3 players in tree. Narrate the solo
Yeah,
on site. A great
excuse me,
paranoia
man.
on the top of the door.
Pancata looking for a target, looking for a scalp to claim.
Great smoke.
Meanwhile, they've been stuck on the other side, and Kalanzine! Oh, it's a mess! Narrate can still secure the round off the stun. There's the swing. He finds one. Backs against the wall. Can Narrate respond? Can he contribute? He's gotten it down to the one that remained. And he cannot hold on. Kalanzine, what was that?
What was the flash
कैसे
that hit Sentinels in tree right there? Was it the Vice flash that blinded everybody?
I'm not sure.
I gotta play that back. I just missed it. It all happened so fast. This was the entry into the round, but it's madness. I mean, look at John QT. He got team flash right there. So unfortunate. He was the guy that would have taken Kawanzin out.
हाँ
Yo, he's popping off. STK is also popping off.
Again, this back and forth affair
अभी
continues to
पॉजिटिव लग
deliver.
रहा है टीम
It's a gift that keeps on giving. 8-8.
What a banger first match so far. A lot of utility here invested for Sentinels to take this C space. Something we haven't seen yet. A very aggressive trip and a spam.
These Pugnacious protocols are not working out for Sentinels.
that
So much found. And again, Sentinels are forced
what
onto
the
this back
fuck is
foot.
this chat
I must wait a moment.
Still early
Yeah,
days in the
trip.
round, but it feels
कभी
They've
जिंदगी में वहाँ पे
invested
ट्रिप
this
नहीं देखा मैंने
they've got a flank coming around the other side. And they still know. Zekin's able to trade it for one, yes, but there's so much more left to do. The Prowler, Loud, it's not enough.
क्या ट्रिप था वो
Loud take
क्या
the lead
रिवील
back.
था वो
And you love to see it. That trap
क्या
play from Loud
coordination था
onto the
वो
C mound area. That deep trip right on the ground too. He
Time
gets
out.
a free spam. But the follow-up, Doug, from Kawanzin, that fade eye, that is insane. That was thrown from B site, Doug. That's a lineup from B site.
Last player standing.
What a sick play.
Okay, done.
You can't do anything about that if you're Sen. There's no way you're ready for that.
है बे दोनों टीम है
A wisely
कैसा
timed
मजा नहीं आ रहा
timeout.
वापस आओ हाँ अच्छा तो
Tablet
खेल
right
रहा है
now.
टीम
They
उसके
just got
बिना
absolutely decimated
bracket
by
में
that
ही है
trap play
team.
from Loud.
The
कोई प्रॉब्लम है
timeline,
नहीं अभी तक
That was
the timeline tells how close of a game this has been and how it feels like Loud are starting to create a little bit of separation. They just won 3 rounds in a row, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the first time either
कुछ नहीं
team
कर
has won
सकता
that many
उस
rounds
कुछ
Yeah.
भी नहीं कर
in a bunch. Loud
रैप
are
प्ले
starting to
होता
tip
ही
things
ऐसे
their way
रैप
here.
अगर आया तो लग गए सिंपल इसलिए
And what
trap
a way
play
to
बोलते हैं।
do it as well with the crazy trap play. I mean, what a read. What a call from Vinny to call that setup. And the heads up play from Kawanzin to be able to get that lineup out in time while still kind of worrying about that front B. That's
hard,
not an
man.
easy thing to do. That's
Nope.
like a split-second decision off of the trip hit.
But
3-2.
it's going to have to continue to be stuff
Oh.
like that if they want to put Sentinels away, because as we've mentioned a couple of times now, they're not folding, right? They'll bend, but they have not broken yet. So if
वैसा है
there is to be a knockout blow on Loud, where does it come from? Is
वैसा है
it the op in the hands of DG? Because we haven't seen that yet.
पांच स्टिंगर
I mean, this is a tough map to op on as well, so we might not even see it at all on this map, but you're definitely going to be seeing it on Pearl. We know that as a fact.
You know, Pancata's there. Speeding up towards C once again.
What time
Another
आने
change
दिया
of a trip here.
This is 5 stingers. I mean, they're wanting to get up close and personal. They're wanting to get past all this utility and try to take the fight to their doorstep.
It's just
BT
disgusting. These Cypher trips are dismantling
Triple
Sentinels like
BT.
Kawanzin running through.
3 2 1
Sentinels, 3 2 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1
Stinger's just not connecting. And again,
It's
Sentinels
either
are in a
every
spot
trip.
where they're fully surrounded. You got 2 towards spawn.
Last player standing.
You got 2 on the other
कैसे वो
side.
ऐसा
as
जा
well.
रहा था?
Oh man, I mean we've seen him here before, but he only took out 2 previously. He's gonna have to take out the entire squad of Loud.
10,
He cannot
8
do that
for
here. 2 will
fucking
clean up the
Loud.
round. That's 10 to 8
किसने
now
सोचा था?
for Loud.
And 4 rounds in a row.
ये देख के तुम लोगों को लग रहा रहेगा ना लाउड
The
जीतेगा?
last 2 rounds, a free kill off the Cypher trip. He's changing up his positioning with this utility, and it's paying out dividends.
Planted.
अब देखना.
Yeah, it certainly worked that round. Again, those were 5 Stingers, but the point being,
Just watch
We're
and
seeing
wait.
But now you're worried if you're Sentinels. Where are these trips at? You don't have a raise to really, I guess, break a lot of areas where it could be at.
sure, you don't have the nades, you don't have the satchels, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, you have the Yoru clone, but it's not really getting as much value.
जीतेगा तो सनी.
There's a lot towards
Tough
A
है.
here for Loud.
लेकिन जीतेगा जीतना तो चाहिए
Bit of a
मतलब.
gamble here from Loud, opting to play that full retake C. Info will be gathered now from John QT with that stealth drone B used. And I mean, they're just running it down. See, they're playing the odds. Okay, you stuffed us there twice. Surely not a 3rd time. There's that Yoru clone this time, baiting out the Cypher trip. So, being a little bit more methodical on the entry is Sentinels.
If they try to fight this out from C, they have the tools to do it, Dre. They have Narrate Salt, they have
भाई
John's ult too.
बहुत अल्ट है.
Oh, this breach ult could be very juicy for Narrate.
Do they know they're there?
Oh, the tap of the door though.
There it is, Rolling Thunder invested. They've also got the Teho ult used. Vinny's the first claim, the Paranoia not connecting with the smoke
क्या?
to provide a little bit of cover. They got to try to flood out. DG plucked from the sky.
Oh, they're
Extreme
stuffed.
line.
There's no way for them to get in.
They can't do anything. Right now, if you're Loud, you go for every exit you possibly can.
And now Tui's has been dealt with from defender spawn.
9-10.
If there was
They were
a Teho,
ऐसे
you
क्यों मारा
could
लेकिन
build
उल्टा
counter, I
मारता
think
था
John
ना?
would have the most. Don't fact check me on that, but I feel like he really does. It seems like it. Every time I see this guy, he gets a kill with it. But yeah, that Armageddon as well. A great reaction. I think there was an interview with John himself saying that Teho comes down to the creativity of the player.
Yeah, that makes
And
sense.
he's extremely creative on how he uses the utility. He's very smart. I mean, this
मेरे प्रिय मित्र दिव्यांश भाई, आपसे बड़ा फैन टेंस का मैं हूँ, लेकिन ये जो लिखा है ना आपने, टेंस इंस्टेड ऑफ जेल्स, टेंस भाई रिटायर हो चुके हैं. So instead of you typing instead of रिटायर बंदे को वापस तो ला नहीं सकते instead of, बराबर है. हाँ, ख्याली पुलाव मत बनाओ, भूख लगी है भेजू.
we do finally get to see the operator out of
भी खत्म हो
BGZ.
गया.
This is a very aggressive angle.
XD कार रहे.
And there's a breach to follow it up.
XD लिखता है यार. मैं XD के लिए मैं क्या बोलूँ, मैं
Was
कुछ
used
नहीं बोल
very early on for
सकता.
Sentinels.
1-1 point है 1-1.
Nothing behind it though. Pankata, he does slip a little bit ahead
तोड़ने
of
के बाद
Loud
XD
there,
लिखा तो
yeah.
मैं क्या बोलूँ?
He's got to be careful
इसका
here though.
counter नहीं है
Utility
भी.
is invested from Sen. He might not be
इसका
able to get
counter
that
नहीं
TP off in time.
This is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, you got to get out now.
Yeah, they're so diligent in their approach, man.
Very
A little
smart.
bit of laziness, and maybe you don't clear that, he gets one.
Shot.
There's the lurk.
That's big, too. I mean, you were just talking about how part of the success for Sentinels is you can't be in a numbers down situation. Instantly equalized, so big from Bang. And now they can turn their attention towards C. The spam not connecting. 10 HP for the controller as he TPs onto the site.
ये क्यों ulti मारा?
Vinny has his ult. How are you going to retake with an op in the hands of DG, though?
I don't know, you got to swap it out.
Fast
Rolling Thunder
retake.
invested. They really did not have a chance to settle. Second is gone unchecked.
Heavy blind.
He wasn't
Heavy
hit.
blind.
Able to get one on the
Heavy
Valentine.
blind.
Narrate on the swing. The spike has been planted, and now
He still has a flash.
there's a
इधर है.
question that Loud have to answer. Do they fully commit to this? Do they try to save? The money's not great. A big swing out from Narrate. Traded right back, though.
Save.
3-2. They continue to knock. But the
10-10.
door has been slammed shut. And again, we are tied.
And the operator just
माफ
got
करो
no
defense में माफ
value
करो
in this
sorry
round
I like to
whatsoever.
apologize.
There wasn't anybody to follow up off of that breach ultimate. And yeah, it
लेकिन
missed again.
Celsius के instead of I think
One player being
Rossi
the key
by
difference
होते
maker, dodging the breach ultimate, killing everybody in water.
instead of bench सुबह okay
I like the idea from Loud, breach ulting the site, maybe trying to force them back into that operation.
कैसा बंक्स भाई long
Sentinel
time no
was tapping that
see
door.
मैं तो
The
इधर ही
Sentinel,
भाई
they had a
long time
lead on
से
it. They weren't falling for that whatsoever. Everybody played in sight. Nobody took a challenge. And bang, this 180.
सुबह तक
I
stream
mean,
सुबह
you
तक
cannot
फिर
make
दोपहर
that
को
up.
एक और
I
फिर
think
रात को एक और बीच में कभी टाइम मिले तो मेंबर जोन में
there's
एक
just
और
there's just some fire in this kid. He's just able to find kills like that.
पौजा
Loud. They use their
मैंने
last
क्या
time
बोला था?
out here.
ये
We're
तूफान
all
वाला
tied up
गेम
again.
है मिस नहीं कर सकते
Sentinel stringing 2 rounds back to back.
दिया बे
A
हाँ
lot of success on these C post plants.
इसे कहते हैं अंगार
And now Loud, they kind
मुक्ता
of are
मैच
forced to
ए
compensate.
यम
They're kind
यम
of going to have to play a heavier C
अंगार
side
मुक्ता
setup.
मैच
But John and Kaplan, they're probably reading ahead of that. You might see them work a little bit more B. They haven't really touched B whatsoever other than
ये
that
मैप
walk
के
rate
बाद हम देंगे
from
50
Celsius,
गिफ्टेड
who just
जो
got
हम
killed.
चैलेंज में हार गए थे
I think
लेकिन
if you're Loud, you have to
फोन
figure
चार्ज
out
करना पड़ेगा
how do you
बैटरी है
find value from
3%
the off.
ठीक है
Right, you had it in a round, you were able to save it into the next. You've got to
पैसे
set
चापे
DG
की
up, and I
कहते
think they
फायर
tried
पे
that the
आपके
previous
गांड
round by
में
getting on
फायर
that
गांड
DB
में
line that
पानी
you
डाल दो
mentioned, but
And it gave
मेरे
them
को
a lot
पैसा
of good
नहीं
info
मिलता
as well.
Watchparty
it
से
did, but
पैसा छापता है क्या
the info didn't win him the round.
It's
सुबह
just
सुबह
so
मेरा
hard
वो
because of Sentinel's composition.
गुस्सा ऑन
There's so
टॉप
much
रहे थे समझ रहे हो
utility
दूर रहो मेरे से
on these post
मैच
plants. I
देखो
mean, they didn't even have
पैंचो
ults. Wait till Sentinel start getting ults online.
I mean, that's not
पानी
going to be
डालो हाई
anytime
गर्मी
soon.
डांस
You got
करते करते
Celsius, who's one away from his, but other than that, a clean slate for Second and Bang.
Yeah.
So it will be a bit.
Yeah, here's what I'm talking about. That
मिलता है
compensating now
झूठा
for
मेरे को
the
मेरी
C-side,
बीवी की
but
कसम मेरे
Sentinels are
मॉम
still
डैड की
gonna
कसम
show. They're still going to do the default.
ऐसा मिलता है ऐसा मिलता है बस मैं ट्रू
a little bit
सपोर्ट
closer
तो हो गया अब
Peek a
सब
little more
स्ट्रीम
aggressively with the
देखिए आपके
Sky
साथ
Dog in
मेरे
front.
मेंबर भी कैसे हो स्टीव
A lot
भाई
of spam.
With
आपको
confidence
नाजरत
and
ना लगे
conviction,
नजर आई मीन नजर ना
Sentinels
लगे
push towards C.
लव
Second the
यू
tip of the spear.
जब मीटअप
And
होएगा
yeah,
वहां
he
पे
gets
तब
beat up a
जरूर
little bit,
बताएंगे
but they've gotten the space they wanted.
And I wonder now,
remember,
Doug,
I
if
remember.
Sentinels are going to tap on this door.
यही
and
बोला
clear
था
that
मैं
front
शर्म
B
करो
space.
शर्म हाँ
Maybe
चड्डीवाली
at the
भाई
same time as they
150 रुपए का
walk all the way
मेंबरशिप
back.
नहीं हो रहा है
Footsteps were
आपसे
heard.
पैसा चाप रहा
Valentine Herdzels has put that wall up as well.
Okay.
This is all signs leading to C right now. DG Zin is going to have to go huge here.
6 बंदे ब्लाइंड
Clone attempting to forge a path, and Pencata swings on Zekin. Again, absolute filth,
भागा
but still more to be done.
भागा
Repositioning and looking for more, another lease at life. Meanwhile, Kawanzin make things really uncomfortable for Narrate as he tries to dance around the mound. Finds a kill on Kawanzin. Maybe on the swing, he will fall as well. Another claim by
भाई सारे
Narrate.
लोग चिल्ला रहे लड़का लड़की सारे लोग
Another round where this operator has seemed to not get any value. He's getting triple swung, but it's the quick scope.
It's not done yet, only one found. Narrate with 3.
2v1 पेनकाड़ा
Pencata on his
पॉसिबल है
own. Started the round on to Zekin. He's gotten it down to 1v1.
ओ
and Narrate saves the
नरेट
day for Sentinels.
बोलते
4 apiece as Sentinels take the lead again.
Saves the day indeed, getting 4 into the round. He killed 2 by himself on the flank. So much utility.
love
being
you
thrown
Steve
at
bye
him, but he
thank you
was
for the
calm,
14
collected.
Canadian Australian
He
dollars
wrapped up the headshots. Nice attempt from DG Zine. That's the only value he's gotten from that operator. He had to jump operator somebody.
सुबह तक stream yes sir भाई crazy मैचेस है भाई crazy
And a little
सोचो
bit of
ये
hype now
मैच
from
ऐसा
Sentinels.
इसके
That's
बाद
scary.
और भी heavy मैच है
When they get going,
G2 versus
it's
Live
full steam ahead.
And going they have got.
अब
That's 3
से
rounds
जो
in a row
NA
for
के
Sentinels.
matches
They've
जो
taken the
होंगे
lead
ना
back. Now the 7th lead change in this one map.
heavy मैचेस बचे अभी NA के सारे heavy
This
मैचेस
back and forth affair has been a treat to watch if you're not a fan
एक
of
भी
either
ऐसा
team.
बोरिंग वाला नहीं चलिए 2-0 आएगा वो 2-0 आएगा ऐसा नहीं है
But it's been nothing but
Sorry,
stress
heavy.
and heart attacks for those who are.
And it's been nothing but C hits for success for Sentinels.
बिना पैसे दिए चैट पढ़ने का कमांड है मैं बहुत पढ़ता हूँ चैट
Again,
फ्री का चैट में
they will
बहुत
test the waters here.
You can't even get into the site. You can't play in it.
बढ़ता पूरे का लो
Can't
लैंग्वेज
flood out. Sentinels force you to play retake.
मोहित
And their
भाई
post
थैंक
plants
यू
are
फॉर द
so damaged.
$2 मेरी जान मैं
Vinny is a sheriff and Kamaltin is a Bucky.
Yep. I mean, they have to buy every single round after this too.
Planted.
You'd imagine how things have gone historically.
Excuse me? That's 1.
Forget what I was saying.
that's true That's 3,
Three
4.
They've taken this back.
off of the Bucky, man.
They didn't have the weaponry.
What is this series, Zelsis? He has no chance here.
But honestly, weaponry be damned.
11.
Wow. Just one spot left unchecked, and Kawanzin fills the gap. The perfect Bucky
Prithibesh bhai
headshot. I mean, a
actual
one
में
pump
बराबर है हम
doesn't
लोग
get more
ये
satisfying
मैच
than
जब भी
that.
सुबह 6 बजे
Pan
खत्म
Kata
होगा
just
ना
a
तब भी हम
deep
लोग
spawn.
करने वाले
He's able to see over the actual site.
सुबह 6 बजे
Pick off some of
होगा यहाँ
those
तक
tips
के
to the heads.
रखना यहाँ मतलब यहाँ पे ही रखूंगा
And right now, DG's in. He has the showstopper online. No operator in play. Maybe that's the difference maker, and that's a weird thing to say, Doug.
Note here, Kawanzin is one off of his ult too. I wonder if there's a set piece to try
ये
to get
मुंबई
in the
सर्वर
orb.
खेलते हैं सिंगापुर मुंबई सर्वर खेल रहे हैं लोग
Yeah, it looks like they
पंतगड़ा का असली नाम दीपक है
thinking about it at the start of the round.
Vinny's
This
alone.
one is
ये देख,
not
रोहित
good
गया।
for Vinny. Second, what a nice shot, and he's out. So now the defense is spread thin. John QT is able to maneuver, bait out rotations already.
लैंड पे मैच हो रहा है
Cheating over towards that A
तेरा
site.
सर्वर कौन सा है
I mean, Lotus right now.
लैंड पे हो
For
रहा है कैफे में
Sentinels,
बैठ के
it's
खेलने
theirs.
वाला सीन है
It's a
समझ
one
रहे हो
map. It's a
सबका
one site
ping-
map right now for them.
2-3 है
Again, they're back C. Second's got to be careful.
Yeah, but if you can get another one here.
There's a lot of threat on the
Yeah,
other
Manoj
side.
gaya,
Two
Manoj gaya.
found.
Here's the speed up into C. It's all up to Pankata here. What can he do? How long can
अंकित
he
भाई
delay?
अकेले सी पे
Paranoia will buy a little bit of time as he tries to TP to safety and does.
Does a great job.
Celsius is in a good spot.
Wow, another head-to-head one. That's the second 1v1
3, 4.
Kawanzin. Shut down Zelsis in.
And so again, the numbers deficit situation for Sentinels, and it just went from bad to worse. Loud knocking on the door of map point. Narrate left in a 1v4.
Is it the 13-11
Doesn't even have the spike. He's gonna frag his way through this. He has no choice. Not offered any other opportunity. Just waiting to see if anyone's foolish enough to make a mistake, a slip.
हाँ
But it does, again, not look like that will be the case. Louder the first to 12.
Doug, it looks so promising at the start of the round for Sentinels. Zekin gets the pick onto A, but then he stays for too long. Too many 50-50s after your man up. This 50-50 right here, it defines the round. It gives Kawanzin the fire that he needs
क्या
to just
मारते हैं ना
destroy Sentinels.
क्या मारते हैं बे
A bit of an overheat.
The lo-
Overcooking a little
Up.
too much. And now a double
there is
operator,
a
Doug.
breach
and it's
ult
gonna be on
and there
opposite
is a
sides of the map.
John
Chewy's with
QT
one.
ult coming
DG with the other. No, DG used his ult in the last round, but Kawanzin has his. Tap of the door, an aggressive line taken, and once again, all eyes towards C. Celsius is going to be controlling the flank. He's
No
been
ulti
patient,
hai.
but now he's been found. He's been had.
Yeah, he's fished out right now.
Wisely takes a step back. But with an op on the other side,
दो ulti है
it's danger.
And a spam kill on the bang.
The Rolling Thunder will try to forge a path out onto the site. They've invested a bit of
4v4,
more ults on the back of the site as
4v3
well. Numbers the way of the defense. And the spike still hasn't really made its way out. It's been
ट्रिप
labored.
पे इधर
It's been difficult to get through. But they find clarity in the Calamity. Things slow down, and now space is theirs to take. DG with the op, a turn of the flash, a second swing back. Now stunned again, taken off the line, and third time is best. He gets the last kill. Loud take Lotus. What a map.
बाय क्यूटी दो
What a
ऐसे
match
प्रोडक्शन
indeed,
लिखा
that
तूने
operator wasn't really doing anything in the early rounds.
भाई
with
वो
EDZ
एज में
warming up a little bit,
गेमिंग क्या
closing it
होती थी
out.
वो नहीं मालूम वो इधर लाइन में
And
सपोर्ट
Kata,
करने आई है
Getting that
Parents,
final kill on the bang
salam
in that
aapko.
last round. Taking out a player like that, that gives you the confidence to close it out yourself.
Yeah, I
Mobile
said going
देने की
into this
उम्र में
series,
direct
I
line
had
पे
a
लेके
lot
आया
of
उसको।
questions for Loud. How
भाई,
real
ऐसा
were
चाहिए
they?
भाई।
Right? How good are this? How good are these guys? How
क्योंकि
good
उतने
is this
बजा
team?
ना
It's only been
पेरेंट्स
one
ओपी पे
map, but
पेरेंट्स ओपी
they showed me a
थ्रो
lot.
कर दिस
And it's been a long time coming.
थ्रो ने इट्स कॉल्ड द माइंड गेम्स सेन अपना मैप जानबूझकर हारा अब लाउड को लगेगा भाई अपन ने उसका मैप में इतना मारा है मतलब अपना मैप में अपन और जोर से मारेंगे करके वो लोग पुश करेंगे और वो मरेंगे और जो तीसरा मैप है में पता नहीं क्या होगा, लेकिन ये 1-1 है, ये 1-1 है, ये 1-1 है, छाती पे लिख के रखो 1-1 1-1। सेन इज कमिंग बैक। लाउड का मैप था, यही बोल रहा था, मैं देख रहा था कि तुम में अवेयरनेस कितनी है, अवेयरनेस। नेक्स्ट मैप जो है पर्ल, वो है सेन का मैप, क्योंकि सेन इज अ हीरा। पर्ल, समझ रहे हो? अवेयरनेस देख रहा था कितने बजे तुम लोग, मतलब वो समझ रहे हो? अंकी भी वही एज के, लैंग्वेज 20 मेरे गाफ 20। डॉट मत करो, रुक जा, मोबाइल चार्ज कर रहा हूँ, मोबाइल चार्ज कर रहा हूँ। उसके बाद आके हम देंगे 50 गिफ्टेड जो मेरा ऋषभ भाई से पेंडिंग है, ठीक है? गॉट इज 4K, मेरा 2K पकड़ो भाई।
Red Bull gives you
एक और कप चाय हो जाए? नहीं ना, नेक्स्ट गेम नेक्स्ट चाय है ही नहीं।
Do cara. Será que ele faz aqui ainda pronta? Foi cancelado! This is it, the now commander sent them up, but instantly around the corner, Zelsa's waiting. Oh my god!
Here with the coach of Loud, a very close map pick of yours, Lotus, but you ran away with it in the end. Something I want to ask you is that we talk a lot about the Taeho and how impressive his util is. You managed to run away with it without a Taeho versus a Taeho. Why do you think that is?
I think that we practice a lot against teams that play with Taeho. Our play style doesn't use this too much. I think that's a more aggressive agent, so we play more passive, you know, kind of this. So we have a really good plan for this week. We practice a lot against Tejos, so that's why we have a better plan for today, better than them.
Better than them. Best luck on map 2.
And better than them they were. A 13-11 scoreline gives Loud that first win. Now you're probably realizing Vancility, you hear me? Vancility actually grew hair. No, we're actually joined by Emily, who's here today. Emily, welcome to the desk. In case you guys aren't familiar, Emily, you know, played for FlyQuest, Game Changers competitor, pro players, been in the game for a minute, right?
Got the insane Omen 1v4
I know,
clip.
hold the applause, hold the applause.
I mean, Sentinels could have used a little bit of that, I don't know.
It definitely could have, but let's go ahead and dive into it. Emily's going to be joining us here for this segment. Let's talk about what we just saw, because Loud comes out and manages to pick up a massive win. Now, here's the thing. We thought that this was going to be Sentinels really rolling with this Taeho ender, but really it just felt like Loud had the
Look at this calamity of rounds. It's a team flash blinding 3 players, Kawa gets, and then here, that's a tripwire that catches Bang, and then no one's looking
No one breaks the
at
eye.
the Fade Eye. So, like, it was just this string of 2-3 rounds in a row that Loud kind of ran away with it because of failure to break utility and then poor incorporation of the Breach Flash.
Yeah, it certainly makes you wonder, right, Emily? Like, what does Sentinels do to? Because you heard Coach SDK saying we practiced all week against these Tejos, so we are prepared for this. Now, well, what do you end up doing if they got your number? If they know what you want to do, how do you try and work around that?
That is very tough. You know, Tejo Breach combo has a lot of util going into the round. I think they had the right idea, but I don't think their executes were the best.
Yeah.
Like their, I guess timing was really off for me.
Yeah, timing did feel like that was a big problem for them. And even then, like, it also felt like Loud was taking advantage of that big time.
Yeah, because we were talking about it during the game, and you were saying that while Sentinels are using their util at the start of rounds, a lot of times they were like speeding up into the sites before
before they even have the recharge, which I think is what makes Tejo Breach so strong. They, like, both their stuns line up with each other, 40-second cooldown, but they weren't using that on their execs.
Yeah, and there's other tools they had too, like for example, like Yoru clone can break those tripwires, but for whatever reason, that was getting broken earlier. It wasn't actually going deep enough to break the tripwire. So even when they were still trying to use those other tools to speed up, it still was players getting shot on traps.
Also, I'm curious what the first bloods were like as well, because I felt like Sentinels were going to a lot of those fights.
Can we pull up the that again? I don't know.
I'm quite curious what that was, but in any case, though, at the start of the show, you know, we always like to do our predictions, right? The thing is, Emily, she wasn't here yet, so we didn't show Emily's prediction. But it turns out Emily really wanted to get her predictions on screen.
Yeah, whoa.
And let's go ahead and show.
I was astonished. I was absolutely astonished that everyone was voting for Sen here when I was like 2-1 Loud all the way.
You're the only one.
I feel like no one else is like this big on Loud.
prediction
Like, why? What has you believing in them?
Just based off of their last few matches, I think they're going really strong,
Are you ready
especially
for the gift
against
yet?
the last matchup. You know, I watched their split. They have a really good, like, even though they weren't playing Tejo Breach here, I'm so excited to see that. I need to see it go to map 3.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would say a 2-0.
So, well, what's interesting, though, is that we were talking about how, like, oh, maybe, like, the match opponents weren't necessarily up to the same caliber, and that could, you know, like, a easier match schedule, so on and so forth. You don't believe that. You don't believe that narrative.
No, I'm a big Loud fan.
Okay, I respect it. I like it. All right, then. Well, you heard here from Emily. She's the only Loud believer. So for Brazilian Valorant fans out there, there's your hero. But for now, though, let's go ahead and toss it over to Coach Kaplan, who's standing by with Elizabeth.
Here with the coach of Sentinels, Kaplan. A very close map, but Loud runs away with it 13-11. What did you tell the boys back there that they needed to work on in order to take away map 2?
Gonna tell them again before we load in, we just gotta wake up. We're just playing scared. We're playing like this is a different game than the one we practice every day. Like it's a harder game than we normally play. We just need to play with confidence. And there's no excuses. I have an incredibly talented squad who all have stage experience. So we just gotta play like we're here to win and do what we've practiced at the right pace and we'll be good.
Best luck in map 2.
Do what they have to do to get the win. Play with that confidence. That's what Coach Kaplan wants to see.
Yeah, that was a weird one because that felt like a little bit more aggressive than I'm used to out of Cap.
I like it, though.
He was clearly not happy with how Sentinels were performing.
Well, how could you be happy with it, given that, you know, you're running Tejo, the greatest agent in the world, and then out of nowhere.
Okay, we're blowing the thumbs out of perspective.
Hyperbole, but, you know.
I can read what you're doing here. No, but truthfully, I think, like, especially that second half was kind of a disaster. A string of some really tough rounds. So I think it might even be a little bit more than just confidence here, and it's like basic fundamentals that they need to be hitting. That just
I mean, there were whole rounds where like haunts weren't even being shot at.
Oh, for sure. People just not even holding smokes. Like they were taking the sites with Tejo Breach and just not holding or like going back to the fundamentals.
Yeah, they were getting away with it. Loud was. And now we move on to Pearl, where I genuinely did not think Loud would be in this position, but here they are, and they look great.
Sure, and look, truthfully, I'm still riding with Sentinels on this one because think about how close that map was. And how sort of lackluster the fundamentals were for Sentinels. Like, I have
like
some belief there that you can tweak that, like you're saying, get course corrected coming in here and look way better.
But does Pearl allow you that kind of freedom to do that, right? Is this the map where, like, you're now kind of been down in the dumps a few times here. Pearl's very, like, you know, you kind of just run like 1 or 2 plays over and over and over again. So what is your take on it? Do you feel like Sentinels have the opportunity here to kind of shift this around, or, well, what we saw in that last game could maybe play?
I think if Sentinels bring it back to the basics, I definitely think, you know, it would be...
It should be them.
It should be them. It should be them, I will say that. But it just depends on if they can actually get those fundamentals rather than the new comp.
It was startling, though, to see Coach Kaplan be so like,
Luck
whoa,
बढ़ता है.
you gotta make this happen, right? So if anything, if there's one thing that we know, it's Coach Capital is probably giving those boys a few words in the back as well. Certainly wanted to make sure that these guys are all ready to go as we get ready for Pearl. And we are going to give you guys a quick commercial break. When we come back, we dive into map number 2. It's Pearl Ken Loud. Close it out 2-0 over Sentinels. Get the dub and force map 3. We'll see you on the other side.
हो गया क्या 50? नहीं बे, ये क्या सीन है? नेट स्लो चल रहा है क्या? यूट्यूब का नेट स्लो चल रहा है? स्लो है ना बहुत? अब तक तो हो जाते थे बे.
Pearl is the arena where we find out if we're going to go the distance, if we're going to go to map 3, or if Loud are going to silence all of the haters and all of the doubters and take Sentinels down 2-0. I'm Doug.
अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ?
Is Dre. We're going to take a look at Agent Select. I would imagine, Dre, that we're going to get a lot more of this Vice, Breach, Yoru stuff out from Sentinels that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything change for either of these teams. We saw, previously Loud even running the default composition. And I really like the way that Sentinels approached Pearl with this comp that they ran on Lotus. It seems like this is their bread and butter. I think that they did a really good job of identifying where DGZ's was on the defensive side of Lotus. And this composition specifically has so much good utility to flush out an Opper, even punish them. I mean, we saw clips of Cryo getting absolutely demolished by Taeho missiles, getting stuck in a corner and TPing on him. So I think that for Loud, their key to success is maybe identifying the comp isn't working and putting DGZ on that rifle.
There's that comp that you were mentioning on the side of Loud. You've got Jet, Astra, KO, Sova, and then Cypher. And then again, we imagine Sentinels will be showing a bit of the same. I want to get your thoughts on this because this was part of the conversation that the desk had at the beginning of the show was Taeho's win rate against non-mirror matchups.
Yeah.
They did it once, and you even heard STK say in the interview with Liz, they felt very confident in a plan to not have to run Taeho and still be able to beat it. They did it on Lotus. Pearl feels like a different beast.
Especially with the changes to the smokes where you can't just ping and spam anymore. The Taeho utility feels like it's just even stronger for that because you can use missiles on the spike. You can do everything of that sort. How many rounds did we see Sentinels get away with defusing the spike against 100 Thieves without getting spammed? It's really changed the entire game, and it's changed this map of Pearl.
It does feel like Taeho's maybe I would venture to say strongest map would be Pearl. So again, we'll see. Can Loud do it again? They were able to figure out how to get a win against the Taeho comp without running one on Lotus. We'll see if Pearl tells a similar story. Loud on the attacking side, a little bit of an exploratory mission towards the middle of the map and up towards Art. It's not a split though.
This already looks like the last pistol they ran on, Pearl. And they lost. They got demolished here in Art.
Watch that flash. There it is. DG has to accelerate and still gets a kill on his Elsis. Traded right back though from John as he takes a step back and takes another with him.
But the explosiveness right now from Loud. All the meanwhile, Pancata, he's now creeping up C-Long. Narrate, get some info. But this is a free C site currently. Sentinels, they're going to have to regroup, get together, try to get some nice shots here with those ghosts that they have. Zekin and Narrate. Zekin, we saw him get 3 in the previous pistol on Lotus.
नहीं अभी तक 7 हुआ है आराम
step up huge here.
जब तक Watchparty end नहीं होता तुम सब बने रहिए.
It's honestly buying a lot of time for Sentinels to get into good positions for
Love you यार YouTube में रिकॉर्ड मार.
Sentinels have to go slow here. There's no idea on where the other members are, and you know they're outnumbered. Note here, clean build health for both the Duelist and the Initiator.
Yeah, Kawanzin also has that light armor. It's going to take 2 bullets to take him out at least.
Surely you're not expecting him here. You've been spotted, you've been stunned, and now the swing impending. Kankata's shoulder.
Good jiggle.
Has been seen. Off of it. The clone is so good, but again, he still can't find the kill, and all this is doing is buying time. Sentinels have to accelerate here. And now they're going to have their attention divided. I said one way, I said another. Zekin in a 1v3. He's gotten it down to 1. It's just not enough. He was way too weak.
तीन और गया.
They tried their best. Pancata, he's just too sharp. 5-0 in first kills, first deaths on the last map. He closes this pistol round out, but Loud again. They get the first blood and the trades to follow up. They had 16 first kills on Lotus, Doug.
That's ridiculous.
Sentinels had 8.
ये चलेगा.
And I remember John QT saying in the
Push
last
it to
series
push
when they lost
language.
the first map, 13-4 to 100 Thieves on that split. We
भाई
were playing
बेस्ट
like
है
boys
हर
on,
दिन
on
50
that last
गिफ्ट
map.
करने का
Let's
7
play like
घंटे का
men now.
स्ट्रीम.
How many times can that speech
Chat
work,
rate
though,
on
before
tops.
you just have to play like that from the start?
I think it also was a frustrated look out from Kaplan is Loud. Just really highlighting the gun difference here. TG able to get 2, make that 3. A classic.
भाई
So
2-0 है
reminiscent
क्या?
of the Lotus too, right? When there was a stack in C.
Hens washroom में गया है.
Right
तो उसके
behind the
जगह
smoke,
पे
but it just
Zilchis
gets
खेल
sprayed
रहा है.
down.
Yeah, the classic
जैसे
just
washroom में
really
आएगा
whimpers
सीधा
in the
switch.
face of a Vandal in a situation like that. But yeah, it was frustrated from Kaplan. You heard in the interview with Liz in between maps, like they need to play like this is the same game
Real
that they play in
suspense right
practice every
now.
day. And there's no excuses. Their team that has stage experience, things like that, is just a very different tone out from their head coach.
I mean, they really curated one of the best rosters, I think, out of any of the teams in VCT. You pick
Upper
up one of
bracket है, lower
NA's
upper
best
bracket है.
players in Narrate. I mean, yeah, he was in NA before, but you bring him back. He had such a strong performance in EMEA. You bring Bang, who's one of the best controller players in NA, hands down. No question about it. A little bit of whiffage, Tui's will get the job done, but then you
Classic
have
change
Loud,
किया ना
who
इसने,
brings back
ये तो.
stragglers, people that have been brought down to the gulag.
You're right, though. I think the Sentinels roster was built to win. Right, like that was the intentions behind these pieces that they put together. And
38 yet to come.
again, Kaplan's a man wears his emotions
और
on his
किसने
sleeve.
50 किया तो मेरे को कल
what
तक
he's thinking
stream
and how
करना
he's
पड़ेगा.
feeling, so definitely not how
Gifted
they wanted to start the
membership
series
torn
or this
करना
map,
पड़ेगा
down
अपने
2-0,
को.
but now they have guns to fight back with.
Hey, listen, it seems to be
150
this
gifted
year's
पे 2
slow
दिन
starts for
stream.
Sentinels, but one round, one eco,
Agar
something
away,
of the
YouTube.
sorts, it can really just bring Sentinels all the way back. And once they get the ball rolling, that's when you see this crazy type of comeback. Still
भाई
very
Sen
early
को
on in
चाहिए
this
भाई,
map.
heavy
This first
round
gun
चाहिए.
round should shape
Loud
up
बहुत
how the
strong
rest
लग
of
रहा है.
this half will go.
Loud is making a lot of noise towards B, but you take a quick look at the minimap, they're not all there. Really just intended to manipulate rotations, draw them back.
And what have we seen so far? We've seen a heavy mid geared up pistol. We've seen a lot of pressure on A on the anti-eco. Now,
A
all
split.
this C space gathered.
भाई
drone
दो ही
invested,
बंदे हैं, भाई
3
A पे.
members are stuck here at B. You look at the minimap, everyone on Loud already leading
सेंस को
towards
कोई
that
प्रॉब्लम
A
नहीं है
site.
ना 2-0 आ रहे तो मतलब जीता तो बहुत अच्छा है.
It's great
चैंपियनशिप
IGLing
पॉइंट
from
मिलेगा
Vinny.
सीधा.
Zekin's in a tough spot here. This 1v1 is big.
Plus
And he stands and he
they are
delivers.
one step closer from going to
Now you
master.
expect the acceleration out to
आ रहा
rotate,
तो
but
वो
keep
लोग
a
को दो
close eye on
games
the
खेलने
minimap once
पड़ेंगे.
again because it's Kalanzine who's going to be looking to do what Pancata could not. And Zekin again is wise to it.
So aware.
Eyes on the back of his head. He
Kinetic
knows where
bar.
the threat's coming from. Dart be damned, ignoring it in the face of it. Gets a kill on the Kalanzine anyway. Now is able to TP away. Threat dealt with. Numbers their way. DG in the face of all that utility. You've got the stun, you've got the drone, you've got
बाप
a
रे.
barrage headed your way.
इसके साथ क्या कुछ हो रहा है? वो
Still
जिंदा
trying to
कैसे
navigate and
है?
dance around that. Required to do a fancy
Beams
little
का ने
two-step.
full खाया है वो.
Face of the flash, Vinny on the turn, still healthy enough to fight. 1 kill for
What a
1.
flash.
And those numbers do not add up when you're down in a situation like Loud were. Sentinels were on the board.
आ गया Sen आ
Second
गई.
is him. All that damage he just did in A main. The pre-fire on the Kawanzine. Kawanzine was a player in the last map who was winning so many of the head-to-head 1v1s.
भाई Zekin ने round बचा है
This
लेकिन.
time, even with scans on Zekin, he gets taken out by a pre-fire. And this is something that Sentinels are so good at.
Team
is
देख रहा हूँ, chat
anchoring
phone
this
पे
A
देख रहा हूँ,
site.
just
There's
late
so
night
many
grind of
angles they
valor.
approach.
Love you
You
mother.
don't have that A main control, it just adds
इतना सब
another
कौन
one
सा
to the
कैफे
mix.
खुला है यार?
So much of their success is revolved around retaking that A site, getting a
Heavy
couple
fan
picks on the
heavy.
way in. You're going to see a lot of Zelsis playing around smokes on A, Bang even playing in front of his Astra Stars, then sneaking back into sight.
Heavy
B
fans.
pressure again from Loud. Teo the only one outside of A. He's going to use this
ये
snipe,
अच्छा है, जल्दी
try to
तोड़ा
get some
recon.
info.
Drone waste हो गया.
He already used it. Right now, the defense holding their ground, not biting on anything.
Yeah, they've really only seen what they saw, the knife and then the dart, which is very similar. This is the same look that Sentinel saw in the previous round. Loud are showing the exact same thing. So we'll see if this 3-1-1 default continues for Loud.
Yeah, another 50-50. This time flash.
It's the same look, but this time, as you were saying, he's got a flash to try to tip things back his way. Zekin dancing around, he's got utility to help. That's another 1v1 going the way of the duelist.
He's truly had enough. He's taking things into his own hands. He gets flashed off that line, he still stays and fights that.
That's what you want out of your duelist. Meanwhile, Loud now choosing to accelerate and go back towards B. You've got DG who's already dashed backside, but Telsis is going unchecked. Kawanzine still snaps on him though. Finds a kill, and it looks free. DG continuing to push up, Phantom in hand, Zekin on the swing, and that's another head play. A massive round out from Loud.
And I don't even know how that's even possible in the first place. What is that flick from Kawanzine on the Zelsis? Zelsis gets so many kills like that, playing on the edge of a smoke, but to get flicked in that manner, also bang. He didn't even get to play the round, he just gets spammed off the rip through a smoke. This Loud team, some of the things that they've been doing, some of the things they've been showcasing, it's been nothing short of spectacular. So this time,
जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं लाइक नहीं किया तो नहीं मिलता है याद रखना.
They've had enough.
जिनको लाइक करो membership 36 बचा है अभी.
It's a dash.
पूरा सुबह तक
Dagger
चलेगा.
suck play.
Bring it a little bit more muscle.
They truly were like, yo, if you're gonna stay here, we're gonna try to punish you. Wise of Zekin not to play in the same spot, but the economy of Sentinels, it got broken in that last round. Everybody on Sheriffs. A quick TP out of mid. But another stack from Sen towards this A site, and Loud, they seem to be running into it.
इतने सारे लोग एक्टिव है यार.
The first time around,
लेने के लिए मेरा love you यार, तुम्हारा आज प्यार दिख गया है.
playing way more back.
Love you. दिन का 3 रुपए सेव होके खुद से नहीं ले पा रहे हो.
I mean, you
मुक्का
can
मारो
really
मैं.
pincer the attackers.
हाँ? नहीं खा रहे हो शोरमा और मबार से
You have
मैगडी.
a lot of stuns. You already have a tether lineup coming out here. Loud to be very careful. That's a great entry from Tui's.
Stars go down, the utility goes through, and Loud go forward. But the thing is, they
time
haven't
for
really made their way out
breakfast.
of main yet. That choke has gone uncleared. Zekin's able to get one though. The Loud persistent in their approach, continue to push the pace, continue to move forward. And the lighter defense from Sentinels there will crumble. Didn't have the guns, they had the numbers, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, you don't have the Phantoms to really get what you want to do, spamming through that smoke. It was a nice headshot by Zekin with the Sheriff. He's really came online. But I have to say it, Loud have done their homework, and it is showing right now. The contact,
love you.
and not just running out with the first layer of utility on the attacking side. They baited out so much of that defensive utility, the Fade Eye, the Tejo missiles, and then they reaggress. Use those guns to their advantage. It's very smart fundamental play right now from Loud.
Aggressive, they're investing a lot behind this.
By full push, full
connection.
Dropping John, and the Blades are looking for more, but he's been sucked into place. Now being able to accelerate and go again, he just waltzes into his death. Narrate is there. He's gonna pop his ult, and it's gonna connect on a couple of members. All three, there's one missing. But how do you navigate through all of that info in such a tense moment? Kawanzine strikes on to Narrate.
And now that's like completely open. Vinny calling a freeze to the round. Zekin, he's reaggressing into A main.
He's got to be careful. Cannot overextend.
But look at how deep Kawanzine is going. He's going to creep by water. He hears the rotate. Zelsis.
Like two ships in the night. Oh, only one of them knows more than the other.
What great IGLing right now. You dagger the site. It hits Zelsis in that moment, I believe.
Kawanzine is still in that position that you mentioned. He hears Zelsis running over. That's as free of a kill as you're going to get. 3 on the round for Kawanzine. Second in a 1v3. Gets his one. Still a winnable situation here.
But of it.
Can he convert?
Very tough.
He has to convert.
Spike planted.
It's a big ask.
Tanis bhai, thank you for the 29 minutes. Jan Katote.
Pankata stands with him though. Second with so
Mithul
much
bhai,
to
thank you
do,
for the membership.
carefully,
Love you.
meticulously clearing every single angle, every single corner.
4 gaye.
He's got to speed up.
5
The time's
gaye.
not on his side. Off the tap, he spots one. Still no idea where the other one is. Vinny biding his time, waiting for the swing. Knife out. He's got reposition. Spotting the other now. Has idea where both of them are.
Excuse me. Pehla
But
super
it's too
chat
much to
aapka.
deal with. Loud will get to 5.
What phenomenal IGLing right now from Vinny. He's really running circles around this Sentinel's defense.
कौशिक भाई जिंदगी में नहीं करूंगा मैं जिंदगी में मेरा जब 8वां जन्म के बाद जो 9वां जन्म रहेगा ना उसका 10वां जन्म मैं भी नहीं करूंगा मैं 40 रुपए में रेड सुबह के 5 बजे जब भी मैच चल रही है एकदम हैवी रेड करता नहीं मतलब मेहनत नहीं करनी रेड करता मेहनत करो बैच
The IGL sitting at 7-4-4. Another KO ultimate online.
And a timeout called from Sentinels. Again, the last time we heard from Kaplan, he sounded frustrated, perturbed at what he was seeing, and I imagine the conversation hasn't changed much here.
And at this point, as a player, I would imagine you'd be very frustrated with what's happening to you as well. I mean, you even the trades on the site, but then you're getting lurked on. Then there's a deposit of a Sova. No one really expects the Sova lurk.
40,000 में कर सकता हूँ
But it was drawn up like that from
नहीं
the
उतना
start.
बिकाऊ
for
उतना
Loud.
बिकाऊ
He was sitting all the way in the back of spawn with that lineup dart. Gets the Sova
तो क्या मैं
ultimate.
पुष्पा 2 देखा ना हर एक का कितना वैल्यू है वो मैं समझ गया समझ रहे हो
Wrapping all the way back around art.
40 रुपए में 40,000 में डन
And so far, there's been so many different type of looks from Loud. It's really hard if you're Sen because your retakes haven't really been working. That's the bread and butter that you fall back on when you aren't winning those 50-50s.
What's the adaptation? What's the change? What's the tinkering of the approach on the other side of this timeout?
I don't know. You don't really have that big of an investment. This time,
दिव्यांश भाई क्या
Cypher
लैंग्वेज
in
है
the
तू
deep
गाली
camp.
खाएगा मैं
He
बोल
will
रहा हूँ
spot Zekin out.
बहुत सही के
And he wants none of that smoke.
मेरा
He
मेंबरशिप
knows
किधर
how
है
that
दादा
fight is
अरे
going.
आ रहा है ऑन द वे मैंने
So
हेडक्वार्टर
far
से मैं
back,
कॉल किया है
dagger.
अभी 27 और ऑन
Remember
द
here,
वे
that knife was
मैंने
shown
नाम
A.
लिखा है आपका पर्ची में
At the beginning of almost every round, so it's just a different look.
Yeah. It's a heavy lean right now.
लव यू
towards
यार
the
थैंक यू फॉर द
Trying to
11
proc the
पाउंड
wall.
मेरी जान की टोटे
Great bait of the wall.
Yeah.
या फिर
I mean,
यूरोस
really, the way
Love
that Loud
you.
have approached dealing with the Sentinel's utility, they've exposed the big flaw. And they're waiting
प्लीज
now
यार
for a
वापस
set
कभी आ रहा है
play.
ये गेम के बाद चुपचाप देखे गेम
I mean, Doug, they're waiting for that set play that Sentinels threw against 100 Thieves with the Tejo missiles onto pillar and backside.
इधर 5-1 सेन हार ये T-Stand कब आ रहा है क्वेश्चन है उसका
That's the cue for them to
सेन
go.
हार रहा है
Good
इधर
pop from Vinny, and now
दर्द में है सारे लोग
they can move towards B. Remember here, the gun's not great. Any damage is well spent.
पड़ी
That's a big one out from Bang. Off the flash, the swing from DG as he continues to go back sight
सामने
and
वाले को
claim
भी पड़ी
names. That's all three. Narrate once again in a 1vx. That feels borderline impossible.
I mean, the human aimbot, he's locking on with no
कौशिक
hesitation.
भाई शर्म है टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स यूज करने
He's
में
really stepped up his rifle play here.
हाँ
All that time spent in tier 2. Finally
and
gets a
tricks use
chance
कर रहा है।
again with a team no other than Loud.
Thank you for the 20 Kaushik.
One of
But I
Brazil's
hope you
finest over
grow
the
a
years.
lot. Keep
What a
doing hard work, bro.
resurgence from
Don't ask for
BGC.
rain.
We saw
GG हो गया.
glimpses
It's not over
of what
till
he
it's
was
over.
capable of on Furia.
Here's
But
an
he has stepped it up to another level, Doug.
Here's an adaptation, an op in the hands of Zekin. It's just hard. I mean,
Already gets baited out.
yeah, he's already pushed off the angle.
What do Loud decide to do off of this information, though? Don't have another chance with the drone, at least, to clear that. But this gives confidence. 2 Pancata, 2 2Es to start trickling forward.
बहुत
clearing out
पैसे
some of
गिर
the
रहे हैं
other
ना, Sen?
space. I mean, they have so much map control right now, and Zekin, he's staying towards his B site.
John has ult.
बंद क्यों हो गई नहीं रे वो है
And This is where
क्या बोलता
Bang
है?
shines. This is where Bang needs to step
Slowly
up
जा
and
रहा है.
be that side anchor we know he can be.
He's got help here too. But can they wait this out? John's able to get the first. Spam on his DG's in.
एक पंची गिरी.
Ridiculous spam kill.
The spike's still not made its way out of ARP, but the reinforcements have arrived. Keep a close eye on two. He's on the main map. He walks in, it's on the flank. Kawanzine falls. Zelsis, if he plays his time right, he had it, but Zelsis a step ahead, 2 steps ahead.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
And they've been picked apart this round. You imagine there will be a change on the approach from Loud because it seems like Sentinels have figured that out. Flawless one as they get to 2.
At this time, Sentinels not dropping early, playing that full retake, committing to it at A. John, I don't know how he gets that spam kill. Maybe just knows the pathing of DGZ on this A exec. That's a hard read. He spammed the top of site right there and bang. He's so good at anchoring this A site.
अरे मैं नहीं दे सकता, randomly जाता है वो.
Sneaks into that pit area and just spams the planter.
मैं भी हम बोलूं, मेरे पे रहता मैं तेरे को छोड़ के नहीं देता सबको.
And now we have Loud going back to that default with the KO dagger.
नहीं वो randomly जाता है, randomly जाता है. समझ रहे हो, मेरे हाथ में नहीं है.
Doesn't connect onto Zekin.
वरना सारे मेरे स्कूल फ्रेंड्स को नहीं जाता पहले, समझ?
A good picture painted for where their operator could be.
भाई लग गए भाई.
I cannot believe he just did that with a Phantom.
I was about to say that. That was a Phantom from another map over.
That's a good blind.
But Zelsis, able to counter.
He felt himself a little too much there, Doug. A little way too
By
even over.
heavy penalty, heavy
traded
मतलब
back.
भारी.
And they call freeze to the round again. You know, you mentioned it a couple of rounds ago, but the calling from Loud has been spectacular.
हर जगह दर्द है, सेन आ रही है, जिंजी आ रही है, फैनेटिक पे आ रही है.
He's confident in taking all that space because he knows Zelsis isn't, or he knows that
निर्मला
Zekin
जी
isn't
थोड़ा
on the other
टैक्स
end.
थोड़ा देखो ना.
A bit of a double dip here. Oh,
YouTube भी ले रहा है 30%. आप भी लोगे, कैसे चलेगा?
Seen by that, but the reason why he's not is because it's a fake right now. Everyone is actually geared up towards B. John.
Return में 40
They're already rotating back towards B.
Math is not mathing right now.
They already know it's a fake. The utility from KO was not enough to draw the veil over their eyes.
Seconds left.
Sight will be given here though. Vice ultimate in the hands of Zelsis.
Heavy ult.
John, he's sitting on the Armageddon as well. All of Elbow will be blown up right now.
You got to keep a close eye on Vinny. He's in a position too. He can scale all the way in through water. Ultimate's now used. First the Cosmic Divide, then the Vice ult.
Membership का crack version कहाँ पे मिलता है?
Again,
Torrent पे
chaos on
मिलता
the
है,
site.
torrent.
Sentinel's able to get a couple, and it's all falling on to Vinny. He was the last man at the scene,
Bye.
and it was just a moment too late.
Come back.
Good patience on that retake from Sentinels.
That is
This
के बाद
time
मेरे
not
पास
jumping the
खाने के लिए
gun.
कुछ नहीं
I
है.
thought John was
मेहनत
going to
करता हूँ
invest that
पर
Armageddon and elbow.
लड़कों को
like he's
देखने
used
कोई नहीं
previously.
आता.
There's that insane
मेरे को
shot.
कैसे देखने आ रहे हैं? बैच
And
मैं
the
लड़की नहीं हूँ.
But the Armageddon
you
to
bet.
push out everybody from that pillar area, flush them out, all out on the side.
कौशिक भाई आप कोई भी
Exactly the fights that Sentinels were looking for.
जो
on that
आपके
retake.
हिसाब से बड़े स्ट्रीमर है, किसको भी पूछेगा ना किसने
Finally,
कभी दूसरे के
stringing
चैट
some
पे लिखा
rounds
नहीं रहेगा
together.
रेड करो. समझ रहे हो?
Giving themselves a fighting chance.
It's a
on
very,
this map
very,
of Pearl.
very
I think
wrong
even
thing to
more
write.
so, starting to take a dent into Loud's economy. Right?
Vinny's on a stinger.
Yeah, it feels like the first time we've had that. And so Sentinel seem to have found some sort of footing. They've inserted Zelsis in a really aggressive angle. So yeah, they know Zekin's there, but are they diligent enough to clear that? The thing is, he could be behind pillar, but they know he's been mollied out, he's been found, he's been had.
What a great
लगा,
trade from
Zekin
Zekin.
का
though.
लगा.
And once again, Loud will slow the round down.
4-6 उसके बाद में
So
5-6
risky of Zekin to jump
उसके
back
बाद
on
में
top of that box in the
6-6
face of what,
उसके
3-4
बाद में तेरी
attackers.
बंदी मेरे
But is
पे
that not the
fix
conversation Capital was having?
ये
Right? You're right, it's risky, but
He
that
had to.
risk countered it.
Yep.
easy.
Everybody from the side of Loud geared up towards this
देखो
aim
भाई
lane.
तीन
They
बंदे
haven't really
पे
shown much either, but once again,
Spikes भी है.
It's bang.
with help here, it's not just him. He's got reinforcements. He's got Narrate and John here.
He's just so good at
Nowhere
aiming.
to
With all
run.
the delay
Side
he's
के
done,
अंदर
he's
आप आ
snuck
रहे हो
in
क्या?
the
Nowhere
pit
to
again.
run.
Well, and it's not just that too. They
मारो
dropped the
spam
suck, they
pad,
dropped the
मारो.
salvos.
They dropped the stun.
Spam
And so
मारो.
that's going to give him a little bit more room to come back
मारो
up off the
spam
side of that
इसकी
ult.
इवेंट but spam पर डर डर
Uncomfortable. Loud are not able to get settled in.
So much pressure being applied by the spam of bang.
This push and pull continues. 20 seconds left in the round. No real time to go anywhere else.
पनीर की गांड
Still have
कैसे
Yoru
लगती है
ultimate.
अभी पता चला.
Spam through the
taken
smoke. Bang falls. Kalanzine gets 4. When the heck did that happen?
He wants it. He wants the ace. Is he gonna hunt for it?
He's got the op in hand. There's really no reason not to.
Get out of there, second.
Kalanzine trying to hunt him down. Knows they're nipping at his heels.
I mean, he's already getting flushed out. Look at the minimap. Pancata is rapid.
मैं चला वापस salad पर बंदे कहाँ
They're
हैं?
trying their damnedest to get this weapon out of their hands. And they might just succeed.
They're trying to feed it to Kalanzine. He baits out the shot with the jump spot.
Pancata will steal it away, but Loud will get to 7. And I think more importantly,
यार
they're going to have to reinvest into the
तू
ult
कर
if
दे,
they
मैं
want,
चुप,
or the
मैं
op,
चुप।
excuse me, if they want it again.
मैं चुप
The good thing for Sentinels is with that string of rounds that they got, he will be able to buy up at op for at least one more
बस
round.
मैं Demon Slayer का हुआ है मैं
Trade,
Watchparty
bang. I mean, unlucky, bro. Kalanzine, good awareness on the spam there. He held down that pit area. Just by
हार्दिक
himself.
टर्की भाई
Op again
मैं
online. They've reinvested into it. And this time it's a much more
150
aggressive
Canadian
angle.
Australian dollars
Remember, it's been passive, but this time he's crept up. No
मैं मेरा
damage
पावर
dealt.
का एग्जांपल दिखाता हूँ
Mark.
ये राउंड लाउड जीतने
Drone
वाले
as
वो भी
well to push him out even
easy
further. So methodical right now from the
give one
side. Loud.
example
Pushing this
$150
operator back. This is the first time we've seen this aggressive of a mid lurk. Celsius, you need to be careful, but what is the timing?
They
It
both
doesn't
looked away.
matter.
They both looked away at the wrong time, and now the ult has been invested.
ऐसे के लिए पावर नहीं दिखा था
Now they're going to dash out onto the side. Now they're going to be able to get the spike down, and now again, Sentinels are on the back foot.
लग गए बेचैन के कुछ बचा नहीं
What do they
देखो
have? They have Bang's ult. John has the op.
Tanjiro mouse pad मेरे को लगा गोरिल्ला mouse pad है
And Kata as well.
सीधा बात करने
Go
आते
for
नहीं
this
लगता
late flank.
There's
I would
been
like
so
to
many
apologize.
layers of these flanks. You're absolutely right. Just when you think you have them dealt with, there's something else creeping away. But Sentinels have been able to open this up. The lurk from Pancata took too long. They're trying to block the side.
Yeah.
They fail, but now they're going to get a second attempt at it. Pancata again creeping forward. They know where he is now, but Bang's going to stick the defuse. Sentinels will get to 4. What a mess of a round.
हार्दिक टर्की भाई
Textbook retake from Sentinels. Textbook
गुस्सा नहीं दिलाने
flashes
का
from
उसका
second. Nobody on the actual site from the side of Loud could see a damn thing on that retake that Sen just did.
And for as much as there was textbook, as you were saying on the retake and stuff like that, this was anything but.
Yeah.
That was the opposite of textbook. I mean, that was silly.
What a timing found from Tui's.
Yeah.
You see Zelsis jump spotting from that spot a lot. This is the problem with running the Vice and not running a Cypher. You kind of have to use your body because players can creep up.
Right.
But you don't expect Tui's to be that close, that
जल्दी
quickly. in a
ज़्यादा नहीं
round.
रुक सकता
I mean, he took that
पावर
timing
का
off the
बैटरी
rip.
चला जाता है
But Sentinels, they do snag that round away, and they're still in this. This time, heavy mid for the defensive side. Maybe anticipating a switch up.
They're all fighting here.
Yeah, I think they expected Loud to finally start walking towards that mid or maybe try to catch out Tui's.
Which is what they have been doing, you're right.
And also, last time that Loud played this map, there was
Heavy
a
blind.
lot of heavy mid focus.
Wait, he's going in. Didn't want to leave Pancata on his own on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, but Doug, we've seen this story before. Sentinels on the retake on B.
Vinny popped his ult. It's going to buy a little bit of time. A small window
Garrett के पास
for them to
ulti है।
sink their teeth deeper into this site,
Loud का
into the
luck है।
round. Remember, last one of the half here.
हेलो निकुंज
Opposite on the hands
कैसे
of John.
बॉटल
TG tries to turn the flash, and he's disposed of.
बस
Now the Nightfall will connect onto all
Bas.
members of Loud.
बस
Over in second, swings back, side
यही
gets 3, and
कॉम्बो
that's the
चाहिए था
round.
भाई यही कॉम्बो चाहिए था यही
Sentinels
कॉम्बो
close
चाहिए
out a
था
beautiful half.
A great recovery to this defensive side of Pearl. It was looking so doomed. At one point, it was 6-1 for Loud.
It
Vinny
looked
was
bad.
calling circles around him. DG Zine was just having his way.
अटैकिंग मैप है
But Sentinels staying calm, keeping their composure, and sticking to the game plan of what works, which is their retakes.
जिंदगी में बैकआउट नहीं बैठेंगे वो लोग
An incredible first half. Loud up 2. We're going to throw it down to Ender, who's standing by at the co-streaming booth with a couple of very special guests.
Hey,
I'm here with Lucky and with Sadil in the co-streamer booth watching the games. And first of all, I just have to say this is crazy because Sadil, I literally coached you on Teddy Tactics in GC. You're a pro, so I want to come to you and ask your thoughts on the game so far and what do you think's been going so well for Loud?
Okay, thank you, Coach. Honestly, I'm here as a Loud fan, so I will say that I think Loud is amazing. I think we're a better team, in my opinion. Zekken's been getting amazing kills though on Yoru. He's been getting first bloods, but honestly, Loud is the one that is closing out the round. So I don't know. I know who I'm rooting for, but I know the crowd is Sen fans. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, there they go. There they go. Woo, Loud! Who's with me? Nobody? Okay, it's
okay, we got some Loud fans. We got some Loud fans in the crowd.
Loud fan. I'm a Loud fan. I'm a Loud fan.
And I see you've tried out some of the concessions here. What's the best option here? Do you got a top 3?
Maggie bolo.
My top 3, I think I've tried everything on the menu so far. I can't go wrong with a classic hot dog. I'm really happy it's all beef. So that's my favorite so far. You can't go wrong with some chips and queso. But the brownie melts in your mouth. So I definitely recommend that.
Okay, the brownie melts in your mouth. Have you gotten into anything?
No,
yeah, I like the burger. The burger's amazing. It's vegan too. I thought it was real meat. What the heck?
Yo, shout out. I mean, that works for me. Absolutely love that. Now, I know there's a lot of Sentinels fans in the crowd. I want to try something here. I want to see if we from this booth can overpower them. So Sentinels fans, get going. And then the Loud fans over here, we're going to try and fight back. Sentinels, give me something. All right, go Loud. Get in there. Thank you so much. Send it back to the casters, get into the second half.
Bichari seed.
Thank you so much, Ender. Again, 2 rounds separating these 2 squads. It's been close, and as you mentioned, it really felt like Loud was going to be able to run away with it. They were up big. Sentinels looked frustrated. They looked lost. And Loud were set up to put them away, but
congratulations, Robin Bhai. Congratulations.
Oftentimes, when we talk about Sentinels and watch this team, is they refuse to relent.
Yeah, it really looked like they finally realized, yo, we remember who we are. We remember why this roster was put together, why we're all on this team.
Deep knife tagging a couple. No rotations. Meanwhile, nice stand. Unbelievable that TG gets that kill.
And a double dip, getting the 50 damage on the Bang as well. It's a speed up right now. Zelsis, he's going to full commit to this exit.
Fearless in his approach as he continues to dance around and look for a second target. He does follow. Meanwhile, Sentinels cracked the site wide open. Kalantine and Tui's left in a 2v4, and almost all members on the side of Sentinels are weak. They're battered here. That's one found. It's going to fall in the hands of Tui's again. 20 HP, 35 and 45. This is very winnable for Tui's.
Problem is,
if he can isolate the ones, if he can get them on their own, there's a shot.
But that's the problem. Sentinels are so good at not giving the 1v1s, and it won't even matter anyway. Bang takes out Tui's. Even if Tui somehow hits that flick, there's 2 more members of Sentinels that are ready to swing out, get that trade.
24 bacha hai.
But right now, Loud have felt the pressure of Sentinels. Sentinels, even being a man down right there, Zekken falls early. They just run it down. The trades were perfect. A big pistol round win if you're a Sentinels fan.
Sheriff for DG. Oh, that's aggressive. Benny's got nowhere to go. He's dead.
Benny by Joe
in the open.
Meanwhile, they're trying to accelerate down B. Celsius is ready for it. At least enough to get one.
This guy.
That's a free A site though. Orb is gathered onto DG Zine. He's been hitting some headshots, man.
Free kill bolte hain.
Will get taken out for free here by a headshot.
Jet BT mein bhi. Abhi lurk nahi ho jayega.
And this retake is impossible. Sentinels surely win this round. And pretty cleanly too, or at least we'll see. See what kind of damage Loud can do here.
As things stand, you're right. They're going to be able to carry 3 rifles.
That's the only benefit. Zekken's going hunting, trying to get that Yoru ultimate even closer to being online. You imagine in the next round you'll see a much slower approach from the side of Sen. And a lot of damage being done right now. Tui's can get another. He can't. A lot of damage done.
एक और गन गया है ना?
Yeah,
एक
they'll
गन
carry
गया
two
है
guns.
extra.
I think it made sense to go ahead and send
एक
Second
गन
out
गया
with just
extra.
the ghost. You're right. See if you can get closer to that ult, but dropping one of those rifles is certainly not part of the plan.
Yeah, this is the power of the Tejo. I mean, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You can't really play in between the utility. You're either fully committed in or you're out. This time around,
7-7
against the
क्या
Vandal,
स्कोर
I mean,
था?
Zakin's gonna
1-6 पे
take
गिव
it
अप
down.
किया था ना तुमने? Big Sen fans? मैं तो लॉर्ड की तरफ.
I was wondering if this was going to be a round where Sentinels tried to get some orbs onto Zekin, but it's just going to be a fast mid approach. They're going to try to take this art space. There is a trip on the other end.
That dog did not detect the trip towards mid. So if they choose to go
trip,
that way, that still has to be dealt with.
Trip hit, but full disrespect from Zekin. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he's got his TPE back towards spawn, so he can do
Input
that. He
trick
can
था
be this,
उसके-
this reward of sorts that
मारने
can
वाला कोई
try
नहीं
to
था.
explore and find things out and then get back to safety. That timing was not great for him.
Great,
Wow.
yeah, great proactivity from Loud. That's the smoke.
उसने देखा सब
Smoke's
यहाँ से
completely
आया.
gone from the side of Sen. They're making a lot of noise on this. They're going to get delayed.
Tui's and Pankata have a lot to do here. Tui's just going to go unchecked, isn't he? Drops the flash on the swing out. John's here to greet him. Pankata's able to do a little bit of damage, but it's not enough. 3v3 here. They don't really have control.
Spike planted.
Vinny perched up in heaven. They're so
Lalo.
paranoid of what's happening around the rest of the map. Kamatine is having to use the drone from so far back in lane.
बॉल डाला.
Does clear out all that space, but at the same time, Zelsis
Done
has put
है,
that
10
wall
second में
behind.
nade है.
All eyes ahead.
Stun used, not connecting. Spike ticking.
अब तो नेड के लिए
Need
खेलेगा.
to
2
accelerate, ever
सेकंड.
present and growing with every second that passes.
It's not planted for them long.
No, they're going to have to fight through this. That's going to help. That's going to buy a little bit of time. Kalantin has gotten it to half, but he'll pay for it with his life. 2v2 now. Zalsis on the swing, both off of it, and he cannot hold it. He cannot connect. Beautiful from Loud.
Really coming down to the wire.
मार सकते
Sentinels
थे.
with straight brute force running
आधे
through
घंटे
lane
बाद
onto
एक
that
दिया
B
YouTube
site.
ने.
Perfect trades. But that timing into A main really opened up the confidence, and you see the frustration. I mean, he was holding that the entire way through.
Binks, वाह. मैं खेल रहा हूँ मतलब
What a
बाकी लोग कुछ
close
कर ही नहीं
retake
रहे.
as well. Getting half there, committing your life for the cause. Such a split-second decision that needs to be made, but it was the right one
Celsius के
this
पास
time
finger है.
around.
That one feels like it got away from him. And now Louder in a really good position. They're up around. They've got some money that they've invested, and their ults are starting to come online at just the right time.
This is such an important round for either side.
Yep.
You really put a dent in the economy either way, whoever wins this round.
This is a swing round. Zalsis is going to use his ult, or excuse me, Zekin. Again, going forward.
He spots them both. Mankata's on an island, he's done.
Body block क्यों नहीं किया?
No, he's able to sidestep the salvos, but you don't
इसलिए नहीं
sidestep
किया.
that.
बोला
Sentinels
ना
able
लग
to
गए.
push forward.
Loud के.
Bellicose in their approach. Narrate's hand gave him away.
इतने भी नहीं लगे मतलब. Close.
And they know where the other one is. DG having to reposition. Sentinels with a slight numbers advantage, but Zekin's so weak. Do they know where he is at TP? Now the dart out. DG trying to smoke himself off, waiting for the challenge, daring the swing, daring the bait.
No one's swinging though. What a hard read.
Patience on, and Kalantin swings into his death. DG's gonna have to do it on his own. He's gotten it down to a 1v2,
Good.
and Zelsis delivers. We're tied again.
You cannot play in B site against the Yoru ultimate of Zekin. He does such a good job of finding out where the defenders are, and that follow-up utility. What was that, by the way, from John? What a flick.
Yeah.
The transfer with one bullet on it? Craziness.
Josh,
This is the power of the Teo Yoru composition, though. You cannot play in these sites.
Again, calm.
Loud
out
का
from
बाय
Zelsis
देखो.
there. Didn't
Loud
leave
का
his
बाय
seat.
देखो.
No crazy pop-off.
Yeah, it's
ये
serious.
गेम के बाद राउंड को बाय बाय बोलना पड़ेगा वाला बाय.
Still in this fight. A position to take the lead. Louder on an eco.
Yeah. Jet knives should have been popped. Yep, there it is.
If you're Sentinels
starting
here,
का
excuse me,
10-15
you want to try to get
सेकंड
through
देखने
this
का
round
मिड
without
देखने का.
investing any of those ults.
बाद में
You want
जिधर
to try
से
to
उधर
carry
जाने
Johns
का.
and Zelsis into the next round.
You also want to
Love
play
you, gentlemen.
cautiously enough to the point where you do not give DG's in a first blood with these jet knives. You want to try to identify where he's at, maybe head the other way.
And it looks like DG's been let off the leash. He's by himself.
Yeah, look at the cautious approach right now.
Happy birthday, Vijay bye. Happy birthday.
He's gonna swing you.
What is that? Right click. What a fast trade though from Bang Dug.
I don't even.
Thanks,
I don't
bye.
think he
Thank you
observed
for the
flight.
Trivedi.
That was the one real benefit that they had, and that's now gone. Pinkata feeling the walls closing in.
Yeah.
9-8. 10.
And if you're Sandals, it looks like you're gonna get through this
11-8.
with success.
12-8. मेरा
Only one
prediction.
rifle dropped as well. You still have 3 ultimates online and
12-8
available.
तक तेरे भाई ने prediction दिया है.
Have to use anything
Sen
here.
12, Loud 8.
And that really was the cue, though. As soon as you spot out DG Zine in mid, the trade, okay, that's icing on the
I'll
cake for
stick up.
sure, but you sped up B. You have the whole site. You have the gun advantage. Now, Zekin, he's already working towards another ultimate.
Enemy remaining.
Very nice
Just
run and
three
gun.
away now as Vinny falls.
And he's been
Oh, and they know where he is,
I'm
too.
telling you. Like, I don't know how. John is truly a master at this agent. How does he know?
He's quite talented.
किसको support करेंगे?
That's such a far spot
Sen.
to shoot the missiles at.
दिमाग से Sen, दिल
What a
से
hard
Loud
read.
यार.
The round will end without Kawantin
I
getting
just
a duel.
love Loud.
But he does save a rifle.
And Sentinels take the lead. Take a look at this round one more time. Amazing. In fact, we should probably run that one back.
Was I ever felt lonely in your life? क्यों नहीं भाई, normal है वो.
Timeout called from Loud. Another close fight, man.
Yeah.
6-1 था.
First timeout used for the side of Loud. They do have one more in the arsenal. But yeah, so far this has been an astonishing
2-0
comeback from
हराना
Sentinels.
पड़ेगा ये लोग को.
I mean, winning
वरना लग
8
गया.
of the last 10 rounds. That is difficult, especially with the pressure that Loud was applying. And to be able to flip that and
जल्दी
give
से
it back
retire
as
हो रहा है
well.
क्या? क्यों movie
We've
highlights
seen
में
Loud
डालोगे
now
तुम?
crumble on a lot of these site hits. And
Retire
how do
होएगा
you
तो.
really weather the storm of all this utility from Sentinels? Like, if you're
पता नहीं
not
रे मेरे को.
confident in your own retake and giving sight,
कौन सा ये नई movie
it's
बताओ?
going to be an uphill battle, to say the least. So adjustments to be made. Maybe you'll see more B long control. I'm sure DG Zine would love to have an
By
operator
तीन
online,
ult है.
but it doesn't look like they'll be able to
तीन.
afford that one.
Oh, they don't have the
समझ रहे हो?
funds.
सिर्फ अपने ex को याद करने का.
And that's so interesting because he is off 56% of the defensive rounds.
Let's go.
And he's
Remember
not-
your
I mean,
ex.
he's-
He hasn't
yeah,
had one
choosing not
online
to-
at all.
Yeah.
And maybe
And
it
the
is
messages कितने
on purpose.
interesting
Maybe
होते हैं,
it's
हाँ.
deliberate. Maybe he doesn't want to have to deal with the Yoru clone, the Teho utility, all the Fade Prowlers.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of just get bombarded. But here's the change-up. It's that B long control.
Kawantin popping his ult.
No way.
And Zekin's trying to deal a fight and win it while getting away.
Are you
That's bloody
there?
criminal.
And it wasn't pretty. But it doesn't matter. Everyone geared up towards that A side of the map for Sentinels. The furthest rotation possible right now. Tui's is
Those
truly
guys
on an
are fast.
island.
DG is starting to arrive at the scene.
Those guys
But
side
this
पे.
foot race looks like it's going to be won by Sentinels. And they're going to have to give up the space. I mean, they cannot fight here.
You can't. Look at all this utility.
So they concede the site to Sentinels. Live to fight another day, and now attempt this retake. With strength and numbers, and now
God.
those numbers equalized.
That's a good opening.
It's a different
By
beast.
sexy ult.
Cosmic Divide invested. Segmenting the
Sexy
site,
ult मारा.
ripping them apart. And now there's more they're going to have to deal with. You cannot play back site. There's nowhere that's safe. Being flushed out from
अभी side
dugout.
पे ult मारता तो कुछ
Tail missiles
problem
coming
होता.
online in 3 seconds, Doug.
Now this spam fight ensues. Banks able to connect onto DG, but Loud's able to fight back. John has to be careful on the swing. Kawantin is there. Pankad has gotten it to half, and the missiles will delay, but the defuse will come through.
It is over.
We're tied again.
And you know what? The idea of John QT using that Armageddon in that pit area, it's so smart, but it actually ends up working against them on accident because it prompts the speed up of Loud, and the Sentinels players on site were just not ready. They weren't ready for the random aggression and the shots that had to be hit in such a high pressure scenario from Loud. There's that operator online.
Wards.
You were talking about him being, or Tui's being on an island in the previous round. He is certainly left alone here, completely set apart from the rest of his team.
Heavy
Sen
focus
ने
on
actually
mid.
सारे X को याद
It's a
किया ना, उधर थोड़ा
1-3-1
problem हो
approach
गया.
from Loud. Maybe
एक
trying
करके
to
करता था.
play in the
कलिश हो
minds
गया
of
था थोड़ा
Sentinels
Axis
that
के बीच में.
that operator is towards mid. There was a drone instantly out mid. Really masking where DG Zin is playing. And you see right now from the side of Sen, I mean, they're cautious. They're worried.
ये मारता है ये
This
भाई.
defense has been stingy. They have an idea that Zekin's there. The timing's really nice as the dash dissipates. Doubt. Now in for DG.
ये green dot ऐसे कैसे
Smart of
blink
Sen
कर
to
रहा है?
clear mid. Late in the round. Understanding that the defense is probably pushed back already. Here comes the re-clear though from DGZ. Is he gonna catch out Zekin on this timing? It's actually narrate.
The
that
knife
catches the timing.
The knife tagged him on the tower. They do know where he is. They've also invented the knife vault to try to push Vinny back. And now they realize they're getting closed in on the split is through. DG again with the op, still hasn't fired it off. Because he hasn't had a target, he hasn't had a chance. Continually pushed back.
Spike planted.
And that's enough for Sentinels to get the spike down. Now, the attempted retake for Loud is at hand. But how do they find a way in? They're not. They're cutting their losses. They're saving.
It's too difficult. Retaking with the operator.
One kill onto Calentine, and that's enough.
That's the type of match we're in. That's the amount of respect these two teams have for each other.
क्या scene?
And again, I mean, if
Then
you go
9
for
के
this
बाद
retake
क्या
and
होने वाला है
lose,
chat?
essentially
Repeat after
Loud
me.
would be
10
losing
Repeat
2 rounds in a row,
11,
right?
9.
Sen would be at 11-9.
12-9.
Unless
ये
you
है
get
मेरा prediction.
With the way that Sen has been
12-9.
playing, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. So Loud saving those weapons, giving themselves a fighting chance in the following round, another chance to tie things up. But yet again, Zakin with that Yoru ultimate, I feel like every single time he's invested that, they've won the round on the attacking side. He just gets so much info and free space.
नया prediction है.
So difficult to deal with. And let's see, maybe this operator B long for a DG Zine can be what denies all this B long space that Sentinels have been getting for free, essentially.
Interesting here, light armor on a couple of members of Sentinels, and they had the money.
There's a TP.
Oh, there's a shot out from DG. Vinny joining in, and Pancata drops 2. The transfer's beautiful.
A complete massacre. And bang, just going a little bit too far forward. He was in his...
Oh, big from John to find 2, but when you're staring down 5, that's a tough ass. So we're tied at 10 again.
He almost connected on that third with a spray transfer, but yeah, Bang was too focused on getting that pickup smoke out or suck in that B connector, that street area, that he just wasn't aware that there's an opera here.
Canadian भैया को दो. मेरा $150 आया नहीं अभी तक.
Gorgeous from Pancata there. He's so freaking
$2
good,
पे
man.
चूना लगाया मेरे को.
But it really was Loud maximizing on the mistake of Sentinels.
Turkey को दो, Turkey.
Agreed. It looks like a timeout has been called.
Last timeout.
Another moment to slow things down.
यहाँ पे मैं देना चाहता हूँ
opportunity to
भाई
kind of,
आपको
you know, postulate on what's before us, right? Like, what can we expect in these next couple of rounds?
Binks 2025 code use करें.
I think you're going to see more emphasis on this B side from Loud, and I think Sentinels need to identify, hey, we've been destroying at this B side. Let's start working something else. Maybe a little bit of A main pressure. We can still use the stealth bot towards B long, see if DG Zin is posted up trying to get an aggressive angle on it.
Prediction सुनो, मेरी बात ध्यान से सुनो.
But there needs to be more action somewhere else.
10-10 है बराबर है.
And then you can start going back to B again.
Close है मतलब.
This could also be a good opportunity to let the emotions settle a little bit, because this is
अब जो होगा.
Such a high pressure moment.
हमारी रूह कांपेगी रूह देख के.
Sen, they're down a map right now. We have to keep that in mind. That plays a huge factor. It's a different type of game when you have that on
हमारी
the map.
रूह कांपेगी guys. It's
Can't
gonna
let
be
the little things slip away. Like what we
easy
just
for
saw.
Opposite
Loud.
for DG, this time playing towards Art. So that B focus that you were talking about from Loud,
Easy for route.
choosing to go away from it.
Bye gifted. If you support
use that
Loud.
utility
वरुण भाई
or else
पुष्पा
they
तो देखा
should.
नहीं? हाँ? हर इंसान का वैल्यू रहता है भाई. All gifted का रेट लगाया.
Sentinels in this round.
Vinny feeling a lot
Candlewood
of
का
pressure,
मेरे.
counter flash to buy himself some time.
And there's that stealth drone.
Yep.
There's the
इन
pickup
सब में
star.
पागल
This
हो
time
जाएगा
around,
एक
not
दो और
getting picked by the
Watchparty कर
operator.
दिया था यार.
Nice jiggle, but he needs to get out of here. We've seen him get punished too many times.
John doesn't have missiles, so they
मच्छर मर
can't
गया
flush
एक
him
और
out.
लड़का.
Instead, they cut noise. An unsettling silence creeps over the site.
All 4 members holding that left side, waiting for the jump up. I think they have an idea that Pancata might have wanted to reposition to somewhere more aggressive because he's been getting decimated backside.
Loud है.
Sentinels are starving Loud of information here.
बड़ी जब
They are
लगी
not
तब
showing
बस
anything.
इसने डन सीन है यार.
But the thing is, Loud are willing to play retake on that A site. They're all
Let's
4
go,
members
Loud.
here. It's gonna have
चार
to get flooded.
बंदे.
Pancata knows. Here's the cue.
Where's the pop? Pancata on the swing,
No.
able to get one on to Zelsis, a second on to Neri.
तीन.
That's
चार.
3, make that 4.
Battery
Again,
खत्म.
Slaughter. Loud get to 11.
Pancata with the anticipation.
चैट किसको गाली देने का है? किसको गाली देने का है? वरुण वर्मा सुपर चैट करके बोला 5 गिफ्टेड इफ यू सपोर्ट लॉर्ड. भाई मेरा वैल्यू मैं सच्ची बोलूँ ना 500 गिफ्टेड का है, लेकिन मैं बोला कि नहीं, इस बार ईगो को साइड में रखते, प्राइड को साइड में रखते, सबको साइड में रख के 5 गिफ्टेड में मैं सपोर्ट कर लेता हूँ. देखो क्या क्या उसने.
That's for sure.
गाली
This
दो.
guy's been a monster. That dagger lands on a couple members
गाली दो.
of Sentinels. A lot of info gathered. A drone out mid as well.
But Sentinels haven't cared about that. That's
एक
not
तो
the
ये
first time they
YouTube
get
ना
tagged by
मांडा,
that
बीच में
knife.
एक टिक के
B
मार रहा
main,
है.
and they continue to push anyway.
But the thing is, look at how confident Loud are getting when that dagger hits. It's like they know that they're going A.
They're going to fully fight this.
No way,
Bye.
not again.
Heavy.
Stubborn, perhaps, and how
Heavy.
they try to go about this. Pancata can't see the thing, and he
Heavy.
falls. Zekin finds so much space, finds lethality.
इसके बाद एक ट्रू प्रेडिक्शन दूंगा.
And with 5 alive, Sentinels thrive.
100%
time,
top
if you're
quality
Loud,
prediction.
you are
top
trying to do
quality.
as much damage as possible. Your economy is fine for the rest of
क्योंकि
the
मेरे को
game.
मालूम है वो लोग क्या करने वाले हैं.
Sentinels, look at their money.
Mid
If you can
split
break
to
some of these
A
guns, if you
split.
could even get 3 guns out, you have a real good chance of securing an advantage. in the
3
future
मारेगा Loud
rounds.
5 सेकंड
Oh,
के
how
अंदर.
crippling and debilitating that would
Next
be.
round,
But
Loud
it
का.
doesn't seem like Loud are interested in pursuing that.
I would expect at least
Trust me.
Kawanzin to go for something. He's too off the orb. I mean, if he gets a kill and gets
Source
traded,
मेरा
it's
trust
the
me है.
Sova ultimate online. And you're about to be
रिवील
at
होने
a
के बाद
tie.
क्यों तोड़ा?
So,
एक और
not
बार हो
thinking
जाता
too
है.
far ahead. We'll see if that Sova ultimate could have helped them in this future round, but that B hit from Sentinels. It doesn't matter if it's Lotus, doesn't matter if it's Pearl. We go B.
Language
They
divides.
like it, they know what they want to do.
And it's worked more times than not. This time, adjusting the utility, Pancata getting completely flushed out.
भाई ये सिर्फ
Sentinels
उसके
are
वजह
not
से हुआ
falling
है.
for that twice in a row.
ये हो उल्टी की वजह से.
Huge investment there. Tether, the Tejo missiles.
Sentinels are continuing to buy light armor
Yes,
when they
please.
can afford full armor.
Loud देखो अभी. Loud देखो. Loud देखो.
Understand that with the way this match has been going. That was a dodge of a knife this time, by the way. Very intuitive of Zelsis. But they understand with how this game has been going that if it's been round,
Mani
right?
भाई मेहनत भी तो
If they
बढ़ रही है
lose
ना
this
यार.
round, at least they could still buy the next because of that light armor buy.
मेहनत भी तो बढ़ रही है. 3 esports awards मिले हैं.
Playing for the long haul.
उसका भी ऐड
Again,
करो.
listen to how
10%
quiet the site is.
We haven't seen Zelsis take this timing yet this match. He might catch players lacking right now. Oh, he can't connect, Doug!
He's made a mess of the situation. Kawanzin's still alive, but so is Elsis. No harm done.
Goodness.
Meanwhile, Sentinel's exploring the other side of the map. You've got DG posted up on a really aggressive angle in A
मुझे
main.
पड़ रहा था वो लग
Bang
रहा.
has to really wait. He needs these players in Art to take a lot of that pressure off of him. They need to draw. DG's in, but I don't think he's falling for it.
The Haunt didn't tag him. They don't know he's there.
I don't think he's falling for it at all.
Bang is patient with it. There's the op, there's the shot, and there's the kill.
Might get
And now
another
they
here.
know where he is, but they still have to flush him out. You cannot leave him here.
Look at the way he's playing this. Is he ready for Zelsis? I don't think he is. Zelsis, you cannot miss this one.
And he does not. Meanwhile, the rest of the line is starting to push in through spawn.
Not
Off
so
of the
good
flash, Chewy's finds Zekin. John trying to do his best to keep them at bay at arm's length. As he gets a second video on the trade though, a 2v2. In this post plant.
Ashtart के बारे में भूल गए क्या ये लोग?
Again, the architect of these rounds, but it's Zelsis who puts the finishing touches on it all. Sentinels get to map point.
He may have whipped in the beginning, but he made up for it. Oh boy, did he. Securing that timing on a DG. He's not missing twice in a row. And the full spray down on the players on site. Thwarting any attempt of a retake.
चलो वरुण भाई 5 गिफ्ट दो ये मैसेज रिट्रैक्ट क्यों हो रहा है
He always steps up when he needs to for this roster. And you can see how much it meant for him.
5 गिफ्ट दो चलो चलो
Full buys across the board. Sova ultimate still not online for Kalanzin. And it's fast A aggression from Sen.
But how far do they
go?
It seems like the aggression was only intended for A main. Perhaps to see if DG was posted up with an op on that angle, but they find nothing.
And they cycled the orb onto Zelsis. He's one off. They're going to go back B, potentially grab that orb as well. We've seen
without tens and so see
time and time
GG
again.
है सन के लिए फिर भी तो देख रहे हैं ना GG उनका तो भी देख रहे हैं ना
was Pankata getting a 4K.
They aren't even concerned about the middle of the map. I don't think they've walked in there.
They do not care. This is such a good call right now from John. That drone. All this utility should be spotted. Pankata.
Pankata, one tap. Come on.
They've got to know. Zelsis has his ult. They've got to know.
Gotta get out of here, man.
This could be the right cross that puts Loud away. DG's not able to use that up. Forced into lighter weaponry. Pankata weak. Pankata dead. And again, Loud not still really allowed to play the round.
You can't save this time, Doug.
Vamos का पता नहीं मेरे को ओडोमोस चाहिए मेरे को मच्छर गांड मार रहा है मेरी.
Narrate, trying to peek forward, trying to get a kill and does. Vinny falls now. 3 remain for Loud.
Vamos.
You see Zekin, he's gonna go exploring. He's gonna play this really aggressively on the other side of the smoke. Spotting a goal.
Vamos.
The snap is magnetic. Zekin puts them away. We're going the distance.
Distance, baby. Distance.
13-11, 13-11.
What an assassination.
That's though.
No hesitation, pure instinct. Zekin. What a presence in the server.
You talk about wanting to play with confidence. You talk about wanting to take your timings and go make plays. Yeah.
Love you,
yeah. Solo A main taking 50-50s. Even when he gets flashed, he was staying in there.
Just saying, आज तक के फायदा नहीं है मेरा.
Just too strong from the side of Sentinels.
ये लो दोबारा ले लो अगर retract हुआ.
He had no idea what to do against all that utility.
YouTube नशे कर रहा.
Played in so many times.
ये भी retract हो गया दोबारा दो. मंदी भाई आपको membership मिला आपका दिल कितना बड़ा है.
I think it's such a big ask. There's no way. We do have one more map to decide it all. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, the desk will break down map 2. They'll get us all hot and bothered for map 3. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
आपके पास कहाँ से आएंगे? समझ रहे हो? Love you, वरुण भाई. Thank you for the 5 minutes. शर्म कर बेच दिया है बे सच्ची. भाई इसके बाद अगर मैंने G2 और लेव करेगा ना मेरे जान में कोई लेव बचेगा नहीं. पैसिफिक करने का. पैसिफिक किसका मैच जरा देखे. गोट की कुर्बानी देनी पड़ेगी लग रहा है G2. हाँ मेरा किधर दादा ऑन द वे अभी भी टेक्निकली 20 आना बाकी है. कोरियर से आ रहा है. अरे भी चैट लाइक करो, आज हाईएस्ट लाइक हो सकते 10 के, हम लोग बहुत नजदीक है 10 के लाइक से, बहुत नजदीक है। क्रॉसिंग वीएलटी नहीं लाउड में अभी आ रहा हो, सुबह के 6 बजे रसीन वीएलटी क्या रे? हाँ मैच है अभी वीएलटी का। दैट्स माय बॉय, डैड बोला है। टेन के मुझे 1.8 के दिख रहा है, क्योंकि तू नॉन मेंबर है ना, तेरे पास वो चश्मा वाला वो नहीं है स्टिकर, इसलिए एक्चुअल में 10 के क्लोज है। पर गुस्सा नहीं, गुस्सा शांत है। आया मैं वॉशरूम जाके आया, पानी वानी लेके आया। जितना बैठेगा उतनी मेरी और गांड लगेगी, बहुत बैठ लिया मैंने। मेरी गोटी, मेरी गोटी। सुपरा गेमिंग एक सुपरा गिफ्ट कर, बहुत सही है। वॉशरूम में पानी क्यों लाया? अरे पहले पानी भरूंगा, फिर एक सिप पीऊंगा, जो आधा सुसु मेरे को आई है वो पूरा सुसु में कन्वर्ट होएगा, फिर मैं सुसु करूंगा, समझ रहे हो? हाँ, पूरा दिन अगर बैठे रहोगे ये सब कचरा कौन फेंकेगा? कौन फेंकेगा ये सब कचरा? गोडाउन बना के रखा सेटअप। आया मैं चैट लाइक करो। बिना बोतल के हाथ में पानी भरूं मैं भी, यहाँ पे बोलने का ना, हेल्प करो घर के काम में।
All right, everyone, and welcome back as Sentinels pick up a 13-11 win, and you can see the Sentinels boys getting their sustenance as they're getting ready for this next match.
Though.
What was it?
Yeah, I saw Twizzlers. I saw a bunch of just candies.
What kind of irresponsible crap is that?
It's a sugar high. We need new stats. Sugar versus potassium. Which one's the better matchup?
I would imagine potassium.
I've never been a pro player, Emily.
What are we talking about here?
Actually, Vans, you're fired.
Sorry.
There you go. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, seriously, and jump into what we just saw. Because, you know, Emily, it felt like we were getting the same thing that we were seeing in map 1. We were getting it again in map 2. Loud was looking good. The first half was looking solid for them. It did fall apart in the end, but you were definitely seeing some great ideas from Loud in the beginning.
No, literally, what a map. I'm so glad Sen was able to bring it back, first of all, to keep my 2-1 prediction alive. But I just wanted to point out, Loud's attack, especially Vinny's calls, like, I think he had perfect calls, honestly, the whole half. Even in the rounds that we didn't end up winning, it was just phenomenal. He was able to take the space that he needed, get the bomb down. It was mostly where we fell apart was in the post plant.
I mean, you bring up a great point, because that was something that we highlighted at the beginning of this matchup. How would Vinny call against a prolific IGL such as John Cutie, where now he gets to call on the attack side first? The way that he took map control at the very beginning and pushing Zekin away from these early spots on Yoru allows then, or forces Sentinels to play a little bit more passive, a little bit more reactive. And that's where you're going back to these rounds I wanted to bring up, where Sentinels just wanted, they had to play more reactionary, but at the same time, they had to start playing those retakes. And those retake protocols are really good. So when you go back to the calling of how Vinny plays here and identifies the teams moving through, well, how Sentinels comes back with not only on the protocols of retakes, but on the ultimates that they were able to scale from round to round, really allowed for them to look at that. Like, I mean, it's just Sentinels almost even on flawless rounds getting retake rounds at the same time against Loud. Nothing really that they could do, and Sentinels needed that because once Loud took the defensive side, it started getting very difficult when DigiZine had the off-out.
Yeah, and there were a few moments where we were seeing Emily, right? Like they were just stuck with, you know, the most massive gun in their hands they possibly could hold, but not a gun that they need to get back into the site because of the way that everything is played out. Do you feel like at some point maybe put that op away, focus a bit more just on getting those rifles?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, especially going into the, like, pointing out Sentinels. I said on the first map that I feel like their fundamentals, their basics were lacking. All the strats was there. They were doing most things right with their util and their comp. Here, I feel like they really brought it all together, which made it very hard for Loud.
Yeah. Hey, maybe it was a good talk with Coach Kaplan over there, right? A good stern discussion. Maybe whip those boys into shape. Who knows, though? Of course, Loud currently tied up now, 1-1, as we get ready for map number 3. Let's go and talk about it because it's split. Now, Loud will be on the defensive first here. But Emily, I want to start with you because you and I have been talking a lot about this this split game. You have some opinions. I want to get your thoughts on this.
This map I am so excited for. I was hoping it would go into a map 3 just because of their comps, right? They both run the Teo Breach, at least from the past games that they've had streamed. The only difference is Sentinels runs double controller, whereas I would say Loud runs a more standard comp with the double innie. So I'm just excited to see how it plays out. Hopefully to see some rounds on defense from Sentinels. And
I definitely want to know what the preparation for Loud would be going into this one, because as the coach mentioned going to the first map interview with Liz, they have practiced against enough Teo compositions. They know what to bring out, what to expect. And on the side of Sentinels, as much as it was their map where they were really good on in the past too, they were thrown in for a loop against 100 Thieves. And even Kaplan, after that interview when they lost map 1 against 100 Thieves, mentioned in the interview that the Sage actually threw him for a loop. So as much practice that you could put into that one, if you're not prepared into what the game plan is to anti-strat you like 100 Thieves did, there's a great opportunity for Loud to really take this to the 2-1 that you predicted.
And I can't wait to see it happen.
And I will say, though, it's quite surprising that, you know, and I actually didn't even say surprising, maybe that's the improper word. I think it's actually great to see how much work Loud have put in to work against these Teo compositions that they know that they were going to be running into because, you know, Sentinels have been very public and straightforward. John QT's running what's his face? So Teo. So it's like, is there, Emily, a possibility here where that could potentially backfire? Could Sentinels maybe throw a spanner into the works here?
I think so. Possibly, if they fix the issues from that map with, I believe it was against Crew.
Yeah.
But I still have to vote Loud here. I still do. The double innie beats the double controller for me.
Yeah, I think going back to that game as well, when you're trying to see how DigiZine could actually build, like we talked about it in just that in the MVP rather in the head-to-head. DigiZine, we were basically saying that Loud could live or die by the sword with DigiZine bringing out an operator as soon as possible. But he was rifling like a king going in that second map on Pearl. So to see now that DigiZine has proven to us doubters of DigiZine that he's actually a complete duelist for Loud, this actually brings a lot of heavy firepower for a team like Loud on split that could really go toe-to-toe against that Zekin as a rifler as well.
Oh, look, if there's one thing that we've gathered from this series is that we are in for a barn burner. Map 3 coming up next is going to be split. Who walks away as the winner? Who moves on in this competition? We'll catch you guys in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
If map 1 and map 2 were any indication of what map 3 holds, we are in for a good time. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre. We're going to turn our attention over to split now, where you expect to see a lot of the breach, a lot of the Teho, but the one wrinkle that I guess isn't really a wrinkle because we've seen it the last 2 maps is Sentinels love to run the
भाई सोच रहा हूँ एक Red Bull मंगा के मुंह
this
धो लूँ Red Bull
composition
से
is basically
क्या
what
बोलते
they're
हो
dying by the sword on. I mean, they've ran this so many times before. They'll
उनका
keep
है
different
highly
tiers.
criminal भाई
Celsius
अब भी
is now in
मिला
the
है
Viper,
gifted
which we've seen him dominate on in this
और
map, and I think it's very, very tough if you're allowed to deal with not only the same utility that you already have, But now the lurk timings that Zellsis is taking, and with him being in the form that he's at after that last map and the confidence that he got on those lurk timings, we've seen him really slip through the net on this Viper on split.
We'll see how things go this time around. You see the comps on the screen. You know the map. All that is left to do is figure out who's going to walk away on top. This map, this series, excuse me, has been a gift from beginning to end. 2 13-11s. I mean, we can only hope. We can only hope.
It's been awesome. And a big key
वरुण भाई को तो अगले
to
shipment में आएगा लग रहा है.
is Tui's needs to start getting those cool trip kills, like those cool trip setups that we saw. We didn't see too much of that on Pearl. Keep in mind that is a way more open map than Lotus, but here on
Love
Split,
you,
there's a
Aditya
lot of
bye.
interesting
Love
trips that you
you.
can put down
Thank
on
you
the
for the
ground,
5
and
pounds.
he needs to start switching up his trips, put one aggressive, put one back, have a trap play behind it. We gotta see how deep the playbook is.
What is the Valorant currently like after reaching emo? Nothing there in India.
Would perform up against Sentinels. Yeah,
भाई emo क्या है भाई वैदिक भाई emo क्या है मेरे को बात बताओ. emo में 15-20 हजार 25 हजार लोग हैं emo में. क्या स्टैंड आउट करोगे आप emo में? कद्दू का emo.
Already DG getting active.
पता तो रेडिएंट पता भाई रेडिएंट बनने के बाद बहुत पोटेंशियल है.
Push the pace.
Dreamy भाई को देखो.
On the other side, meanwhile, there's a lot on the other side of the smoke. Is Kawanzine able to handle all of the pressure? They swing him, they know where he is, and he gets 2 anyway. Another ridiculous moment from Kawanzine.
मुझे लगता है emo है.
These are the type of plays you're gonna have to make if you want to send Sentinel to the lower bracket.
Yep. And you need more.
The team play from Sen, it's just too good. You
Love
have
you,
to catch
Vedic,
them
bye.
off guard in any way, whether that's a trip, whether that's you being around a smoke, especially on a pistol round, which is so important in Valorant. Oh, Pancata.
Kawanzine again in a position to take a third, lands the dink, but that light armor is the difference maker there.
Chupal.
Tough luck, man. Zellsis, though, he does upgrade to a ghost off of that, so he could still do some damage here.
हमने currently rated in India और in Mumbai server by Mumbai server का पता
Kind of
है. India में मेरे हिसाब से 10-15 लोग रहेंगे.
30 seconds left.
I think it may have.
Mumbai server मत पूछो.
The scan didn't
Watchparty भाई का tweet नहीं देखा क्या?
suppress him or whatever, but I do believe they saw where he
Saw
was.
him on that. Vinny and B main, he's having to jiggle back and forth, but the fight will be here towards that A site. Good tail utility to get some space, be able to drop down.
Again, good night. I mean, if it's not Kawanzine, it's Pancata. Unreal pistols from those two.
Devastating off angle both times. Kawanzine
impossible है भाई Valorant होने को. इतना changes लाते, इतना नया agents लाते, इतना नया skins लाते.
You just don't expect it if you're Sentinel. Why would a Sky be playing
खेलने का मन होता है. ये देख के मेरे को अब भी खेलने का मन कर रहा है.
Absolutely. These are things that throw you off your game that don't make sense, but pistol rounds, I mean, you could do anything you really want.
Right, a pistol's a wild, wild west.
गेम तभी डेड होता है जब भी प्लेयर्स सर्वर में नहीं खेलते. उसको बोलते हैं. कोई देख नहीं रहा है वो गेम तो उसको डेड नहीं बोलते.
Tejo player.
Yeah, boy likes his Tejo.
Yeah, DRX has literally ran it on every single map. A great nade. Dang, almost getting taken out by that, but an outlaw is found out from the side of Sen, so it was flushed out. Good reaction so far from Loud. Off of that, all that mid pressure from Sentinels, there was a dog all the way through A, and look at the minimap, Kawanzine is already flanking.
A spit at the feet of Vinny. Cannot persist, cannot push forward, has to take a step back. Meanwhile, Sentinels now trying to take the fight out onto the site. Zekin's gonna fall, John will as well, and it's again a firing squad for Pancata. 4 as the flawless round comes through for Loud.
Pancata absolutely teeing off on that B site, but he needs to be careful, Doug, because if he's still playing in spots like that, when there's actual utility behind it, and weaponry behind, we're gonna see a repeat of what happened on Pearl, where he just gets absolutely destroyed by all this tail utility, the breach stun.
Charan, thank you for the first super chat.
So yeah, it looked cool.
Love you.
But let's see if you can do it when it actually matters. In a gun round.
Sure.
And he might.
Oh, I know. I mean, I think
he really might.
I think that's a fair ask. I do think they were eco frags, but he does have the ult now. In round 3. They're opening a firing squad onto Sentinels. There has to be some sort of response here, and it does not look like they can find it.
This is not the start you want if you're Sentinels. You've gotten caught off guard 2 rounds in a row now.
Yeah,
and this one being the most
defensive
important
map.
rounds.
This one being the bonus.
Pistol and bonus.
Map.
just not
Bonus
ready
हो या
for the
कुछ भी हो.
aggressiveness of Loud.
Defensive map.
These weird spots that they're playing in. Have to bring it back. That's a good start from Narrate.
He knows where the other one is too.
Cypher का गाली देखा उस दिन. गोली उसने मारा पीछे से.
And taking heroics just to get it to a 2v3.
It almost feels like a must-win round right now for Sentinels to be able to have some play in this attacking side.
They clear the trip. They flash out towards heaven. 2Es posted up. Crosshair trained.
Can't get the kill.
And DG not far off. Meanwhile, Vinny's starting to rotate over, but the round might be over by the time he arrives. Zelsis in a 1v3. Now spotted by the Roomba. Having to swing his way back in. Again, just so uncomfortable. You got the Roomba, you've got the dart. You know that the walls are closing in. Still finding his way onto one, though. Still an opportunity to pull this off. The swing is too wide. The shots are too clean. Loud
He was in the flow state right there. He was so aware of every single angle that Loud could be coming from. But it was the double up at the end there from Loud. It was just too much. He did this with a Spectre on top of it, Doug. That's 2 rounds in a row where Kawanzin has gotten the most impactful 2K I think I've ever seen in a VCT match.
Breakfast क्या मंगाया?
Alone. Like long range with a Spectre, it just doesn't make sense. That should be traded instantly.
You wonder if we have an early timeout coming shortly.
Right, it feels like it's getting out of hand, but Sentinels.
Yeah, and it's not because of their approach to the
Account selling के लिए ये channel पे मत आना भाई उल्टा अच्छा है मेरे channel पे अगर account selling वाले लोग आए ना तो actually में अच्छा क्योंकि मेरे channel में सारे हरामी लोग भरे पड़े ID password लेंगे पैसा नहीं देंगे समझ रहे हो?
Even in the face of the salvos. DG holds
तेरे account के ऐसे मारेंगे बाद में तू फिर कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा.
Let's be honest right now, that was crazy. Stepping in front of the
This
salvos. I know they're on eco, that gives you confidence, but that's very ambitious. Very, very ambitious.
I trust my chat. Chat हरामी हो कि नहीं तुम लोग?
Kawanzin right now is in the right place at the right time. And yeah, that time it was against ecos, fine. But he gets that Sky ultimate online because of it.
Way more significant than the Astral, for example.
बहुत ध्यान से गेम देख रहे लग रहा है
If he keeps finding these openings,
Count बढ़ा ले in game.
This might
You are
snowball.
I don't. My eyes are not on that. My eyes are on DG's op.
And we've seen him get pushed on this since the pistol round, right? He was here with the sheriff.
Inspiring many of the youth to work
second.
harder.
Finally takes down Kawanzin. No more shenanigans there. That's the Sky alt gone as well.
थोड़ी सी casuals हो गई है. Feelings यहाँ पे पहुँच गया.
They had a really good idea of where he might have been. Second, diligent with the flash. Oh no! Again, a disaster. Only finding one though. Zekin's got 3.
Jump
Tragedy avoided, and now DG's left alone.
Jump to था. Love you, Sharon. Thank you so much for the 7
after they get the spike down.
It's so tough though because your money isn't really all that great.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're Zelsis or Narrate,
any tips of get out of Ascendant? Simple है. Gaming छोड़ दो 2 महीने के लिए reset हो जाएगा. समझ रहे हो? Ascendant से सीधा बाहर. Good.
Sentinels have some really heavy hitting ults that are about to become online. 2 off of the Viper's
मेरा
pit,
दिमाग shut
2
down हो
off
गया
of the
यार.
Breach ultimate. And you can really just use Zekin's ultimate in the following round to secure a free site. We've seen that recipe for success.
Right, between the breach stun and then
it's
salvos,
flourished.
the salvos
G2 वाले match करोगे पता
I
नहीं.
mean, it's free.
मेरी G2 में कितना दम
I
रहेगा.
just feel like Sen are gonna go to B next round.
And just bomb the site.
Zekin's gonna ult in. They're gonna bomb the site, get an orb on Zelsis or Narrate, and then plant. Get one of those ultimates online. Maybe snag a kill on Pancata as well.
वैसे मेरे को नींद नहीं आ रहा
I
है.
think part of the conversation then has to become: are Loud expecting the same thing, and are there any adjustments they're going to make to counter that?
Yeah.
Short face.
Okay, sure. Oh, the second one was worse.
Hey, we've all been there before too. It's okay, man. Sometimes you just can't settle the recoil there.
The coach won't give calls during the match.
John has the Armageddon online. This is all signs leading
Delta
right now
language.
towards an absolute B hit. And DGZ, he will be here with the operator, but there's so much utility that's going to be thrown his way. If he can somehow get a kill on top of it, it would just be one of the most ridiculous acts.
They're starting to manipulate rotations back towards A. Think about what they saw. They saw the Viper util and then the Yoru ult. But they don't really move off of this.
Look at how much space Zekin just cleared. What a great breach stun. 2 he's just dead for free.
भाई है
Now they're
भाई
turning their eyes towards B.
Oh my
Picada
God.
again in a
भाई
ratty
क्या
spot.
blinds
This time
है
nothing found. Discipline out from the boys on the attacking side.
भाई क्या है ये
Second grabbing that operator as well.
This is huge too because Sentinels are in a position where they can win this
Tejo is
round
on the
without
meta by
having to invest
broken.
ults, and then you're looking at John's ult, Celsius' ult, and Narrate's ult in the next.
Yeah. That was such an amazing Yoru ultimate from Zekin.
आरआर के
cleared
डेफ
out
में मतलब
so
प्यार
much
है
space, gave
पता है
so
मेरे को
much
देखने का है
information
कि बहुत इंसेन
to
होएगा
John
करके मैं
TT.
सुना है चैट से
And
मैं
that
कभी रेड
B
फोर्स का
heaven
गेम
split
देखा नहीं है
utility was on point. DG Zin gets bombed out, can't even get a kill in B main, and then he also just gets wrapped. You cannot play B side against this execute that Sentinels run. You have to try to disrupt or at least play retake. And again, look at these salvos. How does he know every time? He just, it's just in his brain.
Just barely off the mark too. Big from Loud to be able to carry those two weapons over.
But that's an op gone
Because
now.
they bunch
DG, I don't know if
love
he's
you,
gonna
yeah.
have enough money in the bank
क्या होता है
to be
सुपर
able
मेरे
to
को
buy up
पता
another
नहीं
one.
गाड़ी
If
है
he
ना शायद
does, it's gonna be a big investment.
Oh, Pancada overstayed his welcome. He had two in front of him, waited for the third. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Tough spot to be in. So here we go, into the next. Sentinels with the three ults that we were talking about, and Op still in the hands of DG. And this time, it's a line posted up towards A, and that's where Sentinels are.
There's no armor behind this. A great stealth bot.
He's got to be careful here. He might get punished by this aggression. Loud wisely taking a step back. Kawanzine again,
दो मार दिए
stalwart in his defense. Tries to tuck tail and get away after getting one, but fails. DG's not able to get any of that off. They invested the two big ults that they were holding on to this round, and it's not going to find anyone, but it will create some space.
These sight executes from Sentinels. There's really no spots left unchecked. And now the Viper's pit on top of it. This is such a hard retake if you're Loud. You kind of have to hope for a miracle spam. All three players have to just start firing away into that smoke.
That's tough too, because they're all running Vandals. I mean, you're going to get spammed back into all of the Phantoms that Sentinels are using.
4 Phantoms.
So even with that, you don't really win that fight.
Oh, John with the jiggle as well. It's
one.
It's just too tough. It's too difficult. Sentinels again crawling their way back into this match.
4-3.
I think you got to give a lot of credit to John here. They were down 4-0.
Yeah.
Timeout was not called, so Kaplan was not a part of the conversation. John has navigated this really well to get Sentinels back in the game.
And to be fair, the rounds that they lost, it's not like it was the call that was bad. It was just a little bit of blunders in the micro of it.
Yeah.
Peeking out a little bit too early, getting caught off guard, not getting the trade on Kawanzine in mid.
डेथ भाई आपके गांड में हाथी का लैंड है कि नहीं है मेरे को ये बताओ खुद से बात कर रहे हो क्या बात कर रहे हो पता नहीं भाई चूत क्या चाहिए जिंदगी में पता नहीं नहीं हाथी का लैंड है कि नहीं है प्लीज कंफर्म इट कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है
He's in a flow state of his own, a calling flow state.
6 बजे
Loud will call a timeout.
हाँ
They had such a strong start, but now starting to
छुट्टी
get
है
punished.
स्कूल में
Starting to get caught out by a lot of this utility from the side of Sentinels. And yes, we did see them save the op at the end of that last round. It has not been getting value.
भाई बताओ ना मिड गेम अगर किसको हकने जाना हो तो जा सकते हैं क्या नहीं
Against a breach,
मिड गेम नहीं जा
KO, Yoru, Viper, Omen.
Hey, you're not allowed.
एक राउंड होने के बाद जा सकते
You can get smoked off, you're going to get missiled, you can get stunned by 2 different characters.
हाँ मतलब मिड गेम जा सकते हैं मिड राउंड नहीं जा
This
सकते
comp has so much utility to deal with aggression. It's insane.
Prim
how
Mila, love you, buddy.
Sentinels are
Love
able to
you.
innovate on this map of Split.
Loud investing into this round here. Bulldog, light armor on a couple of members, buying up around the op. 3 rounds in a row for the attack.
So far, Loud have paired up a lot of this breach and DG's in behind it. And it kind of makes it obvious of what's going on for John QT.
Yeah, they've been attached at the hip what feels like every round.
Oh. B haven't taken in the first 15 seconds. Bang, he takes some friendly fire, but he's got this angle.
A lot of friendly fire.
He doesn't care.
No heal to speak of either. So keep a close eye on that. Meanwhile, you've got Pancata who's trying to anchor out onto the site. Tui's playing close by, trying to cut off any sort of rotations. There's Pancata on the swing. Only able to find 2, but DG has arrived. The spike's still not out on the site. Narrate with the payload in tow. They know that DG's on the close angle, tries to flash off the op and does. So he's found safe passage across. Meanwhile, Zelsys has gone exploring. That's up really close by. What a shot from DG. And now Narrate's left in a clutch situation. He's got the stun, but he's been stunned himself, turning around on the flash, but still keeps his position hidden. Only able to find 1. Loud take the round.
There's the adaptation from Loud. Not falling for any of that early aggression, not dying to those missiles in B heaven, falling all the way back, letting Pancata actually have a chance to anchor in the backside of B. And he played that so well, biding his time. I mean, 2 players not looking at him. He could have gotten that 3rd. The follow-up rocket from DGZ, and he might be the only opper other than Kong who goes for op plays like that.
Yeah.
And it seems like he always lands it too, which is crazy. And now, I believe this is a quick answer. Sentinel's timeout. Timeout after timeout. This is just how this game has gone, how this series has gone. Round after round, these teams have been battling all day long. It's been an absolute war in the server. And it takes a toll on you. Who's going to wear out? Who's going to get tired first? We saw Tui's in that last round kind of not even react to Zekin swinging him.
अब जा सकते हैं अल्कोन लैंग्वेज
Moment now for these players to breathe, settle a little bit, come up with a game plan of how they want to approach the following rounds.
It's interesting here that Kaplan called that when he did. I mean, that was Sentinels had won 3 in a row and they had just lost 1, so there was something that he saw there. That was cause for concern.
3 तारीख को काम है मेरे को.
I mean, perhaps that gap in Pancata just being backside B. Usually, Sentinels bomb that out with some type of utility.
Yeah.
Whether that's a breach C's or anything. But they had no B main control that entire split. They kind of just ran it down B heaven. And I kind of like the pacier rounds from Sen.
The op again in the hands of DG with Vinny close by.
Judo से love करेगा, obviously करूँगा मेरी जान.
More passive approach here. Something we saw Ye used to do on Chamber quite a bit.
Off of the flash, 1 has been cleared. A massive dink out from Vinny, but the shot does not connect from DG. The nade will buy a little bit of time as Narrate. Staying almost too long. Fight ensuing mid, the paranoia is out. And things settle as soon as they accelerate. But again, Sentinel's not allowing Loud to get comfortable here. They push them all the way back towards B and then turn their attention A.
This speed up at A is so good. Tui's, he needs to be careful here. He needs to play for the retake.
He's been cut off. How far up do Sentinel scale here? Choosing to wait. Meanwhile, you've got Narrate, who's going to be on this late lurk, and Kawatin was ready for it. So 1 down.
Spike planted.
Numbers the way of the defense, but the attack has already gotten the site. Ult now invested. Zekin takes a step back. Aggressive flash on the other side of it, but no challenge yet. They're straddling the wall. Tui's now having to push through the smoke. Power and numbers, they're overwhelmed, they're outgunned. John's left in a 1v4, he's gotten 2. Only halfway done on the job, and DG cleans him up again.
Jumping through heaven, lands another quick scope. I mean, if John gets that kill right there, he had the salvos, he has the Armageddon. It's infinite stall. He can outplay whoever was on site. That was Kawanzine. But what good awareness right here from Kawanzine, and then also DGZine holding Zelsys in heaven. These are little things that you do in preparation. And when it works out like this, it gives you more confidence that your game plan that you've instilled in this map is good.
No time to think things over. Back into the next we go. Round 10 on the cards. John with his ult. Second one off. Meanwhile, Loud had plenty to speak of as well. And an aggressive push towards A main. Off of the stun. They're even getting a deep dog here.
Baiting out the Vipers. Molly as well right away.
Bro, you know DG wants to go.
A huge investment. Great use of the clone from Zekken. We've seen him get a lot of value with this.
Yeah.
Baiting out those Cypher chips that are on the ground.
Vinny has ult.
दूसरा ट्रिप पे भी जाएगा क्या?
Oh my gosh.
Celsius bhai.
And the problem with that jump spot was DGZ heard it.
Huge.
So it gives him even more time to prepare mentally.
There's the ult. The stun too. Second with nowhere to go, and he still gets a kill.
So clutch.
And he's gonna be able to pop his ult, get away.
But the spike is dropped. He gets it.
It's still a 2v4 though. I mean, this is still really hard for them to convert.
He knows he has to even the score.
Second's gotta do something here off of the flash, turning forward, eating one of his own, and then TPing away.
But they're already getting wrapped. Look at DGZ in B main.
Yeah, the benefit of having the numbers advantage here. Again, the demand for heroics. Things slow down for just a moment as DG's creeping forward with the op in hand.
The timing.
The barrel of the gun spotted and now position given away. They know where Zekken is and they're going to be dropping it on him. Narrate is close by and he's dead. Much more to be found for Zekken. He's going to have to ace if he wants to win this out. Make that 4. Can Zekken deliver? A fake TP and now Zekken creeping forward. Quietly off the tap too. He's waiting close by. He's sticking it to half. He's going to stick it all the way. Not able to settle the shots. He buys some time on this.
Oh my God.
Power ace. What a play.
And that wasn't just a clutch. That was a masterclass in isolating fights.
ये क्या था?
He turned 4 separate 1v1s into his favor.
ये क्या था?
Unreal from Zekken, the iBuy power ace. Remember, they do a PC giveaway. It's the first ace of the week. Cold from the duelist. Cold from the duelist. Follow at iBuy Power on social media. Use hashtag unlock your ace for a chance to win the PC. Into the next round we go.
भाई कितना crucial round निकाला उसने.
1v5. Look at the economy.
That was the spark they needed.
You can't make it up. Sen now have a chance to even the score.
क्या aim क्या brain रोना आ रहा है देख के नहीं रोना नहीं.
What separate good players from great ones. Yeah, you know you're
मेरे जैसे
consistently
players
gonna be
बहुत
good, but
आगे
there's
वाले
gonna come in a time where your team calls upon you to make a play. And as you were saying, the economy is now busted. They cannot stand against this fight.
भाई मर ही नहीं रहा
Zekken
है
fully
बंदा.
TPing forward. Pankata and DG nowhere to go. They're done.
They're just mowed down. That Yoru
क्या
clone.
scene?
It's been putting in so much work.
Loud being pushed for pillar to post here. Sentinels will get to 5.
भाई one of the best aces था बे.
Emotions can be riding high after seeing your teammates do something like that. To settle it down though, right after. Secure the follow-up round that you should win. It's very, very important.
Yeah.
And they did a great job doing it.
Because that's the window for them to snatch that momentum right back away, to take the wind out of your sails.
ऐसे window तो heaven में
It's
लेकिन.
navigated well.
Narrate now, one off the breach ult. Armageddon online, Yoru ultimate online. Almost every time Zekken has used Yoru ult in VCT, Sentinels have converted.
He's going to get the opportunity at it again. The TP forward, they know where 1 is.
Get out of there, buddy.
The stun, they know. He's found a second too.
This Armageddon can take that whole line out.
He's certainly going to try. Ult invested, Zekken on the swing. Meanwhile, DG's trying to counter back with an ult of his own. Kill's not found. Pankata's gone unchecked.
Can Pankata hold it down again?
Is this another discipline moment that goes again unchecked, unconsidered? Pankata's able to get 1. Now the suck finally spammed through. Pankata dead.
भाई women का round है.
3v3 and everything settles on the map. John playing close by, utility out. DG's able to find wife. Excuse me. That's all it is.
इसका round है.
With 45 seconds left on the round, They're choosing, they want to take a walkabout.
That's the right play. Footsteps can't be heard from that far away. Running at the perfect moment.
तो third
Yeah, there's
wave को
some
no
sniper
है ना
utility
सब
here, but
करेंगे
it'll buy
भाई
enough
सब
time
करेंगे
for Sentinels to potentially get into sight, set up a decent post plant. Celsius is one off of that Viper's pit.
Last round of the half, too, and again,
they have to get ahead of this if Loud want to win this round, because that Viper's pit is going to be so hard to retake into.
The triple delay, 7 bullets left for Celsius.
No way he hits that shot.
Swings way too far out. Now he's left in a 1v1. Pit invested. Spike down. He's going to rush it. He's going to bum rush it. Not able to hit the spam. Switches to the second weapon, and Celsius walks away on top. A 4K to get Sentinels to 6.
Clutch after clutch, Sentinels bring it back. After what was a terrible start to this first half of split. Players getting caught lacking.
क्या scene?
What good resilience shown from this squad.
ये कौन सा valorant खेल रहे लोग?
What a shot, man.
And then that right there, the finisher.
Not panicking when he's getting full sprayed down. He knew he had that in the bag.
इसके बाद G2 was the left guy. Yes, sir.
We're gonna take a quick break, get an opportunity to catch our
अरे
breath.
आराम से break लो क्या काम है अपने को बैठने का लो break लो लो मैं तो बोलता हूँ 10 मिनट का एक म्यूजिक पे डाल दो अभी तो मुंह ग्रीन कर दिया पे भाई डेक्कन का क्रेजी था भी लेकिन क्रेजी था ईशान भाई वो गाड़ी गिफ्ट है गिफ्ट मैंने लिया नहीं डैड ने दिया एक्स्ट्रा Hello, ready?
If you've been watching us, if you've been following with us for this entire series, it'll come to you as no surprise that we're tied at 6 on map 3 at half. Loud now on the attacking side. Meanwhile, Sentinels will be pushed, they'll be tested. We'll see what they can do on defense. Zekin is already really far up. There's a breach set up.
क्या होगा तुम्हारा?
Off of contact.
मुझे नहीं मालूम.
But Narrate holding on to it. A little bit of spam through, pressure applied, presence made. That's all it is for now.
Dog up mid gives a lot of information. Too loud.
तू कौन सा valorant चल रहा है अब कॉपी क्यों कर रही है? quarters ना.
A-ramp as well with the room, but good contact.
अच्छा मेरी कॉपी क्यों कर रहा है? Love you यार मोहित भाई.
Counter stun to buy some time.
कभी-कभी crazy ऐसा लगता है ना सारे player मेरे जैसे कैसे
खेलेंगे. If they try to head back B, Celsius has a really good line here.
Strike दे सकता हूँ मैं इनको.
Celsius, he's so good at anchoring these spots. He's jump spotting with a molly. It's going to delay a lot. He might even be able to put some pop shots
license भी driver रखेंगे भाई.
Classic no armor. Bang has to take a step back too.
Look at that molly. So many members.
And he still gets a kill off of it.
All that damage. Pancata did get B-made off of that, though. A lot rides on Bang right here.
John is close eye, but he's been smoked off. The missiles are so good, don't forget about taking the fight. The utility makes the difference. A desperately needed pistol.
By John QT.
The way of Sentinels.
And that's the anchor we know on Sentinels. Bang.
Heavy
One of the
by
best
John
to ever
QT.
do it. He holds these sight downs on Omen, Astra, whatever it may be. Viper sometimes.
Huh?
This time, the controller duo. They lock down B.
30 seconds left.
And Loud. They look distraught. DG's in, not even looking at Bang in that moment.
Josh hai.
You could feel a shift right now for Sen.
That shift has never really come through. I mean, the whole series, neither team has been able to create enough separation, really run away with the map.
This is their map, man.
When you think of Sentinels, you think of Split, how they've innovated 2 years in a row. Meta-defining compositions, meta-defining gameplay. Some info gathered.
He's got the paranoia at the ready.
What is that entry from DGZ?
Oh, excuse me, it was a smoke. The spam coming through. Vinny now down. And this should be, barring something silly, a pretty clear and pretty clean rest of the round for Sentinels.
Yeah. Right now, Bang and Zelsis have locked down this B site. Cannot mess with them here. And that's going to play a factor in Loud's heads. They might feel like they're forced to go mid or A. And that might make it so they play straight into a trap setup from Sentinels. This B hold back-to-back rounds, yes, that was an anti-eco. But the way that these two are playing off of one another, opening up opportunities for each other to get kills in the round. It's looking very good right now for Sen, and very, very early operator online from Zekken.
14-8 for the Yoru.
Bonus round operator. Are Loud gonna read into this, or are they gonna get picked off for free?
Bye.
There's one. That's about as clean as it gets.
4-0 किया था ना तुम लोग ने? Loud है?
On B long. This time he hits it at A main on Split.
Loud forced to take a step back
Bonus
now.
में भी ऑफ है अपने पास,
Pause for
पता
a
नहीं कैसे.
moment and reconsider the situation. Rethink the
कौन सा
approach.
bonus है ये पता नहीं.
Without their initiator, without one of their go buttons.
Good utility use so far from Loud. Yes, you're down a man, but still, they were able to push Zekken all the way back into that screens area. They bought a rotate, but this is the problem. You're going to run into B again. Bang and Celsius have been phenomenal at holding this in the last 2 rounds. If you get shut down here a third time, you're going to feel hopeless.
By DRX spring by.
Great molly to the late. Narrate has already cheated on over. He has that breach stun.
And the smoke too. But he gets spammed out. The question is now, how do Sentinels respond?
You kind of have to gamble here. Narrate, he can't really play in between. Leave Bang alone on the island. He's the man that you want there.
He just invested a paranoia. That was enough to draw some attention, and now calls coming in from either side. Loud are finding success everywhere on the map.
John's still here, but it doesn't matter. Pancata and the rest of Loud.
I would like to apologize.
They pick apart Sentinels with that slow approach.
By DRX spring का बहुत
and honestly, a miracle kill into the smoke on Zelsis. That opened up the entire map for them.
Sorry.
Turn the tide.
No,
Pancata just too quick on that wide swing. Zekken not able to react fast enough. That one kill right there changes the entire thing. It buys enough time for John to come up with a plan on how he wants to play the 1v2.
YouTube में stream end कर दूंगा मेरे gifted लाओ.
Aggression this time from Sentinels, pushing out all of that A.
Meanwhile, Loud is going all towards V. Zekken's the only one here. TP's to safety. The spit will buy some time.
Zelsis is so fast on these reactionary plays.
But they're going to go anyway. Satcheling forward. A confident call to arms from the attacking side as DG has already wrapped. Zelsis has nowhere to go. He's dead.
Heaven's not smoked.
कितना
but
perfect
it's only a
blind
stinger there.
कुछ हो नहीं रहा है लेकिन.
I mean, there's a little bit of help coming, but the flank is being flanked too. He's just on the prowl. And there it is. John's down. A 5v3 now, and it's only gotten worse for Sentinels. Vinny committing to getting the plant down 3v2. Bang and Narrate forced to make this conversion happen, and it's gotten a little bit closer now.
Reload का sound से.
Still plenty of work to be done. Pancata and Vinny looking to keep them at bay. The stun connecting, and the shots do too. Vinny's now down. Pancata again. Put in a position where he has to deliver for Loud.
You still have paranoia online.
Seeing one come across. Drawing the suck. There's not a lot of time on this. Off the tap, the spam coming through. Narrate has to get aggressive. He's got to go. He's only gotten it down to 1. Banks should connect. He's gotten 4. The defuse will come through. That's another round for Sentinels.
And another clutch. How many times are they going to do this map? Bang, what is the kill through the smoke? Just full on intuition spray. And an overheat from Loud, giving 2 free kills on a
बस
free
गन
B
भी मस्त था
side.
ना.
That's something that's going to be in
चार
your
मारे बे.
nightmares if you're Loud.
आराम से. What the fuck are you doing, Gula?
You guys didn't see that. You didn't hear it. You didn't read the
मैं
lips.
सुना.
There was nothing there.
What the
promise.
fuck you
It was
doing?
a family-friendly show, okay?
What the fuck? ऐसा
2
बोला.
rounds between the two Sentinels.
Yeah,
Just
babe.
when it looked like Loud was finding a way back into this, they get shoved back. This war of attrition seemingly going the way of Sentinels now. And Zekin's in a really nice spot. Not triggered by the cage, but he's got to be careful. Knife out. One spotted on the spam. Connects. Tries to get away, but fails. The nade will push John back as well. Gonna buy a little bit of time off the missiles, and they've been segmented apart. DG's up really far ahead. He's got a stinger.
Meanwhile, you look at Bang pushing all the way out through B main. He's gonna find his timing on Pancata. And he's patient with it. What an outplay.
Now TPing to rejoin his
W.
comrades.
Celsius with this judge. He's just gonna be jumping around for his team.
Oh.
They've got 2 rifles. They've invested the ult as well. They've already gotten out on
मैंने
1.
counter
2 is in a
blend किया
really
लेकिन
good
कोई आ
spot
ही नहीं रहा
here.
था.
Showstopper online now as well.
They've got the tools.
भाई बहुत
They've got to look at them
अजीब
scatter.
है.
They've got to run away. They've got to give the space up. And it will connect. Celsius now down. I don't know how they find a way back into this. Narrate and Bang.
They've done it before.
I mean, despite their best effort, though, it's got to be on Bang, and he gets dropped as soon as he swings. Narrate will get 1. It looks like an attempt at damaging economy now. No real chance to win the round.
ये round कैसे जीते
But some
बे?
parting shots. Loud will get to 8. The money's not great.
And this is just one of the most unbelievable matches we have ever seen. Every single map is just a battle back and forth, round after round. Every time it feels like a team is just gonna take it and run away. The other steps up. Huge.
मस्त मारा ना शॉट. हाँ रे आकाश.
I look at the buy for Sentinels, man. It's
economy.
जो जीतेगा उसका एक champ point.
Has the Phantom. He has been getting a lot of first bloods. Getting this one would mean an upgrade, potentially in the mid-round.
I mean, how much more can you put on this kid's shoulders, though? He's gotten 1. He's done well to get that far.
I mean, he might get more right here. He's ahead of this.
He's got his ult, too.
This is just duelist things right now.
This is danger. Sidestepping the stun. Turning the flash.
Dodging the nade.
Narrate is here. This is messy. All the potential to get out of hand. The flash timing is really nice. Zekin's not able to contribute here. Has to TP and get away, and does.
यार. Blind नहीं होता तो कुछ कर
Labored
सकता
attempt.
था.
He still has clone. He still has a flash. He can do some real damage coming out of spawn right here.
Off the paranoia, instantly dropped at the
Clone
hands of
क्यों
the
डाला
duelist on
उसने?
the other side of the stage. DG, who had gone quiet for a little bit, coming back to life. 2 weapons in the hands of Sentinels here. Do they go for this? That's 1 kill found. They've got a shot at this. 2 playing backside. They've got a crazy crossfire with 2. He's still playing back in garage. The smoke to try to isolate. You've got to be careful here. 1 kill found on the side of DG. That's 3 for him. Zelsis tries to get away, but we're tied at 9.
9-9.
Second,
अब मैं बताऊं
just
क्या होएगा?
barely missing those shots in B main by a thread.
बताओ.
His timing, had he peeked out even just a
बताओ.
millisecond sooner, he catches 2 players not looking at him. That's truly what this is coming down to.
बताओ बोला कविन भाई ने.
DG,
कविन
you're
भाई.
right, he's online now.
अब
He gets a 3K into that round.
Sen के अंदर की आग
A
जलने वाली
2K
है.
in the previous. He's sitting at 20 and 10.
10-9 for
A
Sen
lot of the
होने वाला
success
है.
of Loud on this map of split has been him stepping up,
Love you कविन भाई.
dropping
Love you.
absolute bombs on every single team he's played.
Couple of really explosive ults on the board here.
You are divided.
This is not a fake. They're fully committing into this, but they're going to have to deal with the pit. Meanwhile, DG's down. 1 kill found, and there it is. The pit now down. The site now theirs for the taking.
What a great paranoia.
In the face of the aggression, they try to fight back. Bang goes aggressive. switches weapons. Vinny now weak. Spike's still in the hands of Kawanzin, but he can't commit to getting the plant down. He's got to help the fight Heaven. Oh, quiet now. Kawanzin in a really nice position.
He's in a power position right now.
And they think the site is going away. They think the rotation's back towards A. What a shot from Narrate.
What do you mean? John, he's
John back
reflexing
with
right
the
now as well.
29.
Pankata and Kawanzin with so much to do here. Flash in the face of a controller, make that 2. Trying to drop utility, but again, keep an eye on John's position.
There's no way Pankata is aware.
No.
He's not checking at all.
Patience.
Wait, did he?
Patience from the IGL here. Not fully committing, not fully swinging as Pankata goes exploring. Committing the ult, that's gonna funnel him out. He's gonna spot him, he's dead. A beautiful round from Sentinels. And they take the lead once more.
Beautiful round, beautiful answer back. And it's just shocking. Uncharacteristic of Zelsa's following here, but that trap play in market. Oh. Narrate. I mean, it looked like he wanted a full cleared in the first place. Does a double take, takes him out. Kawanzin, he made it out B main, but he was too afraid to take the risk. Going up B heaven. And that was the key difference. Sentinels moved as a pack that entire time. And you gotta give John his daps. The way that he played that flank, getting deposited in there, using his utility first.
The tension is palpable.
I
believe this is the last timeout. No, it's not. I just lied to you. Sentinels still have one that they can invest. As we take a quick look to what the next round holds. The money's spotty, and you get a stinger for Kawanzin.
And light armors on 3
और
members
भाई क्या हाल है?
of
सब बढ़िया
Loud.
हाल
On the
है.
other end,
You
5
played
phantoms
LOL.
in
How
play.
did you find that game? Easy.
One headshot is all it takes.
यार मच्छर सुबह भी नहीं छोड़ रहा मेरे को.
Sentinels,
Ishan
they're
thank
very
you for
good
the
at
29
getting
and the
these spam
29
kills as
मेरी
well. We saw
जान.
Bang already start off the last
Sofa
round
ले लो एक.
with one. And he took out
Never.
DG Zine.
Sofa watch party कभी नहीं आएगा.
How can Loud set
मैं
DG Zine
ऐसा
up for success
बिना
to not get
interest के
picked
नहीं
off
देख
early?
सकता match.
It's 20 and 11 right now.
He's the win
Rate
condition
देगा तो
right
मेरे
now
से
for
नहीं
Loud. Whoop. And he's fumbling satchels.
A little bit of a misfire there.
Those nerves are starting to settle.
Slow गया ना pace.
Seconds are really aggressive up towards A. He's got the TP back elbow, and again, playing in the cage, but he's gone unchecked. Takes a step back, though. Feeling the pressure.
Wants none of that fight this time around.
Drone
But
war.
instantly re-cleared by John QT. Stealth drone has been used. Proactivity now from the side of Sen in B main. A flash and an Omen teleport used. And I don't think this was heard at all from Loud. This is so much info gathered from Sentinels.
Ishan thank you for the third
Concerned. I mean, look at John's
29.
position right now. He was looking back towards stairs, concerned that they had lost the heaven timing on B.
But these sight holds can be so hard to break through. You have a Yoru who can throw infinite flashes, it feels like, behind that map area. You have Celsius with a Viper's volley to delay even longer for the rotation of John QT to come.
I wonder how long his TP timing has. Celsius spamming through, not connecting.
बहुत पैसे खेल रहे हैं यार.
Buys enough time for Celsius to get into sight. Here's the proactivity.
Tries to turn the flash. Seconds able to connect on Kawanzin. 13 seconds left. And there is no contribution from the attack. A flawless round for Sen City.
क्या blinds है, क्या
You just cannot break through these sight holds without baiting out any of this utility. But Sen, they're not going to give it to you.
And I think the economy's bad for Loud.
It most certainly is.
What a hold.
The setup was perfect. And the proactivity from the B players of Bang and Narrate, that set that all in motion.
I need to blow something up.
Yeah, Loud's money's not good, man. They're playing for OT.
जो हारा वो lower bracket में जाएगा, जो जीता वो champs एक champs point मिलेगा, और अगर next जीता तो सीधा Bangkok.
But he's been getting shut down the last 2 rounds.
Letting Roomba do its thing. Not cleared out. Off of that confidence that they could take the space. Meanwhile, jump spots back towards A. They're feeling a lot of the pressure B.
Look at how quick Loud want to get out of there. They remember what happened to them previously when that breach stun came through. The Taeho missile crunch.
Meanwhile, they have decided to end A. You have a deep smoke back towards spawn.
It's the right call, but Zekin,
they don't have the guns.
The man of the hour, is he going to get overwhelmed?
भाई यहाँ से blind दिया, वहाँ से वो
They're
निकला
trying to
बे.
find him.
He gets out. What a smart
बाहर
play,
भी
Doug.
निकला.
They've given up the site, but they've lived to fight another day. They've managed to stay alive. Spike now planted. A 5v4. Narrate has ult. DG's in a really nice spot. But when is the cue for him to go? Keep an eye on Pancada on the minimap as well. Still playing back towards mid. Tui's getting swung on. Zekin's dead, looking for another, but he's overwhelmed. Now Vinny, stunned, cannot contribute either.
Viper को सिर्फ heaven
The difference. Great trading here in screens as well.
Geosyn.
But there's no pings anymore to spam like that. You're left to your devices.
एक और मच्छर गया.
Up for Zekin.
Geosyn.
Match point for Sentinels.
This feels like one of the biggest leads we've had across all 3 maps.
आ गया.
What's the play for Lab? They have a rocket. They have Vinny's ult too. First one popped. DG looking to go forward, stunned.
But no one clears this.
They've invested more. John's in the discipline corner, and he's going to go unchecked. He's going to find everything. 2 kills found. Info on the 3rd. But DG on the counter. Still outnumbered here. DG's so weak, 12 HP.
लग गए.
Sentinels can slow the situation
वैसे
down.
tournament हुआ तो किधर होगा? पता नहीं
Off
किधर
the
होगा.
clone, off the flash, bang going backside. He's spotting
किधर
DG.
भी हो
He's
सकता है.
dead. Can Pancada 1v3?
3v1.
Was Spike out of hand?
जीत गया बे Sen.
The need for a clutch is paramount here. Sentinels were pushed. Sentinels were tested.
3v1.
Can they ace the final test here?
Finally,
Pancada
भाई.
dropping down. Look at this high-low setup off the paranoia. Zekin looking to connect on the swing. Pancada's finds him. 10 HP, and that's all. It'll be the war of attrition goes the way of Sen City. They take down.
अरे. सारे Sen fans. भाई Loud को भी support कर रहे हैं बे, देख रहे हो?
The gauntlet that this team of Sentinels just had
ये
to go
होता है
through.
good game.
Loud pushing them to the
ये होता है
absolute
peak valorant.
limit.
दोनों टीम को support कर रहे हैं बे audience.
You saw the look on Narrate even after winning. Completely exhausted. Battery drained. What a series. I think probably one of the best series of Valorant I've ever seen.
You got to give Loud their credit, man, because there were few people who gave them any chance in this fight.
Everyone was thinking it was going to be a 2-0. Let's just say it how it is.
So I think there's credit to be given to Loud, but also wins like this are formative. And for a new roster, for Sen City, who's dealing with the addition of Bang and Narrate, to go through a win like this, to grind it out, and it wasn't always pretty, right? It wasn't sexy every single round, but you learn a lot about yourself when you walk away with a win like that.
And it just brings you closer as a team. And with more and more time, more and more chemistry building between these kids, you can't help but feel like they're one of the strongest teams in VCT North America.
A winner's bow for the boys, and again, Loud pushed him, man.
We saw a lot of good things out of Loud today, man.
Yep.
I mean, that second map could have gone either way.
The first, every map could have gone either way.
Every map could have gone either way.
But a spectacular performance.
And I think it's just a testament to the communication, the intensity in the comms of Sentinels. You can tell how bad every single person on that team wants it. And they dug deep for this one, man.
And again, I want to go back to mentioning this because I think it's worth repeating. this is a roster that went through
अभी
changes.
इससे भी बाप मैच
That's
होने
now
वाला
dealing
है.
with having 2 new players, with having a new assistant coach.
A new meta.
So, and a new meta, right? Like, you can look at that and go, oh, well, they're experienced and they're good and they won Madrid last year and all those things are true. But implementing 2 new players into that and the new meta with the new assistant coach is a different beast.
Yeah, and I'm just still so impressed about how they still continue to innovate on a map like Split, where it just seems like everybody was copying their compositions. I guarantee you we're going to see more compositions like theirs in the future on this map of Split. Because it is so much utility. It's so hard to hold these sites. It's honestly a pleasure to watch.
I mean, you saw it. Loud looked uncomfortable. They fall at the hands of Sentinels. Let's throw it down to Elizabeth on the stage behind me for the Verizon post-match interview with John QT.
Thank you so much, Doug and Baby Bay. And I'm here with the IGL, the man of the hour, John Cutie from Sentinels.
John Cutie bolte hain.
They screamed to you before, they're still screaming for you. Something I want to talk to you about is there's kind of been this change in Sentinels vibe. You guys are a little more trash talky, a little more, you're more willing to stand up. No, we used to have just like the one little wave from you, but now you're standing up. Talk to me about that. What's going on? What's different?
Energy higher.
I mean, it's like different roster, different energy, obviously. We obviously lost 2 vets in Sassy and Tens. And we have some newcomers that are more younger, so we do what we need to bring up the energy and like the mood on the team. And if it's like standing up, that's what's gonna make us win. Then we'll do it. So.
Do they make you feel young again?
Oh yeah. I feel like I'm 16 again.
16. Well, I talked to Kaplan after the first
the
match,
club,
and he said you guys were playing afraid. He almost seemed a little aggressive in his response to me. Can you talk to me about what he specifically said to you backstage and on the headset when you guys were going into map 2?
I mean.
Yo, man.
I mean, he's right. We also felt it like instantly after we did. We're not playing like ourselves. We're playing afraid. Like we're afraid of taking risk. We're not following the util and stuff like that. So we just made sure to clean it up. And, yeah, it showed after the 2 maps.
How do you, as a leader, take that note and instill it into your teammates?
I mean, just making sure to give them like positive reinforcement, like in freeze time. Like guys, we need to do this. We need to make sure we're doing things properly. Like just reminders in freeze time help a lot.
What do you? In terms of expectations from you guys, do you think you have performed today at your expectations, or do you think there's more for Sentinels to give and show?
There is more mat bolo. Actually,
I think there's definitely more to show.
Arey
more,
to improve on.
I think we'll with this roster we'll definitely like slowly improve and peak at the end of the year. I think we're in a good place right now. Obviously, we're
Abhishek, thank you for the Joshi.
So we're feeling good, and we'll be definitely more ready for next game.
You're one game away from Bangkok. Your rookie year, you made it to Masters of Madrid. Won it, took your team to the end with an incredible last map, which I think we all remember and loved. What is different about this time?
I mean, definitely the opposition is way better. Definitely
in terms of Americas or international?
Americas, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's definitely more difficult than last year. Every team improved, all the rosters look very strong. Anyone can win on any given day. You just need to show up 100% and like be ready to win, for sure.
Then why is Sentinels going to go all the way?
Because we're the best.
That's it. You're simply the best.
Well,
the fans certainly believe it. Now, one last question for you. I think maybe there are a lot of people, like when you went to Champions, you were considered, the most overrated team. You made it to 4th. Would you like to say anything to those who still doubt Sen and Sen City?
John, come on,
results speak for themselves. Like I don't feel like I need to say anything, but yeah. I mean, Sentinels were in Americas. We know that.
Shit, यार, इसका आंसर मेरे को देना चाहिए था. मेरे को
बुलाओ आप हैं. Well, thank you so much, John. Give it up for John Cutie one more time, everyone. We're going to head to a break, but stay right there because it's G2 versus Lev.
G2 versus Lev, baby. प्रकाश भाई हाइड हो गया, अच्छा लगेगा, ऐसी बातें नहीं करते. मजाक का एक वो रहता है यार.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Add तो करते भी लोग.
I've got a bunch of different mice.
When you find the one, you know it's the one.
चलो ब्रेक टाइम. मैं 2 मिनट में मुंह धो के आया. मैं फट से देखता हूँ अगर चाय है तो.
This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me. It's Pulsar by you.
The human body was built.
ऐसे का जरा कैजुअल है, पैसिफिक का अच्छा है.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
Red Bull किधर ना किधर पहुंचेगा. स्पोर्ट्स में भी है ना वो स्पोर्ट्स वाले.
Gamers, hybrid workers, artists,
दोनों का एडवर्टाइजमेंट मस्त लगता है तो बहुत अलग टाइप से करते हैं। आया
Leviathan, they're a great team for sure. I know there's going to be a lot of motions on both teams in that match. Jogamo playing against two of his ex-championship teammates.
It's like having best friends against each other in like one of the more high pressure like moments. I really want to play against him. I'll just be looking at Jaw the whole time.
Com solo contra dos y gastó su furia del cazador segundos atrás. A ver si abre lindo. Headshot corrige y al pechito también. Tiene la segunda, está tocado. ¡Qué bien, Com! Todo de Com esta ronda.
Bringing in Jogamo, I've said in every interview, is he's got that ignorance to him. He doesn't care about the opponent. He doesn't care about what you're doing. He's focused on himself and his job. And having a player like that helps a lot in big moments, big matches where pressure's high and he's the guy to make the play.
You can just see by his pathing the disregard for his own life that CHUMMI has, man. Just a little too easy. Okay, Jog.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, everyone. I'm Elizabeth, and I'm joined here by Gio and Quinn because earlier in the program, we had a little fan sign contest, and I went out to the crowd and I picked out my two favorites. I'm also here with Eva Cudmore, and she's gonna help me out because we're also gonna have the crowd vote, okay? Because there are prizes on the line. So this vote counts for something. So I'm gonna start here with Gio. So Gio's sign says, "It's my 11th birthday. We came from Florida. Go Sen, Sen #1." First, I get a happy birthday for Gio. Happy birthday, Gio. So talk to me about the sign. Why are you a Sen? Why is Sen #1?
Tens.
Simple enough. You might say you heckin' love tens, you know? Heckin' love tens. Now, Eva, I'll hand over to you.
I'm over here with Quinn. Quinn, do you want to tell me a little bit about your sign? So this is my friend Kang idea. We both Sentinel fans, and even though this is John QT masterminds, but I'm Zekken fan. I love you, Zekken.
Real and valid.
Amazing.
So, crowd, are you ready to vote? It's gonna be by noise. So all in favor of Mr. Gio? Respectable, respectable. All in favor of Miss Quinn? That was a tie. And you guys are Sentinels fans and you guys are not screaming that loud? That is ridiculous. One more time for Gio. Okay. For Quinn. I think by a hair.
By a hair.
By a hair. Happy birthday,
Happy
Gio.
birthday.
Congratulations. We have a lot. Look at this. We'll get it in your size too, but look at this. A nice VCT America's jacket for you. We're in Florida. Show all your friends. And Quinn, you're not going home empty-handed. Look at these guys. Look at these little guys for your artwork, that beautiful line work that you have going on there.
Beautiful artwork.
Beautiful. Everyone give her Gio and Quinn one more time. And Eva as well for joining us on the stage. But GB analyst, sending it back to you.
Happy birthday! Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Gio!
Why didn't they let me out here? This is a piece of modern art.
They should put it in the MoMA for sure. You know, without a doubt. Look at how beautiful that is.
Okay, I'll buy you one. It's okay.
Once again, happy birthday, Gio. We're so glad that you decided to come here, even from Florida. Now, that being said,
what does even from Florida means?
You're not American, so you know you gotta,
And we are back with high
Florida.
energy.
Yes.
भाई सुबह
That's America's right there.
मुंह धो के ऐसा लगता है अभी भी उठा हूँ बे.
No, we don't. Now let's go ahead and talk about ourselves.
Thanks, bye. Happy birthday to you.
Now we have G2 going up against Leviathan. Guys, this is going to be a very fascinating matchup because of the players that are on each of the teams here, right? World Championship players, Van Silly.
We already saw it from the start that no matter what, outside of the servers, they're always going to be good friends, but inside the server, they're definitely going to have to play. I mean, it's super fun to see that. I think even Demon 1 probably is still roommates with Jogimo. I remember like just lurking around Jogimo's stream, and they're both wearing their own team's jersey, but Demon 1's standing right behind him. So as much as there's camaraderie outside of the server, it's going to be lights out in the game.
I mean, you can even see, right?
there
with Jogimo, I believe that's that.
मैंने कम से कम 4 मच्छर मारे.
Wedding photo.
Yeah, so that's beautiful, awesome stuff.
Machhar is only my enemy today.
Kindness and love and happiness, it goes to the side.
No, they said that doesn't go to the side. They were very clear about this. It does not.
Not at all.
If anyone's gonna let kindness go to the side, it's Jogimo and Demon 1 in server, because this is a rare matchup. Because Demon 1 left NRG, you know, towards the start of last year, we've only seen these two players face off against each other as duelists on 2 maps. We had head-to-head mirror matchups, Jet and Raze, and on both of them, Jogimo smoked Demon 1, especially on Demon's signature Jet. So if there's something I'm looking at, it's a mirror Jet match potentially, and Demon 1 gets
and look, I mean, let's continue the conversation about G2 because
मन कर गया. I haven't played since that came out. Must.
And they don't just look
good.
They own.
Amazing.
They look brilliant. It's like everything that we were talking about this team from last year, now it's like actually happening. And it's like, oh, it's like that meme. It's happening.
Yeah.
You know?
We were already talking about the run that they were having with Icy in the roster, and no discredit, to Icy. It's just like, okay, well, Jogimo's coming in. This is going to be extra firepower. G2 is definitely going to look awesome going into 2025. And that has already been answered because you are going into 2025 with so much more firepower. There is no, like, oh my God, they have the jitters or whatever, and maybe it doesn't work out in terms of that chemistry.
इमोत्री हूँ कोई टीम दिला दो कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा टीम बनाओ इमोत्री है मुंबई सर्वर में फाइंड करो फॉर्म्स के हिसाब से देख बात करके जो बंदे लोग अच्छे लगते हैं उनको ऐड कर कुछ खेलेगा क्या टीम के लिए very easy to make.
We've only seen a couple of games of theirs so far, but already the pieces up there are working. What they're locking in server is working. And how they're executing on it.
Excellent. Good morning.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we can talk about with this G2 team. Seriously, we can go on for days.
This team, according to you, is number one across all regions.
But I know you guys want to hear from the players. So for now, let's send it over to Elizabeth, who has Trent standing by.
Here with Trent from G2. Now, very quick question for you. I see your social media talking about G2 social media. Is G2 the best team in Americas right now?
I think so, yeah. I mean, all 5 of us are shooters. We got the best IGL, so it's a lose-lose for the other team.
Do you think that's true for all regions? If you were to put yourself up against, you know, China, Pacific, EMEA?
I think
EMEA?
We got to play them first.
यार एक और मच्छर कहाँ
Once
से
we get
आया
there,
भाई?
we'll show you guys.
Best of luck.
पैच 4 मारे भाई.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's up. They're feeling confident. Honestly, I want to walk you through their first half they played here on Lotus against C9, because the way that G2 have implemented the Teo and Breach combo and the way they are conditioning their opponents is absolutely sublime. The main abilities I want you to focus on are the Teo Blast and the Breach Stun in this pistol round, because a lot of teams, they would just sort of waylay those over on A main right off the get-go, but not G2. Instead, they're just going to use those Teo missiles, and they're going to hold on to the Breach Stun for fights later on. And in this round, for example, what that fight ends up being is after the smoke goes down over into main, Jog's going to walk up on the Yoru, and there's going to be a Breach Stun ready to go to get this re-clear happening.
No sleep today, I slept for 1.5 hours.
It's not very unstandard stuff, but it's all about what they're showing their opposition. And here on this round,
I sleep for 1.5 or more after this.
Jog gets stunned up. He's going to teleport out. So the first round, G2 show a little bit of utility, and then they're out of there. They're not really fighting the space. Fast forward to round 2, it's a similar story where they show the same Teho nade at the beginning, and now they fall back. The difference in this round is instead of using that stun to re-clear, instead what they do is they reposition the breach back over here to have a diagonal stun going off of the door tap and the exec to slow things down. But again, it's not to actually look for a fight. They're really like a blowfish. They're pretending to be very strong, but really they're cowering back towards the site. So C9 are realizing this, and they think maybe we can work into the A site. But the wrinkle coming into round 3 for G2 is that this positioning of the Teho changes. Previously, Teho's been over here sending out his missiles. When you play inside this, it instantly breaks the baby door. That tiny little guy right there throwing the same missiles so that you can re-fight into the A space nicely. And that's going to make a lot of sense because the way G2 are playing this is they're playing 3 players up front B. And off of a Teho drone going into A main, they're going to do the exact same. And those 3 players here have the option to retake into the space over onto A. So watch this. Drone comes out from the Teho. We're going to respond in mid and start walking down ourselves. When that drone doesn't see anything, they can then set up to re-clear into the space. After all this Teho utility is used from C9, they position up that breach and the Teho themselves ready to go to flash through this wall. The Viper wall is up. They're going to see if anything's there. There's not. Okay, so they send the flash, no one's there. Now, again, a lot of teams would stick around in that space, say we fought for that, we used utility.
Why Soul doesn't have a Valorant lineup? You guys got Seraph. ये लो हेमंत भाई मेरा माउस हिला लो Seraph जैसा लो लो बेंच सुबह सुबह दर्द दे रहा है ये बंदा
Contact from sight, stun like that, and they can fight it out. Now, it matters less to G2 whether or not they're winning or losing these rounds. It matters that they're telling C9 that every round they're getting more cowardly. They fought up here the first round, then they fell back and fought on that in the second, and the third round, they're all the way in backside. So keep that in mind for just a moment as we skip ahead to round number 4, where C9 try very different things. Now, in round 4, things change again because, wait a second, Teho is on B. He didn't use his blast. What ends up happening off of this? Well, Oxy thinks he can get into the space front B quickly. He uses both of his satchels, and now the Breach Teo utility is still up. So this guy just gets absolutely murdered in the corner. There's nothing he can do there. He's just completely destroyed because of one tiny change in the plan. So going into this last round I'm going to show you, Emmy calls a timeout. He's like, look, guys, G2, these guys are frauds. They're not actually fighting you on A. Every round, Yoru is TPing back-to-back site. They're scared. They're running away.
Any storytelling now?
G2 changed things again. This time, Breach not playing inside Baby Door. He's ready to go ahead and fight. And coming into this round for the first time ever, G2 used both pieces of utility. Teo nade goes into a new position, so if the Omen TP's there or the satchels, that's a kill. And the Breach stun is going to isolate all those players and trap them back in main. As a matter of fact, the only guy that makes it through is going to be Oxy, and even he is stunned up. And again, that Breach that's playing in Tree for the first time can flash here, can refight, because again, Oxy is completely on his own. 2 rounds in a row, this guy is trapped out. And even if he doesn't get caught by the flash, there's still that Tejo drone coming in. There's a Yoru there to finish him off as well. It's just beautiful how G2 isolated that player twice. Back to back. And it comes from those first 3 rounds, how they kept pretending that they weren't actually fighting. C9. Right at the timeout, they decide to, and it shocks it.
And you know, I got to say, that is, one, it was a damn good breakdown. And I'm glad that they gave you all the time in the world to do it. They really did. But I think the biggest thing that I took away from that is how massive the brain of Valen has to be. Truly, and I'm not even saying this to like try and
why did you stop playing Valorant for the 4 boyfriend since case?
But it's just the fact to be able to discern that information in the early round, and you're just talking about the early round. That's not incorporating the mid round, that's not incorporating the late round, like that's crazy.
Not even incorporating their attack side either. So to see all these explanations, it's all coming from condition that they're doing on the defensive side. So as much as usually when you're starting on the attack, it's like we have the driver's seat. We are able to work the map the way that we want, even our map pick. But G2 just played well where they sometimes could stack good utility or just sometimes just alternate good utility that plays into their own game, and it's been a dominant victory over against C9 last week.
Yeah, it really has. Of course, another player, and I mentioned before, we could really hone in on all of the individuals on this G2 team. So let's go ahead and do that. Pick one from a hat. How about Jonah P? The guy's incredible.
Well, let's talk about this guy because, you know, he's a stunner, that's for sure, but also I think it was really impressive what he has to do on the Breach, because a lot of times you're playing Breach in these Sentinel compositions where all of your trap plays are off of a Cypher camera, Vise wall, something and your Breach is just sitting in spawn with stun out. But G2 were playing comps without a Sentinel. So all of a sudden, Jonah P has to be sort of a guy fighting in the front lines and finding good timings for the utility. That's one of the things that made their comp work, it's not easy to play without that passive info of a Senti.
That makes me remember last round on Lotus that you were actually showing in the display on the teleprompter that allowed G2 to win. He got actually a very nice pick onto the A side first, and then even on top of that, he was stuck from the line from spawn onto C to get a double assist for the 2K that finished around for G2. So for them, the breach around Jonah P is so useful, and the range around that is so useful as well. He really understands how he can assist his team from different areas in the map.
And so much of it is the calling, you know, the combination of where he's saying he needs to be and working with Valen, because even from what I was showing you, like, G2 are super mobile on the map, and that's a key difference with them, because when we were watching them in last year's kickoff, defensively, their weakness was these guys are cowards. They're like hiding in their sites, they're bunkering down, they were playing it very nicely, but
upper final and
going out there
explain
and
showing those
upper
final
matlab they were playing a very
उसके बाद सीधा grand final.
This is still controlled, but they're doing the right
upper final में कोई हारा तो lower bracket finals में जाता है.
Yeah, it really is impressive, and it just goes to show like how this team being able to at a whim push pull, right, goes to show how much work they've put in the offseason. Also too, like, addition of Giacomo just really unlocked,
completely revitalized.
Yeah, it's unlocked a whole new level for this team. It really is impressive here. But let's go ahead though and move on to their opponents on the other side of the field. You got Leviathan. Now, this is a squad that came into this one winning their first kickoff match against a
simple terms में जो semi-finals रहता ना उससे upper bracket final.
Jet lag, you know, probably getting in here a little ahead of time.
16 hours before the game or something.
So look, this is going to be a test, Vansili, for this roster without a doubt, because we
जो semi-finals में जीता वो finals में जाएगा.
what does Leviathan have to offer?
Yeah, I think at this time too,
जो आ रहा हो एक और
Leviathan were,
semifinals
at
के
least from Furia's game, able to ease into
Bracket
kickoff
के साथ.
because they were playing against a jet-lagged Furia. So it allows for like new players like Natang to really get the
मैं खेलने
groove of
पता
playing
यार
on the America stage to see how he gels with the team, and he's looking to be pretty decent into that one as well. And also for Demon One, you mentioned how Demon One was diffed by Johnny
Point कब
early on
कौन
last
होता
year
है?
when he was playing with energy,
Split
but
2 के बाद.
also in an
Phase
outside
2 के बाद.
interview. Demon was also mentioning that that was a waste of his time in his career in that started
पता
off.
नहीं है जब
So he's coming back with a vengeance.
तो
He's
दूसरा
able to
stream like
ease
कह
into
रहेगा ये
that
मेरा
matchup
आज
against
का
Furia
तीसरा stream
and
है.
putting okay numbers, but I think this is an opportunity
कल से
for him
count
to
किया
have
तो चौथा.
that revenge match
या पांचवा.
and really
याद
diff
नहीं.
jog him out today. I love that.
Yeah, I actually really like that too. That'd be really exciting to watch, of course. But for now, though, let's send it over to Elizabeth and hear from the IGL of Leviathan, the mainstay. It's King.
King, impressive debuts from Leviathan. But
भाई
with the
ये
teams that
भी
you
बहुत
have faced,
मारता है
have you seen
यार.
Leviathan pushed to their limits yet?
I think today is gonna be like that day because we're playing, in my opinion, like one of the strongest teams in the Americas League. So it's gonna be fun.
Do you think you're at your final form yet?
Strongest team?
Me personally, I think
Sen
I've
तो
reached
भूल
like
गए लोग गए
my
बे.
peak until like now, but I know I can go for more.
But you as a team?
For sure.
Best of luck today.
शांत लग रहा है
All
शांत
right, there
लग
you
रहा है.
got some words there from King, of course, leading this squad. And look, he just continues to be the guy who always
soft
puts up the
spoken है
numbers
बे.
for his team. He's done that in the past. And sure, you know, he'll maybe have a few games where he falters, but you can always rely on King to be a consistent hand for this Leviathan roster.
I mean, yeah, this guy's an absolute beast. Like, what more can you say? I think defensively, one of the best anchors that we have in America. The guy's an absolute machine. But also, like, I think one of the things that was maybe
भाई कितने
less
सारे लोग
touched
गए
on
थे रे
last
cold
year
play
about this
में.
Leviathan team were how
Hard play,
clutch
cold
they
play
were
में.
late into rounds, especially from King. I mean, this guy would pull a 1v3 out of a hat and just do beautiful things deep into rounds where he had no business winning.
Yeah, for King himself, I think he's done a great job too for developing players going into these superstar rosters that Leviathan was trying to build in the first place, which also is why Com left EG in the first place, being able to play with Ospas, thinking that they would get deep runs no matter what with Leviathan, which they did because they're kind of like the unsung heroes going into these playoffs where they could get like some good top 3, top 4 finishes, but never really talked about because they could never cross that finish line. But King going into this year, having these two players coming in additionally for Noctank and also for Demon One coming back, I think they're going to look really good under the leadership of King.
I 100% agree. And what I'm so excited for today is the treat we have in store, because not only do you have like all those great players from the EG roster facing off against each other, we have probably the 2 best fragging IGLs in Americas and the world, quite frankly.
Morning chat
King
नहीं रे बहुत चाय
and
पी लिया.
Valen on the other side are ridiculous in server. Role mirror matchup.
Actually curious to see what
धन्यवाद वाला भी
Literally, like
वो कर रहा है crazy.
King
वही
is
सबसे
outrunning
best
Demon One
मैंने
like
सुना.
it's nothing. Valen will put up better numbers than Jog, like relatively consistently. Like these guys are next level, I'm telling you.
Yeah, they really are. They're taking it to
Oh my God,
another
Intermission
level,
I
as
am
you guys are
morning
saying,
to
without a doubt
something.
here. But ahead of kickoff, we asked Demon One and Com to play a quick game, have some fun, a little bit of over-under. Why don't you go ahead and check it out?
Hey guys, it's Calm and Demon One, and we're gonna be playing over and under. It's over for
Over.
sure, because you had like
You didn't have
almost
to finish the question.
Well,
Over,
yeah,
over.
You
You didn't even have to finish
as
it.
long as I got above like 30, like I should be okay, you know. I guess over.
Over.
He probably knows it more than me, bro. Was that the grand finals? Did you have that?
101.
101? Really? I thought it was like 99 or something, and you barely
I
missed.
screamed out my birthday for like 8 hours.
भाई second है यार लेकिन prodigy भाई. भाई. एक ये ऐसा सेम साय और एक काली के साथ चाहिए. यो कैसा टिटीज मेरी जान के टोटे.
Have I played Omen? I don't think so.
1%. Sure, we've picked it like at least twice.
No, I don't think so. I don't think I've ever played Omen. I played it in like old EG, like online.
Start कब होगा अभी एक दो
Like
मिनट.
I think I played it like once or twice, but that's like the only time I ever played Omen or something.
Under
We
3.
only played
Under.
each other once,
Pretty sure
right?
you like fried me. So it's, I was
Over,
over,
right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Close.
Damn. I diffed that boy Demon 1. You don't have a chance to do it this year.
Demon
You're on
1
the
का
same
भी
team as
record
me, so you
टूटेगा.
can't do
हाँ? Bye को लाओ.
Make sure I change teams next year.
Com got those wins in while he still
भाई लोग
could.
6 महीने में इतना अलग कैसे
He's got
दिखते
the
हैं
ability
बे?
to be the diff over Demon 1. Yeah, I mean, I think like it's very clear, right? The camaraderie. That was like a big thing. I think we were all talking about going into the 2023 season when Leviathan made the big change to go with a mixed up roster from different regions. Was, how's that chemistry going to go? How are these guys going to work with one another? But, you know, as the roster kind of comes together here, you're starting to
Console
really
Valorant
see like,
tournament
that
ये game
chemistry,
के बाद
yeah,
है.
natural there because
Yeah.
Demon 1 and Com literally won a world championship.
I just want to clear the record, though, because I wasn't saying that going into 2023 because I was in Europe.
Okay, see,
Yeah, don't put words in my mouth.
The whole time I was talking, I was looking at his face, and he was ready to say this guy, sugar honey iced tea.
Good times, good times.
All right, well, folks, I'm going to talk about someone from EMEA who also came
There you
over.
go. What a transition! That's crazy.
That is actually a great
ये लोग
unintentional
सब अलग-अलग
segue.
क्यों दिख रहे हैं?
Yeah, so, and I love the lower third. It's tank time. But yes, let's talk about the tank here. Coming into the squad, fitting in, and we talked
सब
about
6
Vansili,
महीने
this
में
mixed
अलग-अलग
roster
क्यों दिख रहे
coming
बे?
together. But, you know, it is quite fascinating how the personalities are blending here.
Definitely, and even looking at Attack himself going into the VCTs, he was somebody that I wasn't familiar with, and I had a chance to talk to him before we started the VCT year. And going into Gentleman's qualifying into Ascension, he was actually like, hey, I gained a lot of experience towards EMEA. I felt like I could prove a point as a great initiator for the team, and I could bring a lot here onto the stage for the Americas. And he has. He's actually put some very good numbers as a breach on that Haven, allowing players like Kong to fully activate and farm on Haven at the same time. And then you go into the second map where he actually has fragging capabilities too. So there's a reason why they picked him up here into this roster, that he could fulfill something that was missing from previous players, and that they could potentially go into a deep run here for Leviathan.
Now, I have something I want to dig into here, and I want to make sure we have full buy-in on this front, because I think that it's very important that when, you know, this guy is having very strong performances, that we refer to him by his real name, NA Tank.
NA Tank. I was going to ask, is it NA Tank? Or is
NA Tank. Now, in the event in which he walks onto the stage today and underperforms, say, are we bought in that it's EU Tank?
It's EU Tank.
Are we bought in, Chad?
Yeah, I'm down for it.
Jokings कर रहा है, jokings कर रहा है.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm sure our friends from the EMEA broadcast would love that.
I can say that because I've been both.
You can say that. You can.
I can say that. You can.
Yeah.
So all blame on Chris. You were good.
Exactly. Lay the blame
shield
that way, and we are perfectly fine. No, but I'm with you, and I support that. Well, folks, look, we want to let you guys know. I'm sure you're wondering, hey, these guys are yapping a lot. Well, I like the sound of my own voice. Deal with it. I'm kidding. Jokes aside, though, we're actually experiencing a little technical issue on the stage. We're going to get everything sorted out, and then once we are ready to go, we are going to jump right in. So for now,
come to me,
go ahead
baby.
and have some fun with this one, because it's a good old-fashioned dad joke battle.
Yes.
See you in a sec.
Give it to me.
Dad joke battle में.
What's up, guys? It's Big V and the dog, and today we're doing dad jokes.
Let's go. Let's go. मेरे को बुलाया नहीं?
All right, bro. Let me hear it.
All right. Don't like dad jokes? Seems like you're in a bit of a bind. It's cool.
Nope.
Cool. It's cool.
A Valorant player went to the doctor because they thought they broke their wrist. Turns out it was just a fracture.
Okay. It's cool. It's cool.
Okay.
What do you call a B from the U.S.? A USB. Come on, man. That was good. USB. Come on, man.
That was a good part. That was a good addition. People say they pick their nose, but I was born with mine. You see this one?
Yeah.
I was born with it.
I hope you were.
You pick yours?
Yeah.
Same.
That's how it is. How do you make the number 7 even? Take out the S.
Are we serious? Who made that one? What did the jet say to the airplane in the sky? Get out of my way. I got you.
Where does your computer mouse live? Mouse pad. Come on, bro. I don't got the good one.
My computer crashed while I was queuing for a game. shouldn't have been driving anyway.
Shouldn't have been driving anyways. Wow.
Crashed?
I got crashed.
Damn, that's
good.
good.
That's dark. That's
kinda
dark
messed
humor.
up.
That's kind of crazy.
Watch this. Say.
I thought you were trying to make me laugh. Look at it
No,
like that.
hard difficulty.
All right. Why did the Superstition teammate rage quit the match? Because there was a bad omen.
Because there was Valen on Omen. Just kidding, I'm the best Omen, right?
Yeah.
What do they call it when your teammate won't stop talking on comms?
Yapper?
A Valorant.
A Valorant? What?
GG's.
मेरे अच्छे थे.
Do you know what we just did?
Dad jokes?
मेरे dad jokes
Hey, you guys
अच्छे थे.
watching dad jokes.
Hey, that was fire.
मेरे अच्छे थे.
All right, these boys need to calm down. They're about to come for my job right now. I ain't with this.
एक बार नहीं हंसा मैं
Need
जीता.
tissues. Yeah, they need to put calm down.
Sen Vs Loud देख के mind गया पता नहीं अब क्या
I
होगा.
left a bad taste in my mouth.
That was a good joke.
Zero
अब मारा मारी.
Zero laugh points. That was really good. That was really good.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, guys, again, we just want to let everyone know that there's a brief delay on the stage. We're going to get that sorted. And then, once we're good to go, we're going to jump into the action. So we'll keep the conversation going as we usually do and continue to talk about some of these players here who've just been absolutely incredible at the start of kickoff. One of those individuals, we have to talk about. It's Leaf, baby. I mean, the guy who should be a 95 in the ratings. An absolute beast. But really, Vansili, I mean, Leaf just... Him coming into G2 was a difference maker last season, but now with the flexibility of Jogama on the team, so much more resource available, you're seeing Leaf shine even more.
I mean, he's able to still play the way into his own style, rather, switching over to a center role from the last year into now, and now adding extra firepower with Jogimo. It just definitely is a lot.
छोटा मोटा delay नहीं है, chat brief delay, गांड लग गई.
He will, but also when you're looking at maps when they played on Abyss, he was also trying to be a lot more aggressive under this chamber role too, and doing a great job like covering one section of the map. Leaf has been an integral part of this roster.
Because he was doing the crazy A-main jump on defense.
Which I'm still trying to do.
By the way, you look at that and you're like, oh, he's fine, because if he misses it, he can just TP out. You can't TP while you're mid-air, guys. If you miss that jump, you're dead.
The thing that I think really has set Leaf aside from everyone else in this league, right? Like, this guy gives G2 so many options with his agent pool.
Do you remember how much the tunes have changed? Because back when he was with C9, remember, like, every once in a while, like on Bind, he would switch off Duelist and lock in Viper. And I was like, man, we just wish he was on the Jet because he's always bragging on this. But no, this guy can literally play anything. He's played Sky Pressure, Duelist, he's played
Entry, Anchor, Lurker, like he has it all.
He is the full package player, and eventually, I think this G2 Super team has to be broken up because otherwise they're going to just win everything. Which is fine. Maybe if they have unlimited money, they can keep it together, but like, this guy would be a franchise player on any organization he joined instantly.
Yeah, and it's so scary to have a guy like, or to play up against a guy like Leaf on the other side. There's not a lot of players with that kind of versatility, which really speaks volumes how much work he puts in and what he provides. It's certainly going to be fascinating to see how this all breaks down. But of course, we want to let everyone know back at home, just another...
I thrive when teams respect us. I kind of get in their heads a bit on how I call. I know they know how I call, so the fact that I know that, I play that meta game, that mind game throughout the series, even before the series starts, I kind of predict how they're going to maybe change their game plan or how they're going to game plan against us given that. So I actually prefer when teams respect us rather than just brush us aside. Sometimes that gives teams a lot of confidence when they doubt you. I've been on those teams when you've been doubted. Sometimes it helps go in your favor because they kind of don't expect it, but I feel like I can take advantage of both situations here.
I'm 1-0 against Jaw, so I'm sure he really wants one back on me. So I think it would be super fun. Like, I really want to like play that game. I really want to play against him. And yeah, of course, it's like having best friends against each other in like one of the more high pressure like moments. So I like it. I think it's fun.
There you heard Com talking about playing against Jogamo on the other side of the field. Of course, we have G2 versus Leviathan coming up in a moment here. Before the break, I had talked a brief moment about some of the issues on stage. We were looking to get that sorted. Hopefully, everything's going to be good to go in a little bit, so we'll be jumping to the games. But for now, though, why don't you go ahead and join us for some predictions, shall we? Because we got our predictions lined up for this one. And oh, boy, what a prediction! It's the whole thing is G2.
Everybody thinks the best.
Whoa, crazy.
At least before, we have to thank Emily for going for Loud before so that she broke the curse of Sentinels not losing.
But she cowered out and didn't go for Leviathan. And honestly, at this point in the game, Emily, you got to step it up. You got to step it up. We all went for G2. No one gave Leviathan a snowball's chance in hell winning this one, apparently.
I mean, I think Leviathan can be a really good team. Unfortunately, they're just playing against the best team.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be a walk in the park either.
Let's talk about how Leviathan can win.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they still have a good firepower because you talked earlier on about King being one of the best IGL fraggers and a great anchor on the defensive line. I think Tex is definitely one of those for Leviathan as well, where it's going to be hard for G2 to overtake these sites when Tex is going to be moving in that spot. So you do have to be on point in terms of that Tejo and Breach utility that we were displaying before. If not, Tex is going to get free reign against you.
It's just so hard for me because I see these teams like very similar in a lot of different ways.
Interesting.
And I just think G2 has the edge in every category. Because like I think like, oh, Tex put up the numbers on Senti, but Leaf puts up better numbers. Okay, you've got two fragging IGLs. Okay, but Vanity's doing better work out there. Valent's doing. I always say that.
Trust me, I know.
The strongest best बोल रहे लोग हाँ G2 actual में. Actual में strongest.
No.
Wow, that was a disappointing no.
No, I played ranked with you. There's no room for
What the hell? My IGL's amazing. My IGL is amazing.
Hey, we got to get the cops. Get this guy out of here. Well, let's look at the bracket, though, because also remember what these players are playing for here. An opportunity to go into that upper bracket final, or excuse me, the upper bracket, rather, to match up against Sentinels. And, well, I should say upper bracket final. And then, of course, we have G2 versus Leviathan. They will be taking on taking on Sentinels here. This is going to be a very, very fascinating way that this all breaks down. Right?
Match 21 जो दिख रहा है वो lower bracket final.
What's going on with the EGM IBR?
और match 22 grand final.
Well, the focus around G2 and Leviathan, though, is what's important if you're looking at the upper brackets, just like John Cutie mentioned before, is that they only have to win two more games pretty much at this point to try to qualify into Bangkok. So for G2 and Lev, the real test is not necessarily on what they've experienced last year to bring into this week, but it's all that pressure of trying to qualify ASAP. Again, seeing Valen walking into like the corridors before the game started, he just like straight face, small fist bump, but he knows what he's up against. So he's not going to take anything away from what Leviathan could do against G2. They're not a team that you could just brush off. So I think at this point there's a lot of pressure going in for how much Valen has to think about the game against Leviathan, and it's going to be one that he needs to be full focus.
It's interesting, right? Because obviously you want the smoothest road to that international event, but you can't also forget how dangerous lower bracket teams can be. It was last year when Sentinels themselves went down lowers early after losing to Loud in the group stage, and then playing the maximum amount of maps they could to go on and win the whole thing in Madrid. And Kaplan talked so much about how much those extra reps on stage helped them evolve in a very short span of time. And that is the truth of the situation for a team like G2 right now, where they have very
कि मैं जब सोने जाता हूँ मेरे को नींद नहीं आता मैं अभी भी 10:30 बजे से सोने जाऊँगा तो मैं सोऊंगा 11:30 बजे
right? Like you're not wrong about everything you said, but you also got to factor that element into it too, right? You have this core three from the guard days, and then you add in Leaf, and now it's for a while now. So really, you're coming into this already ahead of a lot of the pack. A lot of the field this year scrambling to figure out, oh, we got to get a big impact. Like G2 knew what they needed.
Yeah.
They knew how to fix the problem, so to speak. Yeah. And they did just that.
But again, I think going back to Leviathan, when you're a new team going into kickoff, you also have to focus on the fundamentals, and you already had that displayed by Leviathan against Furia. Again, it was an easier game because of the jet. Like I'll put the star on that victory, like the easy 2-0, but it also allows for you to already build that knowledge and the fundamentals and the chemistry as a team. Now
North Pacific,
also,
yes
another week has
sir.
gone through where all the practice around Tejo continues. So technically at this point, you should have
Can
a
we see
lot
in
more
visiting now?
developed around how you could ante against this Breach and Tejo, but also at the same time, develop your own strat book for Leviathan too. So it's, again, I don't think it's going to be a super easy game for G2.
Yeah. No one can get trapped like Oxy versus that.
That was bad.
Again.
That was rough. But again, it's those elements that where Valen sees the micro, the utility being used, and he takes advantage of it. I do wonder if King can match
Pacific
up
में किसका
on
मैच है
that planning level
RRQ
that
versus
Valen
Red
has so
Force
well
जो कि
executed.
He can
बहुत
absolutely
इंस्टेंट
match
वाला
up,
जिसका
and
मैंने
look,
सुना
these
है
players are
और
very
फिर
close
PRX
in
versus
skill. There
DFM
is
जो
room
15
on
मिनट में
the day
खत्म
to
होने
make
वाला
an upset. I know everyone voted G2, and that is the sensible choice to make, but these Lev players are incredibly dangerous. It's not going to be a walk in the park. G2 are going to have to lock in.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I know that a lot of us have been hotly anticipating this one because Vansili, you have a G2 team that's white hot, and you have a Leviathan team that's out for revenge. Do you think Team 1, though, pops off today?
I would love to. I would love to, because this will be probably a storyline that if he doesn't, there's going to be more people talking about him at so far.
Guys, I have great news. I have great news.
What's the news, Ender?
Time, Golden Boy.
That's right, baby.
चलो रहा
8 seconds left. It's time to do this, bad boy. Let's bring out our two teams to start this matchup. Make some noise
Let's
for G2
go!
and Leviathan.
Riot Games
हो गया।
Arena, two of America's best are ready to do battle. Make some noise for G2 Esports!
winning team.
And here comes the juggernaut as G2 Esports make their way to the stage. This team has looked like money in the start of kickoff. Question is, can they keep that
Best
going?
team?
Can they keep that momentum? But when you look at the individuals on that stage, including the coach as well, let's not forget about Coach Josh RT, you have so much to look forward to if you're a G2 fan.
100%. You know, when I was showing you what they were doing with conditioning in early rounds, so much of that is planned before the game even begins.
Production वालों से
Range
fist
trust
bump कर
of
रहे हैं।
Josh RT and Valen that are spinning their gears and getting ready to play those mind games.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for a more diabolical combination, Ben. So
Yeah, even at this point, we even haven't had a chance to talk about Trent yet. We had the interview with Liz saying that we have a bunch of firepower, and I want to see what he's going to bring to the server.
मेरे को लग रहा है Demon One मारेगा आज लेकिन।
Del otro lado, el dragón marino está listo para atacar. ¡Que se escuche
बराबर।
para Leviathan!
आ गए भाई।
Leviathan knows that this is going to be a challenge, but if there is a team that has the talent to meet the moment, it certainly has to be this Leviathan lineup.
Yeah.
Look at the names that are on there. 2 world champions. You got King, one of the best IGLs in the game. You have Natank looking to make a name for himself here in this space. And Tex, who's continued to be a force on this squad. Leviathan have the pieces to win this, but Ender, they're going up against a brick wall.
They absolutely are. But look, you talk about the pieces. Demon One
Demon
on the
One.
server, back on the stage. We're seeing him again. And honestly, like, the roles mix around for him. But I am just waiting for the map that comes in. We
नाम
can
तो heavy
see him
है
on
भाई।
Duelist up against Jog on the other side.
नाम तो
They've
heavy
only played
है।
against each other on 2 maps before. Both were lopsided to Jog. Demon One needs to step up if we're ever going to have a chance at taking down G2 today.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see what our maps are going to be for this one. As G2 Esports Leviathan are huddling up. talking about
Strong
what they're
team
gonna do
versus
here, and
strong
we'll see where
names.
the battleground
कौन
is
जीतेगा?
set. Because these players had made that choice earlier on. Of course, we'll get those eyes on that in a little bit. But I'm curious, right? 'Cause that is really gonna dictate how this the whole thing plays out.
Definitely
right?
big
Without a
question
doubt.
marks for sure going into this one.
fracture
Even
abyss.
Demon One
There it
bringing
is.
out Raze most recently, coming back into 2025, where usually back then when Demon One was playing, if it's not a jet map,
Pearl
you play
लेंगे
more
ये लोग।
smokes. But now we get to see Pearl first, a map picked by G2, which I love. This is actually a series that we haven't seen yet coming for either of these maps, rather seen by any of the teams. So with Pearl coming out, I'm intrigued to see what G2 is going to play, because technically it's their map pick, and if that map's their oyster, Pearl, then you could see Joggimo play any type of duelist ever, like a Yoru or a Jet.
I mean, man, that's just brutal. Give man some break.
I love
we
it
had the
so
dad
much.
joke segment, let it happen.
It's so good.
But truthfully, I am curious whether or not G2 are going to be rocking the breach tail on this map. It's something you can do. We've seen a handful of teams do it globally, but this is also one of those maps where...
Exactly, you just saw Sentinels did it, right?
Yeah.
Exactly, so you could definitely do that, the breach Tejo, and just keep Joggimo on that Yoru. So this could definitely work out
I see the
conversation.
Yoru.
And he can get real silly with that Yoru. Yoru.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, when we're looking at how G2 leverages both Taeho and the breach to give Jogimo space, he's able to path around the utility, even run through his own teammates' salvos, so that he actually gain the extra space and then get those picks inside the site for the team. If he TPs out, the rest of the team is already executed in the site, and he could be the flank watcher, he could be second assist, he could play pulse plan on top of that. So the game plan goes very, very deep on how G2 plays, and it's going to be a lot for Leviathan to try to answer quickly and right away.
Yeah, they're certainly going to need to, because you know that G2 is going to be coming out of the gate swinging here, right? No, you have to make a statement. That first round needs to be a statement maker for G2, but also Leviathan need to be prepared for that. I think they will be, though.
I think so, too. I think Lev, while they only saw 2 maps, they've got to realize how mobile G2 are in the server with this Yoru, how much they're snapping back.
And how ambitious they are.
True. Yeah. And again, a lot of it will just be a show of force, a quick little dip in for a fight, fire 2 bullets, and now we're rotating into a new space. They're constantly keeping you on your toes, and it's up to King to see through all that muck and figure out what the best course of action is.
And for the players just to shoot on the side of Leviathan, because again, the game plan can always be there, but if you're actually not able to go toe-to-toe, for example, Demon 1 and Jogimo, that's going to start setting in to be like, okay, other players are going to have to start stepping up. They're going to have to start leveraging more utility to maybe allow Demon 1 to operate even more, literally with an operator or just as a duelist overall to make those big plays for Leviathan to keep this game close.
Oh man, you definitely feel it with both of these squads, right? Like they're eager. They want to play. They want to get in there.
We want to watch. I want to watch. Try and see what agents they locked in right
now. Don't worry, we got you covered. Here's your agent select.
Vice Chamber.
Chamber with the Vice.
Okay, so no breach options, but beef on the Chamber. We saw, I think it was Sociable over in EU just dominating.
What does this composition tell you?
Honestly, very control leaning, right? Like your defensive side is going to be really hard to cut through. But also, I think when they're on attack and finding lurk opportunities, their post plants with the Vise are going to be really threatening as well.
Interesting. One on Yoru is going to be very interesting to watch as well. To go back to your point too, there's going to be a lot of body peeking out from the composition of G2, so this is an opportunity for Leviathan to punish.
It's another mirror matchup for the duelists.
Let's do this, baby, and send it over to your casters. And look, we are so excited that they're here. Unfortunately, they're the reason why we had the delay. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Not true. Not true
Just
at all.
throwing us under the bus instantly.
Of course, listen, these two teams and these players on either side as well, listen, they know each other deeply, intimately, some might say, and no, it's not the start of a romance novel. It is the G2 versus Leviathan, and I can't wait to get into this one because there is history here. We've spoken about it to death, I think, onto the death itself as well, but listen, you got Jogimo versus D1 and Com versus his former team as well, but immediately we are... I mean, we're being treated, aren't we? It's that Yoru clash, Jogimo versus D1, and they're getting that head-to-head right off early.
And it's such an uneven matchup, honestly, because we've seen a lot of Jogimo playing Yoru. We haven't seen Demon 1 really flexing his muscles across anything other than the jet. We saw a map of Rays last time we spotted Leviathan on this stage in 2025, but it's early doors for both of these squads. A lot of talk about G2 being one of the best teams in Americas, but that's based off one match. We've barely seen anything of either of these two teams.
Lev haven't really been tested as well. It's slow off the rip. Disrespectful by Demon 1, but he doesn't want to overextend for now. He's just been given that space.
And this control of towards A main is going to allow some of the other players on Leviathan to rotate off around the map, but they've given up tons of that mid control.
That's where the question marks lie. You can see just looking to contain. I mean, Demon 1, that's an early engagement that he's taking pretty much solo. Com,
Good morning,
but he's being squeezed now. Putting him in a vice grip and still just absolutely dishing it out. Taking him off the server. 4v3 for G2.
Oh, and in classic G2 fashion, they are perfectly happy to pump the brakes. 50 seconds on the clock, and Valen is going to make Leviathan sweat. They knew that they had all of that mid control for free. Leaf still has his trip up over towards double doors as well, giving them great ideas that nobody on Leviathan has re-cleared that area of mid. Now back into the Vice setup.
And that's dangerous.
Tank and Tex have the read, at least to some degree. Natank now has peeled off a little bit, so a lot of this is going to be on Tex, former G2 player. Or at least with this roster when they were on the guard.
Yeah, going to be a triple jump over, no baiting it out, there's no time for it. Leaf having to stick this plant out, but already evens it up, 3 versus 3. And potentially even more. Tex is just absolutely ripping them to pieces. to 3K in a round, and he secures up that pistol.
What the
What a play. What an individual moment to instantly start the game. G2
ये
right
Vandal
over
किसी
net
चला रहा पहला
last
round?
week. Looking to do the same against Tex. It's not so much a revenge tour as just, I don't know, bullying their former players. But Tex answers back very early on here. A lovely play with the Frenzy. Not a gun that we're seeing that often on pistol round too.
We were just singing the praises of G2. You know, they play pretty Valorant overall from what we've seen in that one game that they played, but that was where the time was getting away with them. Not anticipating. I mean, when it gets that low and you haven't cleared out any of the Vice util prior, and hello.
I love this.
Wouldn't be tonight. We're going to have the longest broadcast day in history at this point, man. Why not? I'm here for it. Let's stay until midnight.
We could overlap with Pacific.
We could.
अरे बेशरम.
Yeah, we'll
थोड़ा शर्म है.
Sure,
just
throw
run
it
it
up.
up over here.
Throw it up. We could do a co-stream of it at the same time.
Do I get OT pay? I don't think so, but
no,
it's all good.
Not for you, not for you. I've got it, but you don't. So Lev come out with a pistol round here. An early pause just to make sure. I mean, maybe. Could be the same issue that we were running into earlier. Unaware, but it seems like King's got some level of technical problem going on with.
It's like, input, wow, I didn't sand my mouse pad down. Doesn't feel right.
So just to dig into these teams a little more, while we've got the time to do so, we have only seen one instance of them playing on the stage. And that's not enough to draw really solid conclusions, and yet G2 played to such a phenomenal degree in their game against Cloud9 that there are a lot of people already talking about them being one of the best teams in America, maybe one of the best teams in the world. We need to see more, and this is a great test for both of these squads, because we saw them clash constantly throughout 2024. They played each other 5 times, these two teams, across 2024, with Leviathan having the lead in that head-to-head war 3-2. It was super even. Unfortunately, the final one was at Champs, so that kind of ruined G2's season towards the end there. But a great run from Leviathan, and both teams have made a couple changes. But with all that being said, they are both squads that are looking for international trophies, I think, this year. Yeah. If 2024 was them getting their foot into the door, getting deep in some tournaments, you know, a 3rd place finish for both squads at very large events, I think this has got to be the year where both teams, both captains, King and Valen, have got their eyes on some kind of trophy at the international level.
Yeah,
not just
one step further, like you were saying, right? Because that's the one thing kind of missing for both of these teams so far is that they want to be able to go that extra mile with that trophy.
I got the notice on what's wrong, by the way. It's yeah, unfortunately, King's headset isn't.
One of the
headsets that's a bit too small, so
it's unfortunate.
Can't fit
That's you got to wait for the delivery. You got to get the new ones in.
Body
no, there's a slight monitor issue on the stage, so that's what King's currently having a discussion with.
Yeah.
वो लाइट क्या आ रहा है?
On our end, by the way, that's presumably not what he's.
मेरी गांड पड़ गई.
But we'll be seeing as well. I mean, in the meantime, we can see what IGL Valen thinks, and if they can go all the way in 2025, check it out.
मतलब बजट आ रहा है, क्या लगता है गेमिंग पे टैक्स बढ़ेगा? बढ़ेगा तो भर देंगे भाई, क्या सीन है? ये सब सोचने का नहीं, काम करते जाने का भाई, इसको जो मिलने का रहेगा मिलेगा.
2025 is to win champions. I feel like I have the recipe right now with this 5 and the coaching staff. I've learned a lot of lessons throughout last year, you know, losing back-to-back domestic
पहला राउंड क्यों आ रहा है?
losing top 3 Shanghai, making playoffs. I feel like I've been through it all right now. And the next step for me is to finally lift that trophy, and this is going to be the year.
बंदा एकदम प्यारा है.
Believe it, I think as well with the way that G2 have been looking. I mean, the form was brilliant from them last year, and you can't deny that this team have got that danger factor now that Jorgamo has been just inserted into the roster.
Already 30% tax है
I think a lot of people were looking at Jorgamo for icy trade and thinking G2 have made an
unbelievably
good move here. Getting some ready checks, and it looks like we're going to be heading back into the game. I can see the timer ticking down on my side, so here we go. Into round 2, tech pause over. But we are seeing Leviathan with an enormous economy advantage as we begin again here on Pearl.
And it
wasn't even Jorg that was impressing me as much last time we saw G2 on the stage. It was this guy, Leaf, when he played the Chamber on Abyss and playing his Viper on Lotus as well, was finding so many opportunities to get that value.
Yeah, he's making moves.
It's going to be an important player for Lev to shut down.
Some funny anecdotes coming out from Leaf as well.
अपना
talking
विजय
about
वाले
just
बंदे से टाइम पास तो नहीं
online scrims when he was trying to
करते
play
टेक
chamber.
पास करके
Yeah, his team just telling him just
अपने
trust
इसमें
me,
लेकिन
okay, when
सबसे
we get
कम
to
टेक
land,
पास
it's
हुआ
gonna be
है
fine. And then he dominated. Headhunter in his hands. Listen, there's danger here. If Leaf can just crack a couple of heads, maybe earn a kill. Spare gun for the team.
And while G2 look to try to apply the pressure into this A split, you see Demon 1 just holding down the line over towards B as well. This is what the Yoru is going to be so good for. Can play on these super advanced positions and allow the rest of his team to stack where the action actually is.
दोनों अटके हुए बैक साइड
All the way up here. What is the cue that they're waiting for? The tank just jiggling. Finally, some util being used, but blinded up, flashed up into the back of the side as well. And there's an upgrade available. Dashed out onto the ground. Jorgamo running and jumping straight into the fray. And with the pistols in hand, claiming a few more. Came from Jonah P though, off onto the flank and to the side.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया Jonah P से.
Picked to pieces, still into that 2 versus 2. Slowing it away down here. Damage done to Valen.
Both players very weak.
They might not expect him in this default box position. It's a cheeky one at that. Drone, just to give that information, maybe. 2 Valen to play off of. Tech still lurking close to the box. They hear the flash coming over, and there it is. Back to where the danger is. Trent left to do the most. Half of the diffuser already stuck. Away. It's the gun differential that makes the difference.
Lev come away with a 2-0 lead, but it's expensive for them. They keep an outlaw with armor on Demon 1, which is pretty useful, but they all ball up. And we're seeing more teams on the defense side actually go for this full buy strategy on round 2, rather than leaving a couple of people with just pistols in hand. And then on the attack side, a lot of teams coming out of a successful pistol are going with still that one player that just has a ghost. To allow you to have a bit more wiggle room. Because this bonus round buy is not going to be that great from Lev here. I say that, but if you end up going into Demon 1 and he's posted up somewhere around the map with the outlaw, that's where he can be phenomenally dangerous. But as I said, the buy not looking too hot here for Lev. It should be a fairly easy round for G2 to deal with, and they're investing Yoru well very early on.
Jorgamo's earned it up. Nice and quick into this map so far. It's going to be scouting and clearing the way. Half for the team to potentially take. A lot of eyes being set up towards the A side, and this A split angle seems to be a weakness that G2 prodding, poking, seeing if they can maybe take out Tex. That is brave from him, just dropping down onto the wall past the smokes. Will pay for it with his life plant down for Valen. Enough to dissuade that one, and now the smokes to supplement the defense. From a familiar location. That's a clone. Don't want to be tricked out by that. Valen still tucked up close to this box and angle up and over, but still nice. Wrangles the rifle in his hand still. Kills to be claimed, but they can't remove this guy. And right from behind the TP, saving Demon 1 just from a little bit of that danger. The errors of his ways, but he cannot escape the Ira Leaf.
Well, G2 is winning this.
A pretty safe round there from G2. Keeping it simple and making sure that they convert with that early Yoru ult that just cleared out so much space towards mid. Now we're starting to get up to ults that are going to matter significantly here. Visel online for the defense. So far we've just seen Vice anchoring down there over towards the B side of the map. Tex covering that area.
This is the 5th time these teams are facing off. Lev leading 3-2. मतलब 3-3 होएगा आज.
And it's been 8 leaning defaults every round so far from G2.
A little bit of a misplay there.
Cute blind.
All good though. No punish in sight. Not from Lev even really contesting this A space there. Willing to try and play themselves in for either a retake or...
Yeah, we've got Demon 1 pushing up on the B side of the map.
A lot of space.
Portal closed. Is he gonna get some kind of a smoke from King?
Yeah, it looks like it. Calling for it with the ping, yeah, so he can now make some moves. I think that was heard. Yeah, Leaf knows it. I think he heard it blossom. He's already holding the angle up, crouched up in position. You would not catch this guy unaware.
I love the teleport afterwards though, because if he'd missed the shot,
he would have been right into it.
That would not have helped. But Leaf, quick on the trigger. A really good read there from G2, playing that spread default, making sure that a nice little play from Leviathan goes unrewarded.
We've gone for a little bit more there. The exploration, no punish. Calm. Shutting him down.
W के बाद कॉम आते ही.
Still, there's no slowing down this one now. 35 seconds left. G2 have to get a move on inside the smoke. King Be playing spoiler to them, only the one before the
Bhai,
trade is
Jogo mo kya marta
instantaneous.
hai?
And G2 are relentless.
Only Tex left alive. Visal in hand. No point investing.
Unless he opens it up. The barrel baits out the shot. Hello, Tex. Lovely with the movement.
क्या मारा बे उसने?
He might get into the consideration of using potentially some of it, but he's got a lot to clear. You can see him contacting, thinking, where could these players be? There's questions rattling, fake TPs, just aiming to bait him out. Seeing most of it jumping around, and he seems to have an inclination still to pull. Bit of safety, time being burnt off the clock, and now Tex has to force that issue. Valid plays it safely.
Gotta say though, that got a lot more dangerous than G2 would have been expecting.
भाई एक बार जोगोमो वाला दिखा वो दो शॉट.
Coming from Flowers, they kind of
उसने
know where the
दो क्या
rotate's
मारा
coming
देखो
from,
बे.
and yet still able to hit the shots. He is looking sharp, 7-2 at the top of the scoreboard. But this round, mostly I think defined by shutting down Demon One at the beginning there, and Jorg getting a beautiful couple as he got into the site.
क्या था वो Free Fire?
How that quite connected? Who knows? An eco round here for Leviathan.
You want to play? Let's
And they're looking to try to make something work in mid. Pretty common eco idea here. And it's our only time, as far as I can recall, that G2 are doing this B leading
किस टीम को
default. where they're
सपोर्ट
going
कर
to take
रहे हो?
B control
I think
early
G2 जीतेगा
with
रे.
the drone.
लेकिन सपोर्ट लेव को.
You got to think that this is because Leviathan have only got sheriffs to their name.
Yeah, it's expensive, or that Vice util as well, so maybe anticipating
मस्त
that
था ना
it's
वो.
easier to crack into if they do work their way over. Angles held though for now, almost approaching that minute mark. They're just waiting to see where the play might be made, because it's, you know, it's on level almost at this point as if you're on the weaker guns.
भाई यो रूम में कितना चल रहा है रे अभी.
They have to be the ones to create the moment to potentially stand that chance. Tex tried to stand his ground. Swiftly dealt with.
And a very nice controlled round by G2. You see that they've used both of their Sentinel pieces of utility in mid, so they weren't even worried about any kind of early mid aggression, because they had the Vice Wall, they had the trip. That just allowed them to play fully safely over towards B long.
And here's the backstab. Tour de Force even committed into this
क्या
round.
करेगा
Here
कौन?
at the beginning. Salvos.
बेचारा.
Not so much avail. Yeah, that is execution style, isn't it?
Brutal for Com.
बेचारा
Goes
बे.
in an alleyway.
Gruesome.
दोनों टीम स्ट्रांग है.
Just
G2 बहुत
see if
स्ट्रांग
he
है
can
बे.
get any damage done to the economy of G2, but know exactly where all the players are. That is flawless. Everybody surviving, keeping it healthy, and now G2 gaining that lead.
Not only had G2 got the lead, but we saw them use the Euroworld for Jorgamo so early on, round 3, that they now have another one developed. I mean, they've been really good at being able to prioritize ult points onto Jorg. So now they've got Euroworld's overall combo to be able to work with, which is a key combo with this composition.
Round 6 to
Yeah. He's charging them up incredibly quickly. And I think that's going to put enormous pressure onto, well, anybody, anywhere around the map in hard anchor positions. But certainly Demon One's operator is going to find it difficult against this Yorowell.
As TP, the drone needs to be dealt with, it's broken. That should ring alarm bells in G2's head. And G2, I mean, listen, Leaf. Incredible awareness from these guys. They know that something is off. The drone's being broken like that. You're trying to set somebody up onto the angle.
And the coordination is perfect from them as well. Leaf gets onto the angle, dominates it at the same time as the drone, because he knows that Demon One is going to be tucking. And then he's got the advantage. He's hitting that shot every day. Now, Valen calling for the re-clear over towards A main as well. We're going to see a flash recon. Trent doesn't have it online.
Oh, they know he's there. Oh, brutal, thinking about spamming the box as well.
It's just textbook.
Yeah, it really is. There's no weaknesses, no gaps in the play overall. G2
I think
potentially
G2 too strong,
to Leviathan. Now they have to play this retake with just 3 players left. Did they even want to opt into it? You can't afford to buy. Hold on. C's missed. Cut it off onto the corner there, and the Salvos will not be getting anything done as a result.
Too slow for Jonah P. 150 health, still didn't get tagged by any of it. They're going to invest the Vice ultimate here in the post-plant 5v3 just to ensure that there is absolutely no chance whatsoever that Lev can commit to that one.
The decision is made for them, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. The decision is made, but the round is not over. Leaf is going hunting. So is Jonah P all the way through mid. They knew this save call was coming through before Lev even made the decision themselves.
The money, the guns, Lev need to hold on to these.
Op chahiye.
Off angle. See if there's an exploration a little bit deep. I don't think Leaf is going to be overextended though into the sight line.
Lev granted a silver lining to what is a dark rain cloud over Pearl right now. Look at how beautifully set up that was. I mean, the Yoru flash as well, just perfectly off screen for Leaf. These players forced to run.
That's the trouble with G2, Josh. Timeout called already here for Lev because something does have to change. You've only won the pistol to follow up.
Yeah.
Since then, G2 have been running away with it. The slow
Pause
play,
ज़्यादा हुआ, gaming कम भाई, hello.
that over the course of many years now, and they are good
Gaming
at it.
continue करो.
Very, very good at it. Listen, if you are a minimap watcher and enjoyer, you like G2 games. Contrary to popular
Why is
belief, I
there
mean,
so
listen,
much points?
they can be
I
slow,
think
but
7.
that's when we were talking about Jorgamo being that addition. He's added that explosive element, that potential for them to actually take over and go for some of these faster plays, these rounds where he might be able to take over.
It's true, but at the same time, we haven't actually seen too much of that in this game.
Yeah.
I thought they increased their tempo a little bit in the match that we saw with G2 playing against
What's
Cloud9.
up, Binks?
It looked a little faster, a little more pace to it than we were used to in 2024. But we are, honestly, in this match so far on Pearl, we are back to some extreme working the map IGLing from Valen. And I think it's because he's got such a great idea of how Lev are going to play their defensive setups. Tex and Demon One have basically been on control the whole game so far. Coming out of this timeout, I'd love to see an adjustment from Lev. I'd like to see Demon One not always go for the same push up B long. Have an exploration towards mid. Even on the eco round, they didn't really explore in that area. Now, having said that, even the suggestion that I'm throwing out there, G2 have a trip and a wall if you go too far into middle. So it's not like you can get that much of an advantage against them. It's so tough to increase the tempo and increase the pace against a team that's running Chamber and Vice.
Play that's been picked up as well. Thorns up and over. Not sure where the lineup is supposed to land, but Shockies are going to go flying out as well, seeing if they can remove any obstacles. Ult, lay it down, and there's some Thorns for you. What a combination! Up and over, Jogamo's already deep into the site. He's got these early angles drone to clear it forwards. Players are ahead of it, but damage done. Jogamo might have to respect it.
And they're going back and clearing for Art control as well. They've planted for Art, so this is an area of the map that they can hold. They can give up that normal position towards backside.
He pinged out over the positioning, flashes in their face as Demon One be letting them know exactly where they stand. King steps up to the mark, deals with the challenge. That is Jorgamo. Still, it's going even across the border now. That Cosmic Divide splits up the site. Still, it's on the wrong side of things. Spike, it's going to be accessible to a degree. The point going to be at least making a good go of it. But what's the next layer of things? There's a 2v4. Lev backs against the wall. You're forced into essentially disable it if you even can. Can you get out of dodge? Oh, it's Jonah P, excuse me. Still watching every angle of retreat.
Utterly, dominantly in control of this game, G2. It looked like Tex, on an individual level, was going to be able to bring something to the table in these early rounds. And yet it just has not materialized. The set plays are gorgeous from G2 again.
Is this miscommunication? I mean, the Astral Wall, it looks like was expecting the default plan.
Yes, I think so. I don't think they anticipated that was going to be a plan for Art. I think they probably should have anticipated that, considering how easily they got control of Secret, Dugout, those kind of areas.
Yeah.
And Lev now on another eco, again playing over towards mid. And I want to highlight again this Sentinel utility that we've got going on over here. Because we've got the Vice Wall up towards top mid, the trip over towards shop. When Lev take mid control, they can't go any further than that without triggering G2. So they're essentially stuck even on an eco like this. It's again a B-leaning default for G2. They're sticking to the game plan. Why would they deviate? It's working so well.
Pistol और उसको follow-up जीता है अभी तक
सिर्फ. They put a lot of thought into it.
There's the trip broken. So maybe a little bit of danger now for Trent, who's in spawn, worried about a potential flank coming through.
His job is just to contain. He still has that safety of the wall and to the one side, so he only has to watch the one essentially link up into the flank.
Yeah. And you see that now that Trent is coming to the rest of his team, I'm not being pushed super heavily. They're probably going to retake from your side. The rest of G2 looking to fend off this attempt.
Attempt to flood back in too, but just wading into the open arms and open sight lines of these players. Dangerous team, the G2 are, man. Not many chances whatsoever here for Lev, but maybe with the money coming back into their pockets into the next round, you get some guns online, but there needs to be adjustments on top of this, because so far it
Chala Swiggy breakfast, Anna, how's you, Anna? Good morning, mat karo, main ekdam full. Thank you for coming by, and very best of luck for the new VLT roster, Anna. All the best.
That's the
Guys,
problem
Anna
with
ko
taking
pyar
tactical
do.
belts against a team like G2. They're going to hit you with some kind of set play from their strat book. So now Delev have another adjustment. Demon 1 looks like he set up more passively with the operator, and Lev instead fighting for full A control.
It's the benefit of the Tejo. You do
ना इस
have
बार लाइन में सपोर्ट
quite a lot
करने
of
आएगा
utils to just
आऊंगा
chuck it
मैं
in.
तो
Make
दो
sure that it
सेक्शन
pushes
रहेगा क्या
back the attackers nice and early. Demon 1 operator in hand. Hasn't had many chances to get going
morning
just yet.
jokes
Recall.
badge.
They're so aware of this, though. The drone hasn't seen him over towards B long yet, but they're aware of the money. When you break the economy like this, it does make it much more predictable when the team that's under economic pressure is able
ना
to
इस बार
buy
लाइटली
off.
मत लेना कोई बच्चों दिखे या ना टीम में हटा देना सीधा
Still, that is
You
an
end
open jump spot, and Trent lucky to be alive, just legged. Limping around, but still breathing.
And that allows Leaf to get much more bold over here towards A main. He knows he's not going to run into Demon 1. So can the attacking op now set up? The tank jumps
Lack of
through the
sleep
flowers.
jokes.
Open angles. Hit's not being covered right now, and there it is. King just
Dad
pounces
jokes,
on the
Anna,
opportunity.
dad jokes
This
हो रहा है.
is the difference that they needed.
अन्ना मैचेस देखे क्या बहुत heavy भी मैचेस हुए यार.
But still, you have to be able to capitalize when they're handed to you.
30 seconds left.
It's a round that's finally looking like it will go the way of Lev. Time running short for G2. Contact plays are called. Making the moves now across onto the side, flash in through the back. That's why I set up though, still connecting spam into the pit because they know that there's that potential weakness seized.
मरा.
Locking Valen down,
Hey,
but again,
जिंदा
almost,
कैसे?
it's not quite landing. There's a dart and a re-clear. There's no way that G2 are going to be able to battle their way past this one still. It's a player advantage. Lev now might as well throw the kitchen sink at it. The cows are coming home. There's a nightfall layered out all on top. A lot of sound cues cut away. It just comes down to the gunplay in the hands of these players. Lev, surely able to win the day. Cutting them up, winning the fights out, and not planted into that angle.
Good.
All is accounted for. It cost them almost everything, but Lev, they do get that round.
Yeah, it's expensive in terms of the ults. It's exactly what I was about to point out. Tech still has Visal online.
कल का नहीं देखा today tomorrow will be
Absolutely
बहुत अच्छा
necessary
मैच
that they
हुआ है.
convert in a situation like this. Great shot
Good
again from
matches.
King. To be able to get that
अन्ना फिर क्या टाइम
denial
हुआ
of
है
the
वहाँ
trade as
पे?
Jonah P
US में
walked
था?
in. And a small adjustment there too. You saw from Leaf's point
Afternoon
of
हुआ
view,
रहेगा
he
मेरे
was
हिसाब से.
really convinced that there was only one player A. And instead it was a double hold over towards A from
तुम भी बोलो
Leviathan.
throne miss करता हो यारो.
And now we're going to see G2 mix it up.
This is interesting. Might be seeing a clash over towards A main for one of the first times where both sides will be looking to opt in, but Salvas are used. Thorns out through
नहीं
the
नहीं
back
living
here.
Thursday अच्छा.
Hard committal and a delayed play with a util pull. Slowing them all the way down. G2 looking to see if they can grapple their way into this, but it's into the firing line.
aim do लो रहा है इधर aim do लो रहा है.
Kill feed, filling up entirely. Nice shade of blue still. You don't want to overextend into this one! Leaf, you monster! And the punish was inside, backing away, cowering. The tank. Trying to put whatever he can in between him and the enemy. Lovely peek though, and a lovely shot on top of it. Horn up and over, Trent. Forced forwards. Spots out of positioning, and then now he's getting the chase and the move.
Oh,
Horn
bhai.
isolates it.
He's read the
down
flank.
to that
हाँ यहाँ
fight.
पे side में plant
Got the
कर
read
दे.
onto
नया
the
plant
tap,
है.
baiting up on top of the wall.
हो गया मेरा.
Trent, that's unbelievable.
ये round
Ridiculous.
कैसे जीत
There's
सकते
some
हैं जी?
absurd shots hit there from G2. The headhunter shot from Leaf, breathtaking. And Trent's awareness to read the flank coming through because he hadn't faced a second player
ये
in
round
so
कैसे
long
जीत सकते
there.
हैं भाई?
Even with the recon dart not being broken. Another situation where it should have been Leviathan winning the round. And G2 on an individual level play that masterfully. How has he done that?
Ludicrous flick.
They were already in control of this game on Pearl. They didn't need to be individually outplaying. Level be sick to their stomach that they lost that one, because it's also knocked them down onto an eco round.
Back to the bargain bin.
Right time everyone, काश मेरी team ऐसा होता. अभी है ना.
You said sick to the stomach because there has been no.
I hope grind went करे थोड़ा
seriously
ले
left to stand a chance in most of this.
Take a look at this. Demon One using his clone to activate the trip on the flank. Fight used on the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be exchange.
मजा आएगा लेकिन इस बार
dodged out of the way.
अपना देखने को मजा
This one here, the Tang going for a peek and Walkabout's classic in-hand trade. Jorgamo cleans that one up still. Players trying to square up to him. Do you really want to tango with this guy? Jorgamo does have that dog in him. And he's anticipating the contact play. Tech still with a bullet to the brain removes him. Rifles are plenty now. Picked up with the upgrades.
Great chances of winning this round here, Leviathan. The clone that came out from Demon 1 gave G2 entirely the wrong read on what was going on. They thought it was a full B-long push. That's why they tried to ace split. Now you kind of have to clear out A main. And Leaf, the hubris, brought a stinger into this round, despite the fact that he has 4.6k in the bank, because he was wanting to play around his chamber op instead.
I do respect it to a degree. You don't want to give your opponents a gun in case you do end up falling.
थोड़ा सीसी भी रैंक पुश करते तो अच्छा लगता है.
So instead, G2 tried to flip the map.
हटा दो अन्ना वो लोग का एक पोस्टर डाल दो एक साथ.
Util has to be used as the salvos clearing away. Rendezvous not going to be standing a chance
दिखता भी ऐसे दो
against
पोस्टर डालने पड़ेंगे उसको.
Close quarters action called. Here's Jonah P.
ये राउंड भी निकाल दिया.
And they were fully aware that the map was flipped this entire time. Leviathan got to get a move on here. That A main control, they were waiting for the team to maybe make some moves here, but they all fall in the end.
Headshot
It's 8-3. And only one round left in a half.
Headshot.
Leviathan to even play with.
The speed of adaptation from G2 is remarkable in these kind of rounds. Like I said earlier, Demon 1's clone comes out, breaks the trip over towards B.
And this is why G2 is considered the best team right
assume
now.
that was some kind of three-player push on the eco.
G2
We're
पागल
going to
है.
react through.
अन्ना
Once
अभी
they
के हिसाब
realized
से
that they
ये
made a
best
mistake
team
and
है.
A-main was
ये
lost,
जीत
instantly
सकता है
swapped.
इन्हें.
Oh my god, I'm frying these kids.
He is. He's 10-4, winning unbelievable clutches.
Legal नहीं है kids fry
It's not
करने
even
का.
top frying,
Just
that's
saying.
Leaf.
क्या है ये?
Here comes the Yoru ult. This is the kind of place where you'll see the tempo increase for G2 now that Jorg's at the front. Man in the helm.
Just gives you those options, especially that
My
Hunter's
buddy
Fury
was
in the
good.
hands of a few of them. A couple of pings and a couple of tags. Orders necessary. Com is toppled. King has to take risks now. Steps up and players lined up.
Breaking.
Two taken away, straight from the fight. Clones in your face.
कुछ
Flashed
समझ रहा
up,
नहीं
quick
है.
scopes in play. That is left. At least answering back. They
बहुत
get that
सारे लोग
fourth
इधर
round.
उधर
It's
से आ रहे थे.
desperately, sorely needed.
Really important that they took out
crazy
Jorgamo
हुआ.
early on there. Take a look at this one on the replay. Another big round from King. He's offered them basically half of their rounds so far. King anchoring over towards A, giving them advantages, keeping them within some kind of touching distance. If they get the pistol.
Absolutely is. There's chances,
वही
still
side को तो
chances
ult मारा
for
था,
Leviathan. It all depends though on the pistol round as we look forward to that second half.
8-4 से मेरे को नहीं लगता comeback कर सकता है. बेचारा. सेन वर्सेस G2 वो बहुत गंदा हारने वाले हैं. मेरे हिसाब से G2 ही जीतेगा भाई. लेकिन सपोर्ट हम सेन को करेंगे. इस बार G2 थोड़ा NA विनर लग रहा है. DRX वर्सेस जनजी बहुत इंटेंस था. सेन बूट कैंप गोइंग दिस टाइम. सच्ची ब्लॉग होना है ना. अन्ना एक कैमरामैन पकड़ो प्लीज. ब्लॉग होना. अन्ना वो लोग के पास बहुत सारा रोलेक्स है. सेकंड के पास एक सुमड़ी में. हाँ बिंक्स इज योर ह्यूज फैन करके. वैसे भी आपका हाइट ऐसा ना उसको समझेगा भी नहीं सेकंड को.
I want to disembowel.
पीछे रोलेक्स कैसे गया करके.
There is something about these shots where the penguin is like around in front of the screen. I want to destroy that penguin. I have an uncontrollable hatred for that penguin.
Penguin hater. Video चाहिए. I'll video call you. Done scene.
I need to go into witness protection after what I'm watching here.
And I think, listen, the jury would side with the penguin.
Oh my
God.
There's enough evidence out there.
I had no idea that was coming, but also you should have heard the reaction from the people in here.
The people, this man is about to be dragged out of the casting booth. I'm telling you right
man
now.
in Valorant.
Get
him gone. Get him gone.
What's wrong with the penguin?
I can't explain it. It's an irrational hatred.
We don't have to go into it.
It's irrational.
Don't want to point more hatred at you right now. It's a different test in front of us. It's Leviathan. A bit of an uphill climb.
Well, have a look at this, Brent. They're about to have a
Bhai,
massive
char
flash towards
bande.
B.
Seeing it. Plenty of bodies as well. Plenty of action where that came from. Flashes up and over the top as well. Still G2. The ones winning out. They got that player advantage. Nice and early.
हर चीज का काउंटर है भाई G2 के पास.
And this was all supposed to drag them into Leaf setup.
Next बार है बोलो जरा Leaf को.
Get out, and then you're going into the Vice Thorns as well, offering as many opportunities as possible. Leaf though has to evacuate there. Would have been suppressed. Would have been vulnerable.
भाई फिर से भी जाएगा सो इतना दूर से
really
देख
nice
रहा है.
idea on the pistol rounds. Lev forced to react rather than run their own setups. Might be offered an opportunity though, because there's still a 3-player stack over on A. Oh, could you believe it? Trenny's still absolutely styling on Lev.
The aim just looking far too sublime. Backs away now. Plays a massive player advantage for the retake. Plan's still down though, committed by Com. Gonna have to reposition and barely gets away. There's a few stray bullets chasing him. Tex
7 kilometer दूर.
Cheeky position. Back horse maybe not accounted for, but still you gotta think. Trades might be online. Flash try and take that peak. Timings here. Com just the one, and Tex was dealt with. Hell of a task here for him, and chipping him away. Tap with pistols.
It's just too good. It is so tough out here for Leviathan.
कितना clean
If they got the pistol, maybe there was a chance
G2.
that they could get back into this game, but now it's just going to start running away from them by the looks of things. They're going to have to come out with something special here. Match up to what G2 are throwing.
रूस बहुत प्यारा बंदा है यार.
We talked a lot. I mean, that is
Like
such
Iron
a
बहुत
tough shot. 145 from that distance as well, but nobody with the full armor on the pistol, of course. And you can see a flash of the scoreboard over here. Demon 1 and Com
बहुत उसका
up
vibe
against
बहुत अच्छा.
Jorg. It's not Jorg that's really controlling the game right now. It's Trent and Leaf, but Demon 1 and Com haven't even had an opportunity
G2
to
का
get
map है,
into this
G2 का
game.
map नहीं है.
Anti-strats from
Valorant
G2
का map.
against Demon 1's operator. Beautiful to watch in the first half. And whereas Com found tons of opportunities to clutch
one of the
against
best
Furia,
person I met है ना, वो उसमें वो हरामी वाला जीन्स नहीं है उसमें.
Take something really.
वो काम से काम रख के एकदम वैसा मतलब family man type एकदम वैसा वाला एकदम
set protocols, their ideas at the beginning of
अपने
rounds.
जैसा vibe है ना उसका. बहुत प्यारा बंदा है.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think, playing to the advantage of their comps as well. I keep thinking back to the pistol round. If you have double sentinel,
उसको एक session
you're
बिताना
not losing
पड़ेगा.
control of mid. That's your main concern if you're stacking 4
हाँ
players.
थोड़ा उसमें jeans डालना पड़ेगा ना.
Yeah, I think double sentinel is
ऐसा नहीं रह सकते.
extremely powerful.
2025 चल
range
रही
maps.
है.
I think Pearl and Bind in particular.
वो survive नहीं कर पाएगा, समझ रहे हो?
Where running double senti is so tough to get through.
We're going to go for a bit of orb maxing. Why not just get?
आज रात को session है बस.
There's a kill though. Opens up the door.
It has been Tex that's been firing for Lev.
हो गया आज.
Tex and King doing what they can.
Upgrade होएगा रूस.
Play as well. TP into the smoke. No more util really where that came from. It's just contact plays now from here on out. Maybe they can get lucky. Pick up a few of these players trying to run themselves down. Marshall though, it's quick with it. Rapid fire as they approach.
भाई निकाल तो सकते हैं ये लोग.
A lot has to get done. Just the classics in hand. There's been no reclaiming of any guns that potentially have dropped down here. Clearing your corners, making sure that nothing is
इतना भी नहीं
slipping.
निकाल सकते.
Cheeky one. Nice little kill. Contesting over towards Ard as well. Salvos. Contest the top of the plant, but picked to pieces. Still 2 players left to stand. And a straight spam. Does the job nicely.
I love the way the G2 are playing on these anti-eco rounds after the pistol win as well. Like I was talking about earlier, the way that teams are kind of maximizing the economy in these spots. The Marshall is literally the only weapon that could have really bailed Leaf out in this situation. Because he's able to reload and get onto the one so quickly with the one-taps. And Jonah P, 2 body shots are going to take out anybody with light armor when he's got the Guardian in hand. It's not a bad weapon to move to the next as well. Bonus here for G2. They don't need to show too many ideas. There's 6 rounds ahead. But if they have something special, maybe we'll see it. Leaf's only got 1 target with light armor on the other side.
Interesting with the silos.
Yeah, is that to stop somebody from jump spotting?
हम लोग काली को सांप बोल बोल के असली सांप तो अनुज भाई निकले बीच.
They're anticipating some kind of bait and switch setup here, I think, where
go title बोल के बहुत सही का इंसान.
Leaf is tucked in that little cubby there that they
Could be. I was wondering maybe that was the second salvo as well, just in lane where sometimes you see Chambers, they put their TP down, they try and play up to pillar.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. Could well have been to...
I'm just making that up, though. I didn't see where it went.
No, I think that's an extremely good good idea there, that it was to break the chamber TP, because, of course, when you're playing against the chamber, it's a great idea to try to use those salvos, get rid of them.
And I'm just saying,
back online.
जो आपने एक player दिया वो भी आपके पास ये लग रहा है.
Yeah, 40 seconds left.
क्यों दिखा नहीं है किधर?
Finally, we get the opening. Demon 1.
क्या scene?
Had a slow year last year.
Huh?
Like to heat up here and now, reclaim that title of the King of Hell.
30 seconds left.
He'll be trying to pave the way for the rest of his team, though. Reinforcements arriving, roughly so here for G2. Holding it down in through the smokes. Valen just looking to dominate that angle, make sure that nobody can overstep it.
Secret digit.
Flashing through the back now.
Planted for Art.
Patrik उससे Patrik वैर हो गया
Still getting
बेचारा.
overwhelmed, I think, just by the amount of targets they could choose from. Demon 1 looking a bit uncomfortable in terms of where he wants to stand. It could really just be opening himself up to one too many angles. Still, they have the gun advantage and they have the player advantage.
डॉक्यूमेंट आ गई HP पे मारा ना.
Push forwards.
तो बड़ी अच्छी बात है. मार सकता है, क्यों नहीं मार सकता है?
Not with the weaponry and not with the players. Leviathan.
बड़ी अच्छी बात है.
Finally get around on the board.
Commendable.
And while that one was somewhat
तो फिर कोई एक शॉट मारता तो मैं ताली बजता. अभी एनर्जी है नहीं.
Next round coming up is enormous.
But very nice.
If Lev want a chance at getting back into this game, the next round is the one that matters.
One HP पे stinger मार रहा है.
That's what we need to see more of. But importantly, if Lev can win this one, not only will they do damage to G2's economy, but they're about to get some really big ultimates online.
अरे कुछ इतना hype का जरूरत नहीं, हार गया. Next map के बारे में बात करो.
Vice ult online. These are ults you can really build game plans around. And I think King's at his strongest when he can come up with...
Hold on. Hunter's Fury play, trying to contest these A plays as well. It's just a little bit mistimed. I mean, firing this one off of that A main util still gets at least a bit of information, isn't it?
Yeah, out of syllabus क्यों पढ़ा इसको?
Player anticipating it to be a little further back there.
Not entirely lost in terms of the value.
इसके नाम में ही हुए so
perfectly willing to
all
explore
asking
back up
Patrick
onto the line.
It's an interesting spot for the Vice wall over towards B, Brent.
Yeah.
Jonah's putting it a lot further forward than quite a lot of the other Vices.
But it's not being baited out regardless. It's still going to be staying up. It's a retake setup even at that, to be honest. I mean,
first match का भी है कितने time में?
For their team to get back into the B side.
They have pushed Leaf off the line. He's got quite a passive position right now over towards.
और फिर वही वाला बात है ना, Ascension वाला.
He's got 2 opponents, and a tank and Tex would fall to a single shot. But if Demon 1's able to get in there close, he has that 150 armor. Might be able to hit.
Web 20 is mostly. अच्छा अभी है.
Trying to see if they can cook someone up. Forcing the respect out of him.
30 seconds
Spam, stray bullets. It's lead raining down, but no casualties. Plant tapped. They're waiting for the next layer of things. Just wondering if it's there. Leaf, what is that? Just absolutely tears them to pieces. In through the back. And King has got to step up. Spike dropped down, isolated, seconds remaining, forced to stick it away. Tex has to defend, faced by just 2. Damn, much of the odds still is going to be Swarm jumping, peeking, tracking. Oh, the right clicks in hand. Good chances. Definitely so. King made a decent
This year
go of
need
things,
to
but in
play
the
all
end,
3 splits. जीत जाओगे
steady
ना,
hand
play
and
क्या
steady
जीत
aim by
जाओगे.
Trent.
I pointed out that Leaf only had 2 targets that he could one-tap there. And Demon 1 on the entry, 150 health. He took chip damage going in.
Yeah.
So he died to the one shot anyway.
That's insane.
That's
तीन team है ना
brutal,
अभी
isn't it?
अच्छी.
Just a little bit of that extra
If
damage
I'm not wrong.
makes Leaf an absolute nightmare. to
20
deal
RNT
with.
OG, बराबर.
And again, the movement on that retake. He
तीन team
plays
है.
in his partner perfectly there. Going for the jump peak with the classic right click.
मैं दोबारा हेल्प से जरा बात
swing.
करता हूँ.
Lev had their
उसके
opportunity, I
बाद
think, to deal some
RNT और
serious
VLT
damage and
बची.
get back into this game. Drag the gap down to only 4. Get some big ultimates online. If they'd been able to
तीन main
convert that round, if the post-plant aggression had worked, maybe we'd have a different game on our hands.
RGB
As
अच्छी
it is,
कौन है RG में?
G2, they continue that dominance, and Itapad is forced to interject his thoughts again. I'm looking at the economy of Lev, and they could scrape a bye together, but it would not be pretty. No. They'd have 3 rifles, 2 stingers or something to
I
work
think you
with.
have to do it now. You have ults online at least. Silver lining for Lev.
Deadly, Tricky,
A last
Rio.
hurrah for Leviathan to get themselves back into the map.
सब में रोमियो
It's
है.
G2's pick, of course, but
BGG, Moner.
You're going to go down to 12 if you don't buy into it? Like, that's not feasible. I don't think you have to turn it around now.
well, they've got 20 seconds to decide.
It feels like they spent the time out discussing it, but not actually coming to a decision about it.
अच्छा है क्या?
G2 already out of the timeout, looking to do something themselves. It looks very similar to their pistol round idea, actually.
Yeah.
4-player stack over towards B long, drive them into Leaf. Leaf has the Vice util to be able to play off as well. Basically exactly the same as a pistol, and they're trying to steal initiative.
We'll see it. Flash occurring, I can hear it now, footsteps, and here it is, a brawl to be taken, Stinger in hand, exactly in the range where Jorgamo should be favoured, right? The back's against it, listen, Sheriff's in hands, rifles, but they all fall. And Com deals with it, picks up the rifle, the upgrade, but he needs to win this
What a
fight
nice
out.
match ना ये वाला match point.
Just one man, what can he do? Reclaiming that spike, look at the space that's been
Crazy.
garnered here. Leaf has vacuumed it all the way up.
2-0 लग रहा है
Know
G2.
exactly where Com has gone as well.
Just watching for everything, man, every possibility.
Every time Lev have taken attack timeout, G2 come with some kind of aggressive set play to just rip control of the game away.
Yeah.
Lev are never allowed to run a strategy. You want to take a timeout? Oh, that's cool. We're going to run our game plan, actually. We're going to make sure we're even more in the lead, actually. Lev are not allowed to play. Not allowed to pull a single page out of their pre-planned ideas. Not one. You saw King was completely unaware as well. He's doing a pullback, trying to cross over towards
Best of luck, I'm for one.
pull his pants down.
No room to breathe for Leviathan here. Exploration into mid.
Demon उनको तो पूरा counter किया है, कुछ नहीं कर रहा.
Rewarded.
And it's so difficult. It's so difficult to react against G2 because you're
अगर
running
मेरे को
into that
एक
double
चीज
sentinel utility.
सच्ची दिल से एक चीज बताओ, क्या इस बार रॉसी भाई ऑफ करने वाले
The
हैं?
first times we've actually seen it
क्योंकि
from
मेरी
Lev.
नजर उस पे.
Demon 1, dimensional drift. Has to be some
ऐसे
level of
पढ़ा
value
नहीं
gained
पढ़ा
from this one
मैंने.
here, spotting out a few
मेरा
of his
जियो
players.
नेट बंद हो
Trying to
गया.
get a clearance down, spots the 2 of them, so
Controversially कहते हैं friendship है ना.
Divide splits it all the way up. They see the barrel though. They know exactly where Demon 1 is going to be placed. This is a rapid approach to get
जब
themselves
मन
back
में
into
कोट ना हो
nightfall.
तो कुछ भी
Scatters,
बोल.
sound cues cut away. All to their own, all offloaded. But this is carnage into the final few moments.
Clean.
How do you contest with this, man?
The rumors of G2 being the best team in Americas, off the back of only one match,
Clean,
may have
babe,
actually
clean.
been founded on the truth. I mean, a 13-5 dismissal of what should be another very strong Americas team this year. That is dominance. That is a tier gap that we just witnessed on Pearl. That should not be happening in this league between 2 squads as talented as this.
As it हमारा blind duelist to
scary
see
signs.
who works
Whether
best.
they can keep it up on Fracture,
Double
which they
duelist
first
हो जाए.
round banned
PRX.
in their first match,
अपन भी
we'll
बन
have to
सकते
see,
हैं.
but
करके
all signs
दिखाएंगे.
point towards
हो जाए.
G2 being on a simply different level.
Just that tier gap that just might be
अब तक ऐसा
developing.
CS में सिर्फ
This
Dust 2
time,
चलता था.
much more visible still.
वैसे भी.
As you said, we're going into
Same
Fracture for our
वैसे
next
में
map. G2 did first
अपने
round
इंडिया में
ban in the
वैलो
last
वाला
game
वही
prior,
सीन है
which is
मेरे हिसाब
interesting, you know,
से
they
डबल
leave it
टू लिस्ट
open.
गुस्सो और मारो
Also good with the map pool.
It's a
वरना
breach
इन्हें
Taeho map.
Yeah.
So, considering how good they looked on Lotus, that is worrying for Leviathan
डबल
as
टू
well. I
लिस्ट
think,
में
despite
गोले
the fact that
सेकंडरी
they picked
हैं
it.
ये कैसे ट्विस्ट है
There were explosive moments across the board here. And listen, if you're an armchair analyst, it was a joy to
Crosshair
watch.
हमारा
I
के
think
बीच में
G2
गोलू
just a
का
full
system snipe.
takeover of the map itself. But it's going
Twist
to do it
out
for
of
round number
syllabus.
1. Don't go anywhere. We're here with the rest of the
गोलू
series
हेवी रैंक
shortly
पुश कर रहा है ना
after this.
लास्ट में देखा था 100 रैंक पे था उसके बाद शायद थोड़ी नजर लग गई रहेगी लेकिन हेवी चल रही है You'll be my inspiration पे क्या keep working hard मेरी जान मजा आएगा 20 तारीख 70 तक गया दिन स्क्रीम चालू हुआ लास्ट टाइम एक बंदे ने बोला था रैंक डजंट मैटर स्क्रीम्स मैटर करके समझ रहे हो पूरा लेफ्ट राइट हुआ उसके साथ दोनों करने बोलो होगा मैं देखो 1.5 घंटा सो के बुंड मरवा रहा हूँ इधर इतना अगर मैं स्पोर्ट्स में दे रहे था आज मैं किधर होता पता नहीं पैच धर्मा गुड मॉर्निंग अच्छा धर्मेंद्र कुमार अच्छा रैंक मैंडेटरी मैंने बोला नहीं तो सैलरी कट अन्ना दिस इज दी प्रोग्रेस 2022 में आप याद करो ओल्ड डेज में अपने यंग डेज में एक टाइम था जब अन्ना बोलते थे जो रेडिएंट जाएगा उसको 1 लाख फिर भी भोसड़ी वाले नहीं गए और अभी देखो जो रेडिएंट नहीं जाएगा 1 लाख माइनस सब जा रहे हैं अन्ना यही टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स पहले करना चाहिए था ना वो तो काली क्लबिंग के वजह से थोड़ा धोखा दे दिया वरना था अपना सीन सेट था कितना ना लेकिन अन्ना साथ में अप्स एंड डाउन्स देखे कितना मेमोरीज है आप कब रेडिएंट जा रहे हो मैं ऑन द वे हूँ ये मैच के बाद जा रहा हूँ सेन वर्सेस लाउड में ई नहीं है बहुत सही के 3 मैप वॉज प्योर सिनेमा बात तो है बस भाई लव यू मेरी जान कर गुड मॉर्निंग हम तो सब कुछ देखे हाँ ना A to Z Anna be like if you can't beat them by them
map 1 from your team. And I was just sitting there watching, and I'm astounded by you guys all the time. You know, Josh called it a tear gap. You guys are
Anna, मैं 2 मिनट में वेट के मेरी गांड लग गई पानी लेके आया वॉशरूम जाके आया
You have been tested by any of the teams you have faced so far, including Leviathan?
I'm almost set for 24 hours.
I feel like we got
इस बार अगेन फाइनल्स आपके घर पे आंटी का स्टफ एंड लाइम जूस डांसिंग मैं मम्मी को बोलूंगा फेवरेट चीजें पपड़े 101% आना डांसिंग मेरे को बस 2 दिन पहले बोल देना कब मैं मम्मी को बोल के रखूंगा
So there's moments before that it could have been executed a little bit better.
Best luck on map 2.
You just win 13-5. Your team's having a good time. You're loving it. And then Josh RT walks in the back and says, not good enough. That's honestly what it felt like. But all jokes aside, though, I mean, Josh RT is 100% right. Like, his boys, like, they clutched up in those moments where they absolutely needed to. But really want to get your thoughts here, Emily, on what you feel like was like one of the glaring issues that we were seeing from Leviathan? Because to Elizabeth's statement, they did feel suffocating. It felt like there was nowhere for Leviathan to go in that game.
Yeah, no, I mean, starting off, just looking at the comps, I was very surprised to see the double Senti pick with the Vise and Chamber, but I mean, when Leaf is playing like that, I don't see any problem with it.
Yeah, you can't go wrong there. And Leaf was absolutely frying. Like, G2 out of the gate, he was just ready for Demon 1. Like, it was a 1v1 in a shocking amount of rounds. Here, he hears that smoke go down because he's in range. This is Leaf's POV. I don't know what he's doing teleporting, but he gets style points. And then here again, they're just waiting for Demon 1 to peek that angle. It was going to be a flash dart combo to try and push down off of that, but it doesn't matter when Demon 1 swings into the angle. I mean, straight up, G2 had 12 first kills on this map compared to 6, and more than half of them look like Leaf.
Yeah, and he was just farming, right? Having a field day out there. I mean, look at this one as well. He got a fadeaway shot with the Deagle like it was absolutely nothing, right? Like, he finds these connections that you don't think a normal person should be able to find, but yet Leaf somehow manages to pull that off here, ending that game looking just outstanding. So now, Emily, you got to ask yourself, you're Leviathan in this situation. How the hell do you stop this guy when the ace on your team couldn't stop this man?
I honestly cannot tell you here.
Yeah, right?
It was a really hard map to watch and try and figure out. Yeah, I honestly don't know what I would do in that moment.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, how do you approach this now that you get ready for Fracture? Because that was a little demoralizing.
I don't think, truthfully, that if you play similar style maps, that you can beat this G2 team if you're putting up that type of performance. Because I think on a map like Pearl and frankly on Abyss, you need a duelist player that can take over and win those contact fights. And if you're losing to the Sentinel on the other side, it's not going to happen. So map 3 is still going to be a problem. Good news is they're moving into Fracture. This is Ray's territory. This is possibly Demon 1 not even necessarily on duelist territory for them as well. You remember the Brim Astra days.
Sure.
And I also think Fracture is a map where it's way more about set pieces. You're doing a lot of aggros as a team in early rounds. That's going to allow them to stop taking those just classic walk-up 1v1 fights that he was getting completely owned in on that last
Yeah, but on the opposite side of that, though, you also have a team that's very good at the setup.
Oh, yeah, it's not easy, and it's not a free win, but maybe you have a chance.
Yeah, it is going to be a difficult one without a doubt. But let's go ahead and hear from Coach Itopata as we get ready for map 2.
Here with Itopata at Leviathan. That was a rough map. It was a 13-5. But we're going to your map pick of Fracture. You took a little bit to come out here to talk to me. What were you telling them back there?
I'm just making sure that we kind of don't forget what we're supposed to do on the map, because this on this first map I feel like we were a little bit shocked. I don't know what was the reason, but we just didn't play our game, and that's something that whenever it happens, especially against a team like G2, it's not gonna end well for us. So we need to like wake up and start playing our game again.
So confidence.
Not only confidence, but yeah.
All right, well, best luck on map 2.
All right, so there you hear from Coach Itopata there. And of course, now, I mean, look, no matter how you slice it, this is going to be a difficult one. We are going to Fracture. This is going to be a big opportunity here for Leviathan to establish themselves in this series here. Ender, you know that they're licking their wounds right now, but there is a possibility to get back here. Who are the players you're going to be leaning on? Not necessarily Demon 1, we were talking about him a little bit, but who are the other players, especially, because you have so many forces on that team?
I mean, honestly, I think it's King. I think, A, he had a lot of rounds where this guy was just absolutely shooting and playing well, but B, I think Fracture is a map that comes down to both attack and defense so much about reading your opponents. There's a lot of these early aggressive plays, and if you have an IGL that can figure out what the other team is trying to do and predict where the enemy team is going to be at round start, you have serious winning chances.
Yeah, and real quick, Emily, I want to get you in on this before we go to a break. Fracture, know you love the map, know you've been excited for this one. What should people be looking out for when we get into the map?
I feel like with Fracture, there are so many different ways you can play the map, and like you said, like if you can get an IGL that can figure out what the other team is doing.
It's a
like,
burn, but
set.
I'm happy
But
to
the
follow
thing
my
is, it's so much harder on a map like Fracture, because again, there's 4 different lanes to play from, 4 different areas to do traps or like to poke and prod. I'm just so excited to see.
Yeah, a lot of mind games. It's going to be excellent, folks. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going straight into map 2. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a few.
कब आएगा वो दिन जब ऐसे को वैलो में सपोर्ट करेंगे लाइक ऑल टाइम्स जब भी वैलोरेंट का मैप रोड मैप अच्छा रहेगा तब players also want to prove at
Let's
least
get into it
Indian
then.
core.
Fracture is, listen, up
Pata
and
nahi hai
available
na.
for both of these teams to be
I have
playing on.
two
When I think
thoughts.
of Fracture, Josh, listen, there's no duelist players that really come to mind to define this map for me. It was EG, honestly, with their set plays, and the centerpiece of that was really common the Sova, which, if we're lucky, might be treated to it again. But it's a very good team, and we'll see what
नए
the
players
the
को
agents
explore
like as
करना
well.
है ना.
Fracture,
Love
it's a new
this.
era, right?
2025
ये
meta,
हर बार
breach
same players हो
tail,
रहे हैं.
seems like it would work beautifully.
Technically.
We saw Trent and Jonah P combine on Lotus in the game against
नए
Cloud9
players का
wonderfully
थोड़ा
with this combo. On the other
motivation
side, it is the
unmotivated है.
Demon One Brimstone.
Okay.
Con comes out on Sova. Natank picking up the raise. This
First
is what a
split
lot of people are
में
thinking about. This is
विनो क्या आने वाला है?
exactly
Yeah.
EG's
So
fracture
that
composition
was
back when they were the best
और
in
मैं
the
love
world
you
on this
आप
map.
almost 18
Untouchable
19
essentially.
hours stream कर
But
रहे
it
हो
is
वो.
harkening all the way back to
Man, soft to you,
2023.
मेरी जान को love you दर्शन
Killjoy
भाई. Thank you for the
against
100.
Aho,
Love you.
Trying to find the value from the Sova on a new team.
Yeah.
A different player on the Rays here. There's a lot of question marks, I think, still over how Lev are going to respond here. And despite the fact that G2 first round
सबको
banned
salary
Fracture in
और
their opening game in
चाहिए
2025,
performance से
I
पहले.
think this is a massive trap. Because
वो
you're
लोग
walking
को
into that
mental
combo
thought हो गया ना कि
from
coach
Trent and Jonah P,
चाहिए,
and
salary
it just
चाहिए
looked
और चाहिए.
immaculate on Lotus.
Been one of the best teams.
वो हो गया है वो
Win
अभी.
that util. Breach and the Tejo and a clash onto the
वो
north side. I
mentality
have
में एक
missed
बार
this
घुस
one.
जाता ना तो
See the
वो
players already
दिन नहीं करता.
squaring up, fighting each other. Flashes are collecting all sorts of value. Potentially! Jorgamo, what is that? What? Up in the sky. And sky high indeed. He just removes two of them like an angel of death.
बस
And
उसने
Jonah
फिर
P
भी
can't even do
मारा.
a move, man. Backup and reinforcements arriving to collect up the stragglers right from behind. Still Spike
Shot.
dropped down and Tex has chances, opportunities. Does he know that Leaf is there? Spike picked up, Spike picked up, he gotta know. Flash up and over, dodging, drifting, the movement is all over the place. It's a team flash, he self-blinds himself for God's sake.
He flashed both of them so that he could escape.
सीजन नहीं है कैसा पता चलेगा नया प्लेयर आना में बहुत रह गया ना.
Yeah.
एक प्लेयर चला जाता और में पूरा टीम टूट जाता. मैं क्या
See
करूं?
when you're staring straight at it, Tex. Drifting around now.
If there is any justice in the world, Tex
इधर
will
एक
win this
टूर्नामेंट
round.
खेलने के बाद आता है 30,000 का ऑफर आ रहा है 40,000 का ऑफर आ रहा है
Oh,
20,000 का ऑफर आ
it
रहा
gives
है.
Leaf that chance.
He got the
मैं
wrong
बोलता
read on
जाओ.
what was going on. When his turret went off, he thought that Leaf was going for the wraparound
That's a
through
hell of a
arcade.
gamble to be taken, though.
It is a gamble, but he went for it. Bunny hopping up there, trying to
भाई क्या
as
राउंड था
fast as he could up into tower. How? I've got to see this again. How is Jorg killing two with the right click
That
there?
is just unbelievable.
Get the devs in here right now! Immediately!
ये राउंड कैसे जीते
Man,
भाई
they're laughing.
Well, of course
अच्छे
they
नाला
We're
सुपारा मेरी जान.
Yeah, they're laughing.
We're not showing
Thank
the
you for the
tears on the
$10.
Leviathan side of
और
the
मैं अभी तक
stage.
जाग रहे हो. Good morning, lots of love,
This is
lots of
supposed
love
to
to
be,
you too.
in
Good
theory, a
morning
weaker
अक्षय
map for
भाई.
G2. Counter stun, fault line's good.
नहीं
Salvo
जाकर
so
रहे तो तुम लोग ये देख
anticipating
पाते.
a bit of the action. The threats are
ये
coming
देखो.
their way. There's flashes on flashes and they're blinding up absolutely everybody.
20 बंदे तो एक round में
Yet
blind
caught
हो
in the
रहे.
crossfire.
A brutal round. A wild clash. Similar to the pistol round set up, to be honest, from both sides. And yet this time, the gun difference makes all the difference. Leaf hoovering up another.
इतना मस्त टाइम ले रहे थे ना और ले रहे
Gets
मर
another
भी
one there
रहे
from the death.
These players
प्लांट
are
भी
low.
कर रहे.
It is. I mean, it's not quite one body shot for everybody because by the look of it, Trent has had the regen armor. So he's actually up to beyond a single tap of the Sheriff, but everyone else goes down to a light breeze. Tex has another
Stinger
opportunity to win a big clutch.
They're holding though. Util off of the contact. Valen takes in. They hear the footsteps running around. Molly dropped down, straight to the feet. Drone at the back. Detained, revealed. Salvo's where that came
You
from.
can't
So
get
there is
loyal
no
players.
easy
Everyone
access
is
Tex.
looking to make money,
Just
but
forced to run straight
they
into them.
don't.
Bullied by
I think
Trent.
is only going
Bullied
to
by the sheer amount of util
come
available.
for 2 months.
And we'll
max
see how
3
this
months.
one ends up playing
बात
out. But I
कर बट
really want to keep in mind the idea that this is the 2023 meta, potentially playing against the 2025 meta. Right
बट्टू
now
क्यों हैदराबाद
on
गया था?
Fracture. Newer doesn't always mean better. Lev looked. Some of these players, for example, Demon 1 and Com, when they played on EG, looked amazing playing this composition.
Let's make 'em dance.
Hello.
But we'll have to see how it all plays out. G2 going for a
Okay,
set pinch again on the B side.
Shaking up Envenade, Molly up and over the top as well.
Good
Salvos, where that
reaction.
came from, it is. Great reactions. That trying to spray down though, can't quite control it. This time he is, but he's squeezed up. That is a stun that is picture-perfect. Point-and-click adventure game. Demon 1 forced to answer back. Not for long though.
But G2 बहुत strong है बे.
Back into the spectator queue. He'll be waiting, watching, see if his team can even do anything about it. Jogmo, that is your
भाई
team.
नहीं भाई मैं नहीं होएगा भाई. सुबह के 9 बजे क्या देखना पड़ रहा है भाई.
There's no room to breathe.
Best team अपने blind तोड़ रहे नहीं चाहिए.
Little drop.
ऐसे मारेंगे.
To take these fights down.
They're trying to create space for Trent to get across. Yeah. And they have done it.
Attack out through the back. Earns himself the one though. Fully aware now of his position.
Heavy nade.
Over the top.
नहीं है.
Trent back to the
थोड़ा
ball.
light nade है.
He's safe there.
वही बोला कल आता हूँ तोड़वाता हूँ जाता हूँ repeat. Love you यार बट्टू.
The nade over there.
बट्टू status का इंतजाम करे. कूदने का आना है ठीक है.
Man, there is just. There's no relief, is there?
मैं love you यार और बिना सोए लोगों की
You've just been getting battered
नींद सेट करता मस्त Watchparty करके love you again. Thank you AJ. Thank you so much.
It's the pace of the game, and G2 having so many layers to what they're doing. Leaf is currently looking like one of the best players in the world, absolutely ripping so far. But one of the reasons why he looks so good is because he's so confident. He's running up, running through the smoke at Tree, and trading out his opponents. Never afraid. Yeah. Never afraid.
So cute मुझे जलाने के लिए बेशरम.
I'll see in that B split the clash over towards Arcade that we're kind of used to at this point. Door opens up just under Shocky.
So cute.
And that's one of Com's favoured positions to play.
Gonna hit his drone.
Why is it in go sleep?
Make a play off the back of it. Wait a second, fault line.
मैंने वो करता बंद कर दिया था मैंने right side से.
And okay, well, just getting away with murder now, aren't we? Still, Sheriffs knocking and toppling. The heads are rolling. This is what Lev needed. Get himself straight back into things. Leaf is left alone. Spike dropped down. It's well away from him. He's got to try and reclaim this space.
There's the other fellow sitting as coach.
Doubled up. It's a
I'll
high
help.
setup.
But मेरे को technically नहीं मालूम coach क्या करता है.
Leaf would have to
Not
almost
qualified.
toggle to see if he can get it done. Hold on. Spotting just a shoulder. Receives his kill.
He has the ult.
Knows where the two of them are. Spotted a Killjoy. The tank does have the ult. Showstopper might be necessary, but not offloading it. Not using
भाई
it.
मार सकता था
Anticipating
भाई.
him at that angle, but just about
भाई
salvaged in
legit
the
मार सकता था. दो 1v1 fight almost
Once
थे.
they got themselves into a
Oh,
3v1
boy.
scenario, they had to put down Leaf. And it took everything to get there, but the thrifty round off the back of Demon 1 hitting some beautiful Sheriff shots. Finally, the aim god showcasing why we know him for that kind of talent. And the tank cleans things up. A rare bad call there from Valen, choosing to commit into the
What do you think? आसपास जाने के बाद last year के लिए मेरे भाई एक player गया तो last year का कैसा team रहेगा?
4 players in that area. Making it look like it's a fast B with that Molotov that lands over towards Heaven. You can see this is already pulling defenders. That Molly almost exclusively gets used for fast B executes.
It's just conditioned them. They see the Molly firing, just flying overhead. Players moving away from their positions, and now delayed to try and get this util out and over. Showstopper through into spawn.
Slow करके मारा है.
Brings Tex down to the grave.
The only player that could have really stopped this. Ooh, Com going for a swing.
I
was going to say, the only player that could have really stopped this was the tank, because he's also got his Razor online.
I'm going fast, man.
They are
बाहर के players expensive है. Dollars में
Scattering
ना.
these players around, trying to knock them around like bowling pins. Rocket straight through the door. This is Anarchy in action. And Trent's going to try and lock this one down himself. Steel Garden now overlaid on top. Guns
Oh,
and weaponry still
short,
alive, keeping
yaar.
in the hands of few of
Short,
these players.
yaar.
The Com is a one-man army. He's taking it over. Hunter's Fury is earned. Now being used to see if they can cleave away into the side. Jorgamo nowhere to stand. Safety, not really an option.
Bye.
There
Lev is
for
back.
Leaf.
It is all thank you for the membership.
Welcome home, Com. He's back to Fracture.
Good morning,
and he looks
Lemon.
so comfortable. Had a fantastic game
Market
last time
से
we saw
बाहर
him on
उसका.
stage against Furia, winning clutches all over the place. And a very slow
उसमें तो
start
इंडिया में
in
और
this
बनेंगे
match.
अंदर.
Couldn't really get
हाँ
online
एक
on
महीने
Pearl.
के इसमें.
But here, after the tank opened the door, Com, he just barreled through. He's playing on his own in halls. It's not like he really had a bunch of setup for that. He looked fearless, charging forwards with the Phantom and getting a final third kill there with his Sova ultimate. Beautiful stuff. Lev showcasing that they can match this frantic pace that G2 have set early on.
And I was hoping that was going to be the case. Moving over to Fracture, if you're going to pick it, Lev, has to be for that reason. We're seeing it made manifest ever so slightly.
Now normally,
अब अफ्रीका इसका finally खुद से ऐसा लग रहा है feel कैसा हो रहा है
the lockdown would be a game changer. Now,
जोगमो को क्या हो गया सिर्फ finger चला रहा है
Trent, that salvo, and it's gone.
Yeah.
So you have to play around that ability cooldown or wait until Trent's buried 6 feet under before you decide to invest it.
It's around, so plucking these orbs out of the picture. Bit of utility used to clear up towards tower as well. Smoke's going to make it awfully difficult. Molly's at the feet on top of it, and there are bodies falling off onto the side. Twisting around 180 degrees. Against it. Just being swarmed in these positions. Now Valen going for the plant, debating out all sorts of things. Grant him a bit of space, but no one watching it as the smokes dissipate. In through main, a fight to be taken. If Leaf ends up toppling, could be monumental, and the tank knows it. Trying to drip back into the picture, but as he goes for that reload, Trent is happy to oblige, and there's only one left standing. It's Com. Trying to go for it wide in the face. Satchel to the side. Jomo barely surviving. There are ults, there are salvos. There's everything to play for. Again, calling in the air support. Com is pushed back for but a moment. Back onto it. Salvos now needs to be pulled out. It's a brutal watch. It really is. And the options dwindling away from to play with. First peak done. Time still available. Potential there. But no. He knows it intuitively. The timer is ticking, and he might not even get out with the gun.
Just escapes with his life.
But
a bitter loss there. Com had the read on what was going on. Played it about as well as he possibly could have done. But these early picks that happened from G2 as they got in through Arcade, through a smoke.
वही वाला फंडा है ना
Indian for a moment.
YouTube channel, बाहर का YouTube channel. उधर ही जमीन आसमान का
how
फर्क है.
powerful the Teho utility is in the post plan.
The
ult and then the salvo and then the stun even coming through as well.
Let's just checkmate.
Certainly felt like it. That's the kind of round that Lev cannot afford to lose. And that is the kind of round that Josh RT was talking about, where his players are good enough to be able to come up with the goods, even when they're at a disadvantage.
5 player जो जीतेगा time pass वाला tournament 5 Rolex. उसके पर जो MVP उसको भी Rolex.
Just the chaos in the moment. And see if
और
they
इधर
just make
देखो
opportunities, make
एक
those
सपना है लाइफ में एक Rolex मांगता
just
करके
wedge
ऐसा.
open.
Now we're talking about it being chaotic, which implies some level of sloppiness, but I actually think the executes are really well planned out. They've got these large molly lineups, they know where all of the utils go in, they've
ये ना
got
वो लोग के
great
discipline
combo
में
of
भी बहुत
util to
फर्क है.
clear out these
जब
spaces.
मैं वहाँ पे गया था
But
ना
the
जेंजी
pace
बूट
is so
कैंप
fast, and
भाई
Lev
वो
are
लोग
forced to flood through
बूट कैंप पे
smokes
चिल
and
नहीं कर
create a
सकते.
bit of chaos, that it does end
वो
up
लोग
with
सो
the
नहीं
players
सकते,
being forced
खा
to
नहीं
make on the
सकते,
fly
कुछ
decisions
नहीं.
fairly often.
वर्क जैसा जो भी करना है बाहर करो. जैसे बूट कैंप में पैर रखा सिर्फ
This is
गेम.
where G2 could, if they wanted to,
तुम्हारा लॉगिन टाइम रहेगा, लॉग आउट टाइम रहेगा, वैसा टाइम. सिर्फ गेमिंग, सिर्फ स्क्रीम, सिर्फ मेहनत. बाकी जो भी प्राइवेट लाइफ ये वो घर पे बात करने जाओ, घर पे जाओ और बात करो. ऐसा वाला डिसिप्लिन है भाई. अपने इधर ऐसा नहीं. सब बूट कैंप पे चाहिए.
Brim ult, amazing plant denial ultimates to work with. There goes the alarm.
And this is the
lime juice, massage,
the joy of playing Killjoy on this map in this current era with Tejo's.
Boot camp में like office सब जगह. हाँ ना, अपने यहाँ पे ऐसा नहीं.
Getting broken, your ult gone to the signature ability.
And that's one of the reasons you've got to expect Leaf picking the Vice.
Yeah.
ऐसे boot camp family है रे. Content creators रहते.
Can't break the Vice wall. Makes it valuable.
Look at this push out over towards the dish side.
Actually,
While
boot
G2
camp
are
अलग
running
है.
one of their rare slow rounds here on Fracture. The tank king taking space.
Oh, no way. Absolutely no chance. Com's trying to get mid-round info with
हम लोग का तो example दे नहीं सकते. हम लोग तो top पे बहुत बार रहे.
Salvo is still online. You can't use the lockdown at the moment.
Tex might want to go for this anyway. Just throw it out, man. He's been holding it in his back pocket for the longest time possible. There's a timing to be taken. Jorgamo trying to go for this one. Plan this down. Salvo's going to be used to try and force this fight. Not for the lockdown. You haven't dealt with that. Brimstone ultimate offline. Leaf still taken away. Two of the players
भाई लोग हर चीज को काउंटर कर रहे हैं यार.
Despite the fact that he is detained, everybody up and top and over into tower.
भाई तो
Molly
ऐसे तो नहीं ना esports हो रही.
Seal them out of the picture, trying to step up
Esports is
to
a
it,
part
but
of
that
it.
is a brave challenge indeed. Demon 1. He's forged in these fires and he's going to try and make the moves himself. No way! Demon 1G! Forge not in those fires, man! That's unbelievable!
ये कौन सा
Oh, that is
Demon 1G का
brutal.
पर तुम लोग को वो
You can
समझा
see what he's
context
going for there. The
Submit
timing was
1G.
perfect when he pushed the molly at the beginning
Context
to be able
समझा
to get the fight in tower, but you gotta be aware of your own HP in that
Demon
situation.
1G
I've
बोला
never
रे
seen that before. It's absurd. Absurd. Absurd.
How much damage does Valin output there? So the Demon 1 ends up falling to his own util.
No way.
The Demon 1G.
नहीं समझा OG gamers को समझेगा ये Summit 1G का context क्या है करके
Back down to the bad buys. I mean, Leviathan are going to be used to it at this point.
उसने tournament में कुछ किया था
We were able to scramble together the weaponry in time here. Texto drifting in from the back. He's hoping.
It's desperate.
Yeah, he's hunting, right?
I mean, that one really is
OG
desperate.
knows, OG
He's
knows.
just trying to make the play to give his team any kind of opportunity in the round. Lev had an ultimate advantage, now an equal disadvantage. More stuff getting online.
Jorgamo just in time, can't quite hit that spray down for the third player.
मेरे को फट से समझे जैसे उसने बोला था Demon 1G
Problem is,
फट से
G2 are not even under enough
फट से
pressure
एक
to
सेकंड
draw
में
out
समझा
stuff like the Breach ultimate. Rolling Thunder still available for Jonah P when we head into the next round. And you could absolutely use that as a fake too, because they're going to bite on it. They have to.
ये लोग को अभी कंट्रोल लेना पड़ेगा ना ये लोग नहीं खेल सकते ऐसा हो गया G2 ने काउंटर कर लिया
dominant.
कितना
And
फील
a
हो
reminder for
ना
everybody at home that this was the map G2 banned against C9. That's why
Yes,
they
got
picked it here when it was left open. And to me, it screamed this is a trap because Breach Taeho is so strong here.
I mean,
but to
G2
see it
looks-
in action,
it's kind of. They just look different, man.
It's scary.
I think, listen, there's.
I'll make you feel better daddy tonight मोआ देख रहे हो ना chat पैसे के लिए लोग क्या क्या कर सकते हैं
They've already looked good on almost every single map that they showcased in that prior series.
Yes.
ये बंदा पैसा और के बारे में बोला था chat देख लो
Well, it doesn't look like it yet.
दोगलापन देख लो खुद बैंगन जैसे दिखता है भींच
Off the rim, Jorgamo, oh my god, man!
भाई जोगमा अलग गेम खेल रहा है रोलर कोस्टर वाला
Over the top.
Spike's gone down on the south side, by the way, Brent.
Put the squeeze though on either side, just seeing if they can rip away, tear away any sort of semblance of map control from these players. We're going to be trying to take these fights, overlaying the smokes.
Jorgamo got ult. He got ult.
And here it is, Showstopper in his hands! Up close, but his rifle's doing the whoa!
Oh.
Takes a spray door down! 1 minute left in the round, by the way, and it's down to that 1v1, just spotting themselves barely.
बाबे क्या
a threat
फाफास
to
रे
work with.
any
There is
comments
no
अच्छा जोक मारा
slowing
मैंने
this down.
This is a ridiculous map on Fracture.
बेटा आप भी हंसो बकचोदी से बट्टू
Some kind of south side crunch. Breach ult stops G2 from being able to take control over towards tree. Jorgamo caught between two rolling thunders, just getting bullied. Watch him
ऐसा कितना भी
bounce up
स्कैम
and
कर
down there
अंदर से
over towards the
तोड़
pots.
के भागता नहीं भाग नहीं सकता
Hidden inside the smoke,
भागता
kind
नहीं
of
क्या
baiting Demon 1 to get his triple kill. And Leaf, third kill of the round.
एक्टर बन रहा है भाई रनर थोड़ी बन रहा है तो कैसे भाग
Causing the Valin pop-off. Despite
वैसे मैं
everything,
9 बजे
even
जोक
when
मार
Lev
रहे
get into
थे
good scenarios, there's a final hurdle, a final player left for G2 that pushes them over the line.
That's a nice one.
तो मैं लास्ट
Mango
1-1 देखेंगे
quickly accosted onto the position, swinging around here. Tom's still there, he wants to go for a bite of the apple. Push back and away over the aftershock. Demon 1 creeping and crawling off from the side. That raw aim on display for but a moment before he's put in his grave and across the zip lines.
2v3 क्या लगता है
Gonna be looking to rejoin his team, his teammate.
They have to cross King's sideline.
And they're way open to it. Not anticipating that these players could be there. This is a bit of a weird round, topsy-turvy.
This is one of the rounds, though, that showcases the quality of Leviathan. Oh, and the read on this. They're already clearing arcade. The slower Leaf goes, the more chance. But they're instead going under tunnel.
Are they going to hear that?
No, you can barely hear the zip on this map. If you've got the hearing of a dog...
Do they realize he's got the spike? Why are they triple holding for tunnel?
I mean, I got to assume that they...
Okay, they've got players in through main.
Yeah,
looks like they were overlapped.
Does Leaf have a chance of being able to win this one? It would
Chance तो
be
है
nothing if he did. This is another one of those scenarios.
उसका wall अच्छी जगह पे
have got to convert the 3v1.
फ्लैंक आएगा उसको मालूम पड़ेगा
Leaf gave him a run on it last time, though.
He did.
And he's got the Vice ult again. Same kind
ओह
of situation.
थोड़ा जल्दी कर दिया
You'd anticipate him to be playing a bit more forwards, honestly. A 1v3.
It is actually a common 1vx spot to play over
भाई
against Dish here.
बट्टू
And you try to catch one as they go towards
तीन
side.
एजेंट का सीन है क्या मतलब?
That swarming together though, pack mentality. Backs to the wall though, and nobody anticipating it. Still got an offloaded, and why not? Rip the guns away. King forced down to the secondary sidearms and sidesteps the bullets.
Another scenario where Leaf almost gets it done, but Lev
भाई
takes
क्या aim था वो लेकिन
3
लीफ
to
का
7 on the Thrifty, and here's the power of the
playing
individuals
controller अच्छा
on
वैसा
Lev. Natank goes for a peek, then Com comes afterwards. Demon One around the back, throwing bodies at the problem, throwing Sheriff headshots at the
ये
problem.
लोगों को पूरा टीम का थोड़ा सा
Eventually getting the job
वैसे सा
done.
सीन है ना स्क्रिम्स में जो चल रहा है वो
They need more of that. 7-5 half, I think, would be, I mean, at this point, the best that Lev can even ask for, but I think would be necessary to
लास्ट
get
टाइम
the
भी हुआ
feeling
था
that
ना
they're back in the game.
डिमन 1 कंट्रोलर खेल रहा था बाद में लोगों ने सुनाया
Left to be expended here. On the left side of things.
और को घंटा फर्क नहीं
It's
पड़ा
getting a lot of work done, isn't it?
अभी भी
Forcing the
घंटा
all-time
लग
nice and early. This is a Hunter's Fury, a Com classic. Dart revealing on, a showstopper to squeeze them from behind.
Cool set play.
It really is.
Very EG-esque.
Trent dropped down to the double digits. Narrowly avoiding and evacuating. He's got that spike in hand and he needs a bit of a bailout from the rest of his team. And themselves are going to go for a bit of exploration. Bullets are raining down onto them, so not going to be getting that plan. It's a minute 10 onto the clock and
Spike's
still,
dropped.
yeah, maintaining that tower control. Leaf regaining it, but creeping up towards the top. He's just spotted, I believe, a leg. Breach, okay, the Brimall pushing him out wide into the open. The tank has really stepped up to that challenge. Jorgamo do his best. There's only so much one man can do. There's that 4 for Lev.
And a little bit of breathing room here.
4-7.
For the first time in this entire series, it feels like Lev starting to put up a bit of a
Technically
challenge.
5-7 is not a bad
These last
half
2 rounds.
इसमें
This one really well executed.
तो बदल चढ़ने और कुछ लिख रहेगा जो तू लिख नहीं सकता है या फिर कुछ
Sova ult, and the Sova ult pushes
characters
them into the
रहेंगे
Raze ult.
special characters जो तू use नहीं कर सकता
Lockdown as well once Trent had been killed and the salvo was offline. And for the
एक
first
membership
time, I
बेचा
think
but तो को
Natank on
salary
his
तो
feet.
मालिक done
Played that round
से
beautifully. And G2 on an eco. Final round of the half though. Scraping together a buy with Guardian Stingers.
but to any plans for Mumbai dude
And a slow.
भाई एनी में देखते हो क्या इतना खर्चा किया मैंने वन पीस के कार्ड्स में एनीमे का फिगरिंग्स लेके बैठा हूँ
It's being held by King, and you're going to see a play being made themselves. Luckily, quick evacuation and backing out of there.
They're very aware of Leaf trying to come around the other side, but Leaf's going to go for a late backstab. He does not have a good weapon to be able to take this peak.
Very interesting smoke as well, just over to the top of things here. It's split up the site entirely. It's G2 zone, and Leaf is just taking pot shots, peeking up and over here. Grimald in through the back, spraying and praying. Sometimes you need a bit of divine intervention.
How has Leaf got 2 with a stinger in this spot? How has he got 3?
There's no way, man, you're forcing the issue to this degree. Pressure pushed
Oh, almost.
onto Jonah P. And Trent left alone into it. That is reaction times at work. Salvo's in his hand. Peace of mind granted. Opens the door. Playing a bit of mind games. Demon 1 diffusing, sticking half onto the board. That gives him win cons to play himself out of this one. Knows the shot's fired. And Trent, what is that?
The individual form from Trent in 2025 harkens back to the days
Hey,
that he was
G2 जीत गया
utterly
मैंने।
dominating on the guard when he first made
G2
his
ऐसे
approach
जीत
to the
गया।
tier 1 scene. I said that Leaf would not have a great weapon to be able to take those fights.
हाँ
He's
आज
got
फाकली
3K
लेके
with a
बैठे
stinger
बस
on his own in dish
जीत गया
over the
जीत
top of smokes.
Just an explosive half of Valorant.
It is over.
I have to be bringing in the cost code, guys. See how many booms that was worth. But listen, the second half
It is
bound
over.
to keep going with more of this.
ए
pace.
मचा
Listen,
फेब
I'm here
एंड
for
में
it.
लेट्स सी हुआ तो बटाटा और कितना बटाटा भाई बट्टू और कितना बटाटा कितना बड़ा बटाटा हो गया डिसबैंड कर दो टीम ची क्या मारते हैं ना वन टैप्स डांस इन बट्टू डांस बस मैं लोग बोलते हैं यूरोप सर्वर हार्ड होता है इसी तो मैं कभी खेला ही नहीं है मेरे को कैसे पीसी हो गया मेरा सुबह सुबह गुड नाइट गाइस गुड मॉर्निंग होता है Love you, Battu. Demon isn't playing. उसका एजेंट ही नहीं यार. बेचारा कुछ कर रहा है. करेगा कब? पैसिफिक भी तो देखेगा बीबीसी. हाँ 130 से ना.
Listen, we said that Lev needed to potentially get 5 really to stand a chance in this one, but who the hell knows? Listen, it's a new half of Fracture, and we see Lev on their attack side. Listen, a pistol round can change the tide of any fight.
And I think they really need this pistol. I said the same thing on Pearl, and I think they could have found an opportunity to get back into that game had they been able to get their best feet under them. But here it again feels like they need a little spurt of momentum to get them back into this. All 5 players from Leviathan going through dish.
I mean, brave.
And unusual.
लास्ट में बोलने वाला बेस्ट तुम्हारा स्कीम यही स्कीम चलती है. प्यार की स्कीम है. प्यार की स्कीम. ये क्या चुका पाया अभी?
Full offside.
What is the play for this?
They have Aftershock, they have 2 shocks, they have Brim Volley as well. They've got lineups for everything.
Very interesting.
This is a weird round.
And they've just left the tank on the site. Soul utility going to be in the hands of this one, but when you remove the first obstacle that is the tank, they know it's already kicking. Nanoswarm's going to be drifting over. Can they get their heads onto the mollies that are going to be flying
Look
swiftly?
at Texas flank. Look at Texas flank.
There's another one.
They read it.
Juggernaut with half. They read the flank, and he's going to pay for his life with it, but he has brought that win con for his team into the pistol. Now the classics in hand. There they go. Drifting down and away the aftershock. Just in time. It's narrowly there. Revealed up to the world. Can he even get this one, Trent? Just trying his hardest, man.
क्या?
Oh, that is beautiful from Leviathan. That is such a cheese round pistol strat.
It's nerdy, isn't it?
That is so funny. The smoke on top site, double blast back into it, knowing that on the pistol round, you're not really going to have a hard sight anchor on A. Leaving the tank basically just a die.
That is so cheap.
They have a lineup, Nanoswarm, reflank through spawn. G2 even read that. But not quite anticipating there, Valen, that he was going to get caught by the Aftershock.
It's the type of round that makes you want to install, honestly.
That's a cool one. That is a really cool one from Lev. Reminiscent of what Paper Rex used to do back in like 2023, actually, when they were playing on this map.
And
really fast execs and huge amounts. I mean, honestly, going back to 2021 as well.
You're aging yourself.
Yeah, I know. Does anyone even remember Ben Kai on Paper Rex?
It
was a while ago.
But yeah, this is Lev's chance at actually getting back into this game. If they've got more ideas like that, more set plays with the ultimates, more of the kind of stuff that EG would have cooked up under Potter in 2023, that Demon 1 and Com could have brought to this team, then there is a chance that they can get back into this game.
The ults on top of it can be massive. Fractures a map where
round 2.
They didn't do a passover and
इस बार यहाँ से lineup try करते जाते हैं.
Might have been accessible, but looks like most of them are vacuumed up. Jonah P. Shooting him a little bit of bail in the form of the missiles, but you're going to know where he is. That is just ridiculous stuff. Taking peeks and pot shots now in through the smokes. Dashing away the hopes and dreams of the anchoring players, so Lev will be able to get that plant down.
8-6 winnable.
King halfway to his ultimate.
Lev के लिए winnable है. मैं पहला round देख के मेरे को लग रहा है ये लोग prepared है
bonus round.
Heavy stat book है लोग का.
Com gets.
Aim बहुत strong है बे. G2 का.
They've got decent weaponry though. Vandal, Bulldog, 2 Guardians. It's dangerous. And honestly, I mean, I say that they don't have a massive ult to be able to work with, but Natank is 3 away from his ult. It isn't even possible on a map like Fracture that you could go around, gather those up, maybe even get a plant onto him, have something to work with in the post plant. Does Lev have a set strategy? When I was watching them on Haven, they had really good set strats for their bonus, for their follow-up rounds.
Oh यार ये मेरा comment Valorant पे. अब इसको clip करो, बत्ती बोलो, बत्ती बनाओ और डाल दो काफी.
Making it feel like they're taking tree control.
That's an awkward one to try and peek themselves into, but it was util to supplement. right there behind him, and they hear the footsteps jumping around. Jorgamo wants to try and put the difference maker in against his former teammates. Taking the fight straight to him. Kill over the shoulder though. Jonah P happy.
Bye-bye, Batu.
Take him out, and that's a spike earn as well for their troubles.
It'd be so easy to just go over the rope and pick it up.
Surely.
Type of play I would make in ranked.
Com making sure that he gets everything he can out of this round. At least he's going to be able to pick up an ult orb or two. But G2 in firm control of the north side of this map. If Valen gives away a cheap one, I mean, that flash even is giving them such good information.
Wow.
That Valen should be paying attention, waiting for contact here.
G2 के पास भी stats है यार.
And King forced to fight a 1v4, now down to a 1v3.
35 seconds left. Not much of a chance, but listen, stranger things have happened.
Honestly, he could get an ult here, he could get a death, and then he's one away from being able to Thunder online. There are ways, even if he doesn't win the clutch here, that he can still come out with a bit of a win.
Dodging the lines of Util. Going his way. Flash play in a peek. Trying to swing out and take these fights straight to them. Bit too much to overcome though. Still, like you said, they get a kill.
Kill and a death. He's one away from Rolling Thunder. That's not too bad for Lev. That's something that they can work with. They've also done a bit of damage to G2. But how well controlled was this? I mean, Jorg swinging a millimeter away from being hit by his own team's fault line. But millimeter perfect.
Yeah. But लेकिन crazy है ना. Stats और ये लोग का aim और gameplay और सब.
Good stuff. Both teams really close to huge ultimates.
बहुत मजा आता है
going to come online at some point in this round. Pay attention especially to the two breach players. Lev looking like they want to do a fast B split, and only Valen is home.
Very obvious take. What are Util being expended out towards Arcade? Like you said, Valen is home, but
it's tough.
They're attempting to knock on his door. There's some ults now offloaded. Backing away. There's a molly at the feet. Not enough damage done prior. Tank just really brute force is the name of the game for him.
They got Armageddon online. Trent by pushing out through Dish.
He's going to use this one straight into tower. It's a full line as well to accompany. And Com has to contain. He's traded out eventually, but not before he did deal with two of these players. And this is going to be a tan. They've made those moves.
Good control on that arcade push.
Yeah, forcing the play out of G2.
Really nice. I mean, they are back into this game. Barring something ridiculous here in the 1v4 from Leaf. Which I'm holding my breath because he has been pulling off ridiculous stuff all day. Yeah, but they get the trade. And Demon 1 shuts down any danger. 7-9. The gap closed massively here by Lev in the second half.
Leviathan. I want to see just two one-sided maps here. If you're going to pick this map, do it for a reason.
Up. What a play by Com, the 2K, on his home map. It's looking good. Now they've properly destroyed the economy for GT. They're going to get up to raise ult, Sova ult. How many more combos do they have? If you've got a set play, you'll probably want to save it until round 18. This is just about controlling any potential aggression from G2.
It's a flash in the face.
बजट देख के बंग में तेरे को लगता है सब देख के मेरे को कुछ भी करने का टाइम है कुछ भी लाइफ में
just in case it does get dicey.
And it could do here at Dish.
It's a tap. Yeah, Demon was not anticipating that. That is a fast fault line. They're rapid onto it. Jorgamo though just satches his way right into the open sight lines. And I don't know where the danger is. They're like, okay, well, north side of the map, off limits.
I love this protocol. Flush out the lurker that you think is going to be on the other side, but Tex finds the jump on Jonah P. It's slow from Lev. It's controlled. Minimize those win conditions for G2 here. They don't want to get upset. Lev have finally got a foothold back into this game. I do like the way that King calls in these situations.
Yeah, very disciplined. They don't want to let anything slip. King with a plan 2 gets one step closer. Trent will see if he can put a stop to it. But if anything else, the combo on side. Okay, I mean, listen, just the sour was enough, but what can Leaf do? Stinger in hand. Doubled up, high-low. Up against Rifles, Leaf.
बाहर इसने एक भी मारा ना हो गया मेरा.
Stand that chance. He's going for it.
News follow कर ले करो
one of those
चीज़
winnable
में.
spots.
कर देंगे मेरा ये बोलेगा जो जितना भरने का उतना भर देंगे.
Lever now in control of the game. They have that Hunter's Fury, showstopper to work with. Big ults on the other side, but it's the attacking team on Fracture that tends to control the tempo. Remember what we saw on Pearl? Every time it looked like Lev was gonna come out with something from the playbook, G2 ran a fast round.
Well, it's now super close.
Totally disrupted the game plan. Coming out of timeouts, any eco swing round.
It's super close now.
But in this attack half, too many lanes on the map, I think, for G2 to really be doing that. Looks like they want to do it again, though.
Yep.
Is this control down towards the south side?
It's going to be the fight to be taken. Smokes are propped up.
Not fully, though. Not fully investing that. Not throwing the breach ult in and pushing from halls.
Just poking.
A bit softer, yeah.
In that jump spot, Tex going for the peak, hoping to be rewarded. It's a drone now for the mid-round information.
Body blocked.
Gets it though. Those are those players occupying out towards A main. That was a big question mark. Now they went offload. Okay, breach ult. Here's the goal. Shot in your face. Good luck dealing with that. The tank wasn't long for the world.
Oh, Tex had a free kill. Went back for it. Double dipped. Gets rewarded.
Straight up and over as well.
Small comms issue there from Trent. He didn't realize that the wall had been tripped at dish.
Just waiting for these players to try and contact back into Demon 1. Wrap it again.
It's time for Jorgamo to go for the rotate. He's the one with the showstopper. He's the one with the power
to
shut down. Attacking round.
They're going into Leaf, man. He is hard committed into that corner. I don't know where he's going to be peeked from, and a delayed peek at that. Demon 1 eventually deals with him. Showstopper. The wall of fire and brimstone and fury at your feet, and targets acquired. Valid left into that 1v1 versus Tex, and let's see it.
Oh my god.
9-9 now, Leviathan.
Tex has come out with the fire when Lev needed
Abyss.
He got them out to an early beginning on
There is
Pearl.
no
Not
way.
that the rest of the team could really convert, but here, finding those important kills and winning a 1v1 that should have been so difficult. Only 25 seconds were on the clock there. Spike was down in halls. If Valen had not opened himself up to that sightline, certainly G2 had the advantage. That's another round that Josh, our team, will not be too happy with how G2 played that one. It's knocked them down onto an eco as well.
It's caution to the wind here for G2. Leviathan past the molly. Drone's going to be paving the way to hopefully a cleared out side. But there's one player lurking off to the side. That timing to be taken. Valen! It's naughty, man. He's getting away with murder there. There's no follow-up.
Yeah, where's the trade? Where's the spam? It feels like Lev should have been able to defend the tank a little better in that spot.
मॉली था ना कहाँ से
Back of the head to the players, not able to
रिटर्न फायर कर सकता था शायद किसने
Trent
गोली भी
also
नहीं
took the orb in halls, which means he's one away from getting Armageddon. If he does end up getting that ult online, it could be tough here for Lev to get a plant down against Orbital Strike, against Armageddon, Salvos, and King does like to call slow rounds.
I respect the play here.
That's also going to slow him down. The Steel Garden, they're playing for the clock. The clock is the win condition for G2.
They know it.
King's got to recognize that and slightly up the tempo here without making too many errors.
Players are split all across the map right now. 30 seconds remaining roughly into this round to work with Hunter's Fury. He's waded right into it. Bit of flash into his face. Can he avoid most of this here? Fault line off into the corner. Salvos seeking to at least defend by a bit of time here for Leaf. Not going to be even using it for that plant denial lockdown.
The Brimelt was used.
Get themselves in. It was indeed, and still sidestepping into the site. Rifles in the hands of these few players. Chaos needs to be played towards Pandemonium. Maybe that can pave the way. But King sticking that plant down, and it opens up these fights. Isolated. There's no help in sight. Armageddon now. There is no sidestepping that. And Tex, the Dominator's task!
My god!
So damn unfortunate.
How have Lev let that one slip away? All of the tools that I was thinking would be useful for G2 to deny plant. Salvo, it got used to try to help Leaf. Brimstone ult, it got used to try to help Leaf. And yet somehow, Trent pulls out 3 outrageous sheriff shots from halls off the back of the space.
Here it is.
He's under a lot of pressure here. Even misses the stun and still picks out 3 kills to be able to make this round winnable for G2. The G2 players have been marvelous today on an individual level. Leaf still at the top of the scoreboard, still kind of gapping the rest of them, to be honest.
हाँ G2 ने टाइम लिया.
I think this is the right play, despite the fact that G2 lost.
अभी ये राउंड जो जीता ना उसको heavy lead मिलेगा.
It wasn't clean.
ये दूसरा टीम निको जाएगा.
Can adjust the game plan here. Lev need to continue the momentum
good morning, good morning.
Prior to that round 19 loss. The way that King called, maybe just slightly too cautious, slightly too safe in that previous round.
Love you, dude.
Not expecting ults to be thrown at them left, right, and center to slow down the progress on A.
Ult waste was not important, obviously. बोला तुम बराबर ult utility बराबर क्या?
Time runs down like that.
Vice का ult से थोड़ा जल्दी मारा.
Kickoff started across all the regions. Have we seen?
But apart from that, I think.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons for that is we're seeing a lot more of the breach and the Teho and the
Vice
it does. And partly that's because of the ability.
Do you have any other chances? They have a lot of chances. अभी पूरा साल चालू है.
You need to get to cycle.
अभी एक ऐसा tournament खत्म होगा ना.
You don't want to make too many mistakes on the way. You don't want to
दो
leave
या
the
तीन
corners
tournaments है. Split 1, Split 2 और बीच में भी एक है शायद.
But you've always got that idea in the back of your mind.
या
Like,
फिर
we
दो तो है.
cannot actually run 20-second execs in this.
और दोनों में से एक में भी qualify हो गया तो एक और tournament वैसा. दो tournament अभी है जी के.
And that's why attacking
New Year का क्या हुआ? जब होएगा मालूम पड़ेगा.
Is so important because you can
अभी तो
just
दूर
blast
जाते हुए
through
दिख
an
रहा है.
area.
Yeah, breaks the balance, doesn't it? Normally you'd be slowed down, but it's a big one to work with. Leaf. Hyper committed here.
He's got the wall to play off.
Of course, yeah, and it's going to give him that timing. I think the flash is up and over the shoulder too. They walk right past. Okay, lucky.
Retrieving flash.
Good work from Leviathan, not falling into that trap. They all backed off. Survival instincts kicked in. And they got the stun out from Jonah P too. Jonah P's going to be under pressure.
Making moves. Satchel's up and over. It doesn't actually direct his gaze up and around. Spots it though. It's Jonah P lurking off to the side.
Plant के तो लग गए.
In that position. Oh, now you're seeing it. That is a lot of util. Kitchen sink being
लग गए.
thrown and chucked over towards Sand. Nade in the hands
लग
of
गए.
Jorgamo. Just
Plant
to
के
find a
लग
bit
गए.
of space in the breathing room. Down towards drop. It rebounds the wrong way. Still the gun
नहीं लग
play.
गए.
How's that happening? It rains the day. G2. It's a great question, Josh. How is this happening? Shock darts. Are they going to save you here at all? Sticking the defuse all the way. The timing is just off on it.
Huh?
The play is toppled. Supposed to be that first line of defense so that you can even try and play for the util in the post plan in that spot, in that position, but everyone left just died.
I've got to see that one in the replay. There were some shots hit there. When Tex gets the opener, spamming through a smoke and kills Valin, I've got to think that Lev are in a good spot. Especially after Jonah P's already died on site. That's a 5v3.
3-5.
How has it gone so wrong?
Oh, no way.
Great adjustment from Jorgamo.
Oh, क्या मारा है.
I like that.
Banter आ रही है, बहुत banter.
No, and honestly, he can talk his shit. He's at the top of the scoreboard looking like one of the best players in the world.
Not escaping out of that. Good tracking from Jorgamo. Plucks the tank straight out of the sky. A lot of util being expended just to try and force G2 backing away here, but they're happy to wait this one out. Giving up control.
Vice भी आ रहा है पीछे से.
Into it. Smokes are fading, and here it is. Okay, fast play, pushing themselves in through the spawn, but a fault line to respond, and it's beautifully placed. G2 doing enough to slow it down. Least timing. He's almost there. It's a three-piece from behind. Arcade control is his, and Com. Not a rifle to work with, just a judge in hand, and we've seen that gun do dirty, dirty things, but not in this spot. Planted back and away from him. Valin happily sticks it. Safety in numbers, G2 have got it. Even trying to take this gun away from him, that is brave.
But brutal for Leviathan's economy. Prior to the timeout being taken by Josh RT, it felt like Lev was getting back into this game.
2-0 to there?
Whether because of the adjustments or whether because of the individual plays, and Jorg has had some, Leaf has had some.
भाई ये ना लेकिन टीम गेम हर एक बंदा क्लीन मार रहे भाई हर एक बंदा क्लीन मार रहे
to push out on defense.
It's been unreal.
Knowing that there is no sentinel, for example, Tex is not watching the flank, or if he
ये
is,
होता है भाई
Leaf is happy to duel him. But more often than not, it's that Leaf is identifying what the state of the game is, realizing that his opponents are going for an all-in
UPN yes sir, upper bracket है
way
हारा वो
earlier
lower
than
bracket में
expected.
जाएगा.
If you watch this guy move around on the minimap, it feels like he has the radar. It feels like he has full information about where everyone is.
Like slime finding the food in the maize petri dish. He just finds the gaps, man. He finds the food every time.
He does.
He was doing it last year, don't get me wrong. Listen,
YouTube wants
but
Binks
not
to
this
sleep
level,
early.
it's on a
भाई मैं
different level
early
at this
sleep
point.
कर ही
I
नहीं
think
सकता. मेरे को
him
लेट
playing
के बाद
roles
1
like
घंटा
Vikes as
चाहिए.
well, he's not contained to an
मैं भी
area on
सोऊंगा
a sentinel.
10:30
He
11
will
बजे
work
सोऊंगा.
really as util stays up.
And that's
They
the
get
same.
that, that
2
peace
घंटा
of mind.
That's
1
the
बजे
same with him
उठूंगा.
playing Viper on Lotus too. He's not tethered to an area.
Yeah.
So he's just able to be so free, so roaming around the map in a way that Tex really couldn't as much when he was on defense side.
One left to
I think he's got the
win,
game
but
IQ
upper
to be able
bracket
to
है.
make it
Let's
work. This
Binks
is rough for Leviathan.
मेरे को तो मजा आ रहा है
This
गेम
had to
देखने
be
में.
their map.
इसमें तो कितने funny moments हो गए.
5 rounds almost in a row to start this half. They would have thought they were getting themselves back into things.
One away from a lot of big ultimates. That's information to leave. Flashed up still, gets to the safety of tower. Might not be safe itself though.
Drone coming out through halls, didn't see too much, but Leaf is going to be coming to the rest of his team. Okay, Trent, don't over-push this. Even though your drone saw nothing, I'm not getting contact on B. They haven't committed to the B
drone
yet.
का
They
सब
could be
पीछे
going
आके
back and
clear कर
return
रहा है.
spawn. So you see Trent not make the mistake, not overstep.
Breaks it. Fault line though, Hunter's Fury on top of it, but just doing a bit of friendly fire damage. Trent dodging, weaving, drifting away. It's a wasted ult at that.
It's pulled 3 players over towards A. Is King now going to call a re-hit on B? Tex has taken some space, but he's going to find a Vice Wall.
70 HP उसको जाने पड़ेगा.
It's not bad IGL in here from King. He's created a weak site to hit. Only 2 players home, and King catches the back of Jorg.
Jorgen was back open. As much as the communication has been good,
Utils क्या क्या है?
setup, Jorgen did not know that he was open to it. Still slowed down. There's 25 seconds left here, Josh.
अभी पोजी.
Still Leaf trying to be that
Casual
playmaker.
pussy.
Drifted in and out up top of tower, just spotting the shoulders. This util flying forwards. Counter spam is ordered. It's Trent and Valen. They're saving the day.
गिर गया.
Push to the brink.
Oh my god, एक aftershock पे मार दी.
That's a map sealed up here. G2, clinical, dare I say. They haven't slowed down. We had questions at the beginning of this game, Josh. Big questions. Have Leviathan been tested enough? Are G2 really looking like one of the best teams? Or is it just, you know, that one match that we saw? This time a bit of a larger sample size after that.
And absolutely, I would agree that from what we've seen, G2 taking the 2-0 today, Fractures.
चलो अभी अपन जाते हैं, मिलते हैं 1:30 को. ठीक है. Bye-bye. Adios. Chede में adios. Take care. See you during Pacific. Let's see कि जो तुम लोग ने बोला वो बराबर था कि नहीं. हाँ, वो कौन सा रेड फोर्स टीम कौन सा है वो टीम देखते हैं कैसा देंगे, अपन अपना थॉट्स देंगे उस पर. ठीक है, चलो गाइस, बाय. आदियोस चेडी में आदियोस. टेक केयर, सी यू, गुड नाइट, लव यू, बाय बाय. एनएस देखेंगे, एनएस. बाय, गुड नाइट एवरीबॉडी.
Chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.